Good morning. Well, it's morning for me. I know in chat some of you are watching from Australia, so it's very early morning for you. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Harp Con Online. It's hard to believe that the day is finally here. I am really excited. So thank you all for being here. We have a really exciting day ahead of us of music and discussions and just lots of fun to be had, whether you are a harpist yourself or not. This is an event for everybody. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we've got people tuning in from all over the world already. I can see in the chat, everyone's kind of introducing themselves and saying where they're watching from, which is really, really cool. We've got people from all over the world. I'm coming to you today from snowy Winnipeg. Yes, that's right. We've got snow on the ground already. So, yeah, welcome. It's so good to see everyone in chat already and to see everyone that is just as excited as I am. So, welcome. So how HarpCon came to be was about a year and a half ago. I was doing a live stream to celebrate my 10th year on YouTube. And one of my viewers actually came up with the idea, like, wouldn't it be so cool to like get all the harpists that are making content online together and like have a convention? I think perhaps the idea that was floated was doing that in person. And I was like, well, that'd be pretty hard, but what if we did it online? Like, how cool would that be? And I just like could not stop thinking about like, yeah, that would be so great. Earlier this year, I sent out like an interest survey to see what kind of things people would be interested in seeing at this hypothetical HarpCon event. And after that, I was like, all right, we're in, we're doing this. So this has pretty much been a one-woman show getting this off the ground. So yeah, I had a lot of ideas that sort of needed to be kind of narrowed in scope to make sure it was doable. But I think the end result, well, we'll find out, but I think it's going to be a really, really awesome day. So as I kind of sat down to plan this event, I thought, okay, like what's our mission statement here? And so there's kind of like three things, three fingers, three things. There we go. There's three things that I wanted to do with this event. First of all, I just want it to be like fun and interesting for everyone watching, whether you're a harpist or not. I don't want this to be just interesting to harpists only. I want this to be for everybody. I want to celebrate and highlight harpist creators, people who are really making content online and like really engaging with their audiences online. I think there's a lot of harp events in real life for, harpists who really focus on their like real life careers. You've got the World Harp Congress, you've got the American Harp Society conferences, you've got things like the Somerset festival, you've got like the Edinburgh Harp Festival, all these kind of things. So I just thought it'd be really cool to have something sort of more internet centric. And then the third thing I wanted to do is raise some money for charity, right? We're all here together, like why not kind of use that energy and use it for something good. So that kind of brings me to my next point. Today, we are raising money for one of my favorite charities, which is called Partners in Health. So they are a charity that I think is really cool because they really focus on working together with local governments, local communities, really listening to the people who actually live in these communities for what they actually need, and then like connecting them with the resources that they need in order to strengthen their health systems in some of the world's poorest places where they really, really need stronger health systems. And I think one of the things that I think makes this charity really cool is that there's lots of charities out there who will kind of like come in from outside during a crisis and help during that crisis. But I think Partners in Health is really cool because they're kind of there for the everyday health challenges. Whether that's building a hospital, making sure it's got electricity, making sure it's got clean water, training local healthcare workers, all these kind of things. And then, then when a crisis comes along, those communities are able to be a little bit more resilient as well. So if you would like to donate, and we have a few donations already, which I'll read off in just a second. If you want to donate today, there's a couple of ways you can find the link for that. There's a link in the description box of the live stream. Which will take you to Tiltify, and that's a site which is it basically a payment processor and sends those donations directly to the chosen charity. So that money is never in my hands. It goes straight to Partners in Health, which is really cool. And the other way you can find that link, if you type !donate in the chat, that should also bring up the link in the YouTube live chat, assuming that my chatbot is running and working properly, but it should be. Why don't let's maybe try that. Yeah. Hey, it's working. Excellent. Thanks, Ragnar. Or that was Brandroid, sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. That's how you can donate today. And then when you donate, there'll be a little pop-up on the screen. It'll, I think right over here, we've got the donation bar so we can kind of see how much we've raised so far. So since we've already had a few donations come in, I would like to thank those folks. So first of all, we have a donation from Talking Harps, who said, "Thank you for organizing this wonderful event to support Partners in Health, Samantha." Well, thank you very much for your donation. We have a donation from Pauline Ann, who says, "Happy harping, everyone." We have $20 and a $10 donation from 2 anonymous donors. Thank you very much. And from Caladrius, we have $20. Let's get this harp party started. Harp Con hype. Agreed. Agreed. Now, we do have some donation goals to kind of encourage donations coming in so we can have more harp and more donations. It seems like a win-win to me. So if we reach $500 in donations, we'll be adding an extra set of extra performance to the end of the schedule today. That'll be me. I'll be doing my set after running the mixing station, the streaming station all day. If you want to see that, make sure to get those donations in. If we hit $500, I have a secret incentive after that, but you have to get to 500 first to unlock it. Rolf says that extra set is happening. Well, I'm here for it. I've been getting ready. So, get those donations in for sure. Looks like we've maybe had some additional donations already. Wow. We have from Serenade Avenue, $30. Thank you very much. Barbara donated $20 and said, "Thank you for this event." Thank you for donating. From Derek Harps On, $10. Thanks so much, everyone, for arranging this. Very excited for an amazing day. Me too. Thank you very much for the donation. From Caitlin Ayala, who we're going to be seeing later this afternoon, we have $20. Thanks to Samantha for putting on this event to support a great cause. Thank you very much, Caitlin. All right. Now, I just want to kind of go over what we are going to be doing today. So right after this sort of like opening ceremonies, we have a panel that's all about practice. We're going to have Christy-Lyn from Learning the Harp. We're going to have Tiffany Schaefer, and we're going to have Victoria from the Talking Harps YouTube channel. And we're just going to be discussing all things practice. And we are throughout the day actually going to be taking a lot of questions from chat. So as long as you've got either like a YouTube account or a Google account, you can chat directly with us in the live chat. And we'll definitely be taking a lot of questions from everyone who's here with us live. So definitely we want to hear them. So make sure you get those in when we're doing those panels and Q&As. After the practice panel, we're going to have a performance from Emily Hopkins, who is doing really, really cool stuff with electric harp and effects pedals. And yeah, that's going to be an awesome performance. Following that, we're going to get to have a Q&A with Emily and her partner Russ as well. So I'm really looking forward to speaking to them later. After that, we're going to have a trivia game. I've put together a harp trivia game, which we can all play together in the chat. So that's going to be a lot of fun. After that, we've got a panel discussion all about arranging music for harp, because I think a lot of stuff that goes online with the harp, there's a lot of people arranging music. So, I've been logged out of my Tiltify thing to see the donations. Well, that's okay. We'll log it back in. But yes, I'm very excited for that arranging panel. We're going to have Kristan Toczko, Amy Turk, Caitlin Ayala, and I'll of course be there as well to moderate. Following that, Amy is going to also be giving us a performance, a live performance. So really, really excited for that. I did her sound check a couple days ago and it's like sounding so good. So we're in for a treat there. After that, we're going to hear from Jennifer Ruggieri, who goes by Windyharper Online. That's her username on Twitch and YouTube. And she is going to be telling us all about the inner workings of harps. How do they work? What is a regulation? What happens during that? Like, what are all the bits and bobs that need to be maintained? And yeah, we're going to be taking questions for that too. I'm really excited. I'm ready to learn a lot from that. And then, if we hit that $500 donation goal, which we're actually very close to already, which is just incredible. So thank you all very much. We had, let's see, from Tiffany, we had a $20 donation. Thank you very much. I feel like there's got to be a donation that's not showing up here because we're already at $201. Or maybe y'all are just so powerful. It just snuck up on me. Thank you for all those donations already. This is incredible. So yeah, it looks like there's a pretty good chance we're going to get to $500, at which point, last on the program, I'll be doing a set as well. So yeah, just want to say big thank you to all the guests that are going to be participating today. I'm really, really grateful for everyone giving their time and being willing to come together. Also just want to acknowledge, if you hear a little bit of background noise, my heat has just come on. As I mentioned at the beginning, we do have snow on the ground, so it's a bit cold outside. So I can't let my heat be off all day or else I'm going to freeze. So apologies in advance for any noise that you can hear. But I think we just had another donation come in. Let's see here from Anne. Thank you so much. $50 from Anne Crosby Gaudette. Looking forward to a fun harp day. Thank you so much for donating, Anne. Really appreciate that. Okay, so yes, want to thank all the guests. If you want to check out any of the guests that we have on today and you want to see more of their work, we've got links for all of their YouTube, websites, etc., all the places you can find them in the description box of the live stream, so you can always check that out if you want to see more of them. And definitely check them out because they're all genuinely really fantastic people and musicians, and yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna just check in with chat. Oh, we had another donation come in, $20 from Jane Abbott. Harp, harp, harp. Agreed. Thank you very much for the donation. We have one from Narioral, $20. Thanks for organizing this. It's going to be fun. Thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. All right, just going to check in with chat. Yeah, we've got people from all over the world, which I'm really excited about. So welcome everyone. Wait, hold on. What's up? Caladria said, sorry, I look away for a second. We're already at $771. Like, same. I didn't even notice. You guys are crazy in the best way. This is incredible. From Connie, we had $500 just from Connie on her own. Oh my gosh. Such a great fundraiser. Love all your guests. Special for me, Victoria, Tiff, and Christy-Lyn. Thank you, Samantha. Well, thank you, Connie. That's so generous of you. And wow. Wow. Okay. Well, we've definitely got that $500 donation goal met. So that means I am 100% playing my set at the end of the day. So let me update our donation goal on the stream. Also, thank you to Roth. Years ago, I gossiped Final Fantasy with harps aboard. Little did I know I'd make a new best friend and learn so much about the harp. It's a fascinating instrument, has a wonderful community behind it. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Roth. Okay, let's do it this way. I'm gonna tell you what the new donation goal is, which it seems like we might just hit that, no problem. So the next donation goal is if we hit $1,000, I'm gonna do part of my set today blindfolded. So that's a bit of a challenge as someone who is pretty reliant on their sense of sight. So yeah, if you want to see me potentially either make a fool of myself or totally impress everyone by my incredible skill, could go either way. So if you want to see that happen, that's going to be our $1,000 donation goal. This is incredible. Like I've never done a charity stream like this, so I didn't really know what to expect. But you guys are like blowing me out of the water, and it's only 9:45 in the morning. So Yeah, wow. Thank you, everyone. I think we've even had more donations come in. We've had one from Keith. Thank you so much for hosting this today. Thank you for raising funds for a much needed cause. We have one from Melissa, $10. Thanks for organizing this event. Thank you so much for your donation. Wow. Okay. So let me update the overlay with our next donation goal. 1 second as I do that live in front of your eyes. Okay. Settings, here we go. At $1,000, blindfolded harp. Okay. Save. Good. So now donations are basically bullying Samantha. I don't know if I'd call it bullying. I don't think so. I think it's I signed up for this. So I'm gonna be having fun. But yeah, thank you all so much for the donations already. We're already at $831, so man. Did that update on the stream? Yes, it did. Okay, fantastic. All right, we have a donation from Andrew FM, $50. Thank you so much, Andrew. Can already tell HarpCon is going to be fantastic. Thanks for supporting a good cause. Well, I feel like I'm going to need to think about maybe an additional donation incentive because it seems like $1,000 is going to be pretty within reach. I genuinely am almost speechless by like all of your generosity already. I mean, like I said, it's been 17 minutes since we started, and we've already raised almost $900. So like, wow. I thank you. I thank you very, very much. I really, really am grateful for all of your donations. Harpists are the most generous instrument players. This is the confirmation. I guess you're right, Monique. Wow, incredible. All right. So, I think what I'm gonna do now is go get ready for our practice panel. So we're gonna have, in just a little bit more than 10 minutes, we're gonna have Christy-Lyn, Tiffany Schaefer, as well as Victoria, and we're gonna be talking all about practice. So you can start thinking of what kind of questions you might like to hear us talking about, because we are gonna be taking questions right from YouTube chat. So I'm gonna go get ready for that. It'll be a couple minutes. I'm gonna put some music on for you. I've got a playlist of music also made by harpist creators. We've got a lot of music from the guests who are here today, as well as a couple of others, such as like Harps Aboard and Harpsona, who's got some tracks on the playlist. My friend Elvan, who plays the harp as well. So I'll be putting that on shuffle for you guys while we get the next panel ready, and we'll be right back. Wow, you guys. I went to the bathroom for like 2 minutes and I came back and we're already at $966. So that $1,000 goal, we're gonna smash that in about 2 seconds. So I don't know about 2 seconds, but it's very, very close. So thank you all so much for your donations. I want to say thank you to everyone that's been donating. We had an anonymous donation of $5. Thank you very much. Kathy Nichols with $10. Thank you. Bonnie with $10 who says thank you, and I thank you right back. We have Jen who donated $20 and says, as a hobby harpist, I get so much joy in harp events, learning and seeing all of my online harp community. Thank you for putting all this together and using that energy to support a great cause. Thank you so much for your donation. We have Janice with $10 who says, love what you're doing here. Thank you. And Meng donated $20. Says, thanks for organizing it. Happy to be a part of this harp community. Looking forward to seeing the amazing guests. All right. We will be ready to go in just a minute here, so hang tight. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are here with our All About Practice panel. We're going to be talking all things practice, and with me, I have some fantastic guests who are going to be taking part in the discussion. So I want to welcome all of them and introduce everyone to you in case you haven't seen them before. So first up, we have Christy-Lyn. Christy-Lyn is a harpist and teacher from Cape Town, South Africa. Renowned for her dedication to helping beginner harpists, she founded Learning the Harp, which started as a YouTube channel and has grown into a thriving online community and educational resource to share her expertise and foster the growth of aspiring harpists. Her commitment to making the harp accessible and her unwavering support have helped countless students across the world. We have with us as well Tiffany Schaefer. Based in Northeast Ohio, Tiffany Schaefer has been providing private lessons and workshops for students of all levels and ages since 2016. And has developed a reputation as a patient, knowledgeable teacher and advocate for adults learning the folk harp. An innovative presence online, she was among the first harp instructors to teach tunes to a wide international audience via YouTube. Today, she has amassed a loyal following on her membership site, the Mastering Celtic Music Club, for advanced beginners and up. In addition to her work as a teacher, Tiffany performs regularly with the Cleveland Celtic Ensemble and several other musical colleagues. We also have with us Victoria, who started taking harp lessons in April of 2020 when she found herself spending a lot more time at home because of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as many other harp students across the world, I think. She dove into the harp world, and as she did that, she discovered an amazing array of people that were all connected by the same instrument. Through her conversations with harp lovers around the world, she came to realize that there was a lot of amazing work being done, but yet to be discovered by many. This gave her the idea of creating talking harps with her two harp friends and fellow harp learners, Angela and Javier, I think is how you say that. With the mission to connect the harp world through conversations, Victoria and her team shared 40 Harp Connections interviews with harpists from around the world since March 2021. Harp Toolbox and Music for the Harp were introduced to the project to highlight resources to advance harp skills and to take a closer look at harp music with their creators. And in the Harp Focus feature, Victoria and her guests take a deeper dive into aspects of musicianship that they're passionate about, such as goal setting, exploring creativity, and finding musical identity. In early 2023, Victoria and her harp teacher, Josh Lane, co-created and delivered a seminar on practice strategies, offering tips on effective practice from the perspective of a professional harpist and an adult harp learner. Victoria is a change agent, a servant leader, and a collaborator. She helps others unlock their potentials through coaching and facilitation in her day job, and she also has two young children who are also learning the harp. So welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We've got a few topics that we're going to get started with, but for everyone that is watching, I am going to start Q&A in the chat so that if you want to ask a question, you can do so. So we'll be answering the questions from chat a little bit later on. So definitely start getting those in. To start with, though, the first question that I wanted to kind of pose to the panel is if you could give someone one tip or trick that they could apply to their practice to make it more efficient, what would that be? Maybe can we start with Christy-Lyn on that one?
Yeah, so I think that a lot of the time when we're practicing, the thing that holds us back from being effective can be the way that we're thinking as we practice. So I love to talk about like toxic thoughts and how the thoughts that we have while we're practicing can really hold us back if we're not careful. I've sometimes been in a one-to-one lesson with a student, and it's really common as a student's trying to do something and maybe struggling a bit to hear them saying, oh man, I just can't get it, or oh, I'm so stupid, and really saying things that you would never say to another person. If we like to be kind to other people, but we're often very unkind to ourselves. And I learned through reading up a little bit about neuroscience and things like that, scientists can actually see in your brain how those type of negative ways of talking or thinking about ourselves can actually like genuinely destroy the learning process. So I've heard it talked about like when you're learning something new, you have these little like brain broccolis, like all these little connections that start happening. And as we're growing all those connections, when we say negative things like, oh, I just can't do it, we can literally destroy those connections that we've just been making. And I can see that in lessons with students where they actually get more confused or struggle more when they start saying these negative things. So I think my one tip would be to look at the things that you say to yourself when you're struggling with something or working on something in your practice, and see if you can make a list of positive but realistic things you can say to yourself instead. And if you have that list, every time you catch yourself saying something negative, try and replace it with something positive. Like instead of I just can't do this, you can say I'm just going to try one more time, or let me give it a break, maybe later I'll get it, or I'm sure I'm about to get this. And if you can start saying those kind of things to yourself, you can actually make a real difference in your progress without even changing anything else about your practice.
Yeah, that's a fantastic tip. Thanks so much, Christy-Lyn. Maybe Tiffany, what do you think? What would be your best tip or trick?
If I can just first echo what Christy-Lyn said, because I actually experienced this happen at a performance last month. I was playing with with my friend Carol Kappas at Highland Games. It was a very low stakes, casual type of performance. And as I was playing a fast tune, I got into a certain spot at the end of my arrangement where my heart all of a sudden started racing. And I realized this is the spot where I told myself last year, I'm having trouble with this spot. So our bodies really remember what we tell ourselves during practice. So it's a really important tip. So thanks for saying that. But I think one of my best practice tips is, especially for people like myself who have trouble just sitting down and starting things, is to just show up for yourself. And if you have trouble with that, like I do, to give yourself that accountability piece. Last year, I discovered a website called focusmate.com. And it's for anyone doing any type of work. Some people do housework, some people do practice, some people do desk work. And you can just schedule an hour or a half hour for yourself. It'll match you up with a person. And you essentially have an appointment where you are going to open up, it's like a Zoom call, work for an hour with that person, and then say at the end what you accomplished. So that's been helpful for me. It also, I've been doing something similar in my Facebook group, the Mastering Celtic Music Facebook group, where every Tuesday at noon Eastern, we're doing a practice room on Zoom. And I'm hoping to open that up to more days soon as well. So that's also helpful, just to be able to practice with another harpist or with another instrumentalist for an hour or so.
Yeah, really awesome tip. Awesome. I also just before we get to Victoria, I just want to acknowledge that we've actually already surpassed our $1,000 donation goal. So thank you so much, everyone, for your donations. That's incredible. Thank you so much. But we'll try not to derail too far. So Victoria, what would be your best practice tip or trick?
I really resonated with what Tiffany said about having an accountability buddy. We do that a lot. I like to call that like our practice team sport. We do it at home, also do it at Heather Downey's How to Harp membership where I'm a member. So we do the similar practice room situation as well. And we can talk a little bit more about that later if anyone is interested. I think for me, my best practice tip, and this is learning from myself and also looking at children practicing, it's actually to create a feedback loop. So we talk a lot about plan, do, check, act, because you can sit down and practice, but you could be practicing the wrong thing for all you know. So one of my favorite lines in my harp lesson to Josh is check in with me in a week and see if I'm still doing it right. So every time we learn something, I make sure I go back to practice and have someone who know what they're doing to check on it. And I think having that feedback loop has really helped me accelerated the learning because I'm not wasting time practicing the wrong thing. So that would be my one tip.
So I'm curious then. So the feedback loop, you're getting, feedback maybe from a teacher. So is it the presence of that teacher or maybe that like other person who plays the harp, and like that's sort of the thing externally that like helps you with your practice?
Yeah, I think it could be a combination of things. So, like at the home front, my husband doesn't play the harp, but if he know I'm supposed to be, for example, when I went to New Zealand, I was supposed to be recording a piece of music with Josh, and I kind of made him known that if I'm not practicing that piece on a regular basis, you need to poke me. So one day I was scrolling around playing all kinds of music that has nothing to do with what I was supposed to do. So he was like, hey, that's not what you're supposed to be doing, get back on track. So that was a kind of feedback loop that I think was really helpful. And then of course technically, if I'm practicing, for example, a crossing over, crossing under, if I want to make sure I'm doing it right, one of the best things to do is to check in with either a teacher or maybe another harp learner who is perhaps knowledgeable with that technique. So all of those things really helped in making sure that you're doing the right thing, and it gives you the motivation to do more too. I think when you can accomplish something.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much. I just want to add my number one practice tip. It sounds really, really obvious. But if you can like pause and just like notice anything, like you can notice like anything, just like making observations. It's such a powerful thing that I think we forget about, because I think it's really common to just kind of like sit down at the harp and just kind of go on autopilot and just kind of like just start playing, just go through the motions, especially if you get home from work and you're tired and it's like it's time to play. But when we are just kind of going on autopilot and we're not stopping to kind of like think or just like make observations, like there's no opportunity to reflect, there's no opportunity to like make a choice about what you want to practice next. There's no opportunity to like kind of try to focus on like, whatever things that you've maybe been focusing on in your lessons or in your practice, if you've been working on something with technique or you're like trying to, get better at learning notes for this song, you're trying to learn whatever song, you're getting the notes in your fingers, or even, if you're like trying to change your practice technique, like feel like at some point today, we're probably going to talk about like practicing in small chunks, not starting from the beginning. It's hard to change your routine when you're on autopilot. And when you stop and just kind of like make an observation, it's like, oh, I've only played this from the start today. Let's maybe start somewhere else this next time when I start playing. I think it's something that I almost didn't realize was happening, because I think like as you get better at practicing and as you get better at playing an instrument, it's something we take for granted, this process of like reflecting on what we've just played. But I've definitely had the experience with students in lessons where, I'll ask, okay, so how was, were your fingers closing that last time when you just played that? And they say, oh, I don't know. Right. And so it's like, okay, like, let's go one more time. And just like, it doesn't matter if the answer is yes or no, but like, ideally, if you know what the answer to that question is, then you can decide, am I good here and I can move on, or do I want to do that again? So yeah, that's like my favorite number one practice tip, because from there you can do all kinds of things. Awesome, Kate, really fantastic answers so far. Loving this. So next, I actually have a question for Tiffany. I understand that you have experience learning and teaching by ear. Do you have any like recommendations for how to practice when you learn by ear, or is it any different from when you're practicing like off of sheet music?
That's a really good question. I would say it's not too different from learning off sheet music. There are certainly everyone I have taught, I feel, has an affinity for one or the other, either sheet music or learning by ear. And I kind of like to push people out of their comfort zones, whichever one they're not great at, kind of have them try the other. But learning by ear is definitely a muscle. The more you do it, the easier it's going to get. Starting with finding, I think sometimes if you're not an ear learner, you get a bit overwhelmed, like, how am I supposed to learn this entire melody by ear? But for sure, just starting with little phrases, little chunks. Even practicing, you could even practice listening to a melody that's familiar to you and just pausing it and then just trying to find the first note. Just start with the first note. You're eventually going to get good at hearing where it is on your harp. Definitely memorizing shapes as you're playing them, I think. Often if I am, say, forgetting a chord progression, sometimes I will say the chords out loud as I'm playing them. And it just sort of helps you create that extra pathway in your brain. Any little external thing you can do to help create another sort of road to help you memorize that thing. And then when you're playing, often when we teach Celtic harp, we kind of teach melodies in shapes. So like people have different names for the cute little shapes, like a 2 strings, skip one, and then another string is a crab for some people, because it's shaped like a crab. So we'll think about, okay, this is a crab that starts on C, and kind of throwing in those other things can definitely help memorize something by ear.
Awesome. I love that. The crab. I'm gonna use that. Awesome. Victoria, Christy-Lyn, anything to add on that one, or?
I don't learn by ear a lot, but I really resonate with what you say about the shape. I often would describe my hands as I am trying to memorize a piece of music to kind of remember when my hands lead to the land. And so, yeah, mittens, crabs, and all of those good words, very helpful in describing the shapes and definitely help cement the music into the brain.
I think also, if I can jump back in, a couple other practice tips I tell people would be to play the melody in both hands for a while. And that sort of is an in-between step between just playing melody and playing a separate left hand and a melody. It also really helps solidify that fingering. If you think you have this melody, you're like, I got this. Then you try to start playing the melody in the left hand at the same time, and you're like, oh, I don't got this. It really shows you where the holes are, where you might need to pay more attention in your right hand. Sometimes I'll say, sing your fingering as you're playing it. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, whatever you're playing in your right hand. Again, just creating those different, whatever pathways we can like stack little things that just bring to mind what we're doing. Being observant, like what you said, Samantha, we're really, sometimes we just don't realize what we're playing until we actually look at our hands and go, oh, this is what goes here,
Yeah, I think those are good tips, even if you're reading from sheet music, actually. Yeah, fantastic.
Another thing that I have recommended to my students, even if they're learning from sheet music, is that it's really helpful to know the song really well from memory, right? And to, especially with rhythm, I think people sometimes, even when they are reading from sheet music, they don't always get the rhythm quite right. And so with the courses that I do for people, I always give them an MP3 of the song, like of me playing the final version of the piece, so that they can put it onto whatever device. And even if you're driving or you're standing in the line at the grocery store, that you can be listening to the song that you're learning at the moment, so that your ear can get used to what is right. Like, what is it supposed to sound like? And you can memorize it like that. And of course, you could be imagining yourself playing it as you're doing that, but getting those rhythms and the whole melody into your ear is, I think, really good, whether we're learning by ear or whether we're learning from sheet music. So that can be helpful.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think like um knowing what you're like anticipating what you want to hear next, I think is really powerful because I think, Tiffany mentioned earlier, like the body reacts to, what our mind thinks. I'm a really strong believer in that. And I think, yeah, it's like if we kind of can imagine what we want to hear, the body reacts to that as well. And it's like this really cool thing where you don't even have to do anything different with your body. You just think differently and then it does something different, which is really cool. Okay. So one thing that, Christy-Lyn mentioned earlier, was this idea of like self-talk, and how we talk to ourselves during practice. And so I think this is a really important element of practice and also can kind of tie into things like performance anxiety, which, I think most of us have struggled with at one point or another. And I know, like Tiffany, you definitely mentioned that you wanted to talk about kind of performance anxiety and like how that ties into our practice. So maybe can you start us off there and we can kind of bounce off you?
I mean, and I think Christy-Lyn said it well earlier. I mean, you think about positive reinforcement in any relationship, right? Not to say that we have to lie to ourselves, like, oh, I'm fantastic and I can play this perfectly, when you can't. You don't have to lie to yourself, but you do catch more flies with honey, as it were. And I've kind of been going on this personal journey myself the last year or so, is just comparing yourself to other people just does no good at all, in practice, in performance, and anything else. I think if we learn to accept ourselves, find that we do have a strength, I guarantee you, every one of us and every one of us, you listening, has a strength. It might be different than someone else's, even if it's just, I'm pretty good at rolled chords, or I'm determined, I think if you find your strength, then accept that you don't have to be someone else. And if that thing is hard right now, like Christy-Lyn said, tell your mind you can do it and you will do it someday. We can still reach out of our comfort zone and push ourselves to improve while still accepting ourselves as we are. And I think that goes a long way towards preventing performance anxiety. And like we said, it starts in practice and what you tell yourself.
Yeah, fantastic. Victoria, do you have anything to add to that?
I had a conversation with Carol Carpus, the harpist who played with Tiffany earlier. We had a conversation on finding joy with the harp. So I think the sheer echo, just even reframing and say overcoming challenge, but let's say finding joy instead. Use those positive words to make the context a little bit more bright would be helpful. She also have what she called a list of quote of affirmation that she put on her music stand. Things are really positive, and every time she run into a little dip, she would refer to that list. And I find that to be so ingenious, kind of like what Christy-Lyn was saying, right? Have a list of positive words that you can use to replace your negative thoughts. So I really think that it's very helpful. And I think when our mind, if I understood correctly, this is Sean Aker, the positive psychology researcher, who say this, our mind performs way better when we're in a state of positive compared to a state of neutral or negative. So you always want to be as optimized towards that happiness state as you can be in order to optimize the performance. So I really resonate with what Christy-Lyn and Tiffany had to say about reframing those negative thoughts into a positive one.
Awesome. Yeah, Christy-Lyn, anything else to kind of add here, or?
Well, I was just thinking that it might be good for us to also talk about some of the practical things that we could do while we're practicing, because one part of it is the mindset, and I think the reason we're talking about that is because a lot of people don't think about that. A lot of times when we talk about practice, we might think about, well, how am I supposed to spend my practice time, or what should I be doing while I'm practicing? But I think it would be great for us to talk about a little bit of that as well. I don't know if you have a a question planned for that?
Oh yeah, we've
Samantha?
got some questions in the chat for sure. We're going to talk about some practical stuff for sure. we wouldn't leave that out.
Yeah.
Before we move on from this topic, I just kind of want to add like again, that sort of idea of like noticing things. Like you can notice your own thoughts too, because I think sometimes if we have one of those negative thoughts, we're very like in it. It's like that's our reality. My reality is that like I'm bad at this. But if we can kind of like just go, whoa, that was a really negative thought, and kind of like distance ourselves from that thought, it's like just because I thought that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. And also, there's a trap that's really easy to fall into if we're like, okay, I'm going to think positively. And then we have one of those negative thoughts, and then we go, I'm not supposed to think negatively, like bad, come on, you know? But if we can, and if that happens, it can spiral. Then you go, no, I'm not supposed to berate myself for thinking negatively. You know, it really can just like, can get out of hand if you let it. So if you can like pause and like take a breath and go, wow, okay, it seems like I'm feeling pretty frustrated right now. You know what? It's okay that I'm having trouble right now. Everyone has trouble with their instrument. It's not just me. It's okay that I then, you know, got frustrated with myself for thinking negatively. Like that's a natural response. Like just kind of like practicing some compassion for yourself and going like, whoa, this is like a really human moment of suffering right now. That's okay. Like, and then yeah, like reframing, like Christy-Lyn was saying, maybe you can replace that negative thought with something a little more positive, or even just like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna like go get a glass of water, maybe like have a little stretch break, and then I'm gonna like come back when I'm a little more fresh and like see what I can do here. I think is really powerful because yeah, sometimes those negative thoughts, they just like sneak up on us and they don't happen on purpose, you know, like they just kind of spawn out of our minds. And so like being compassionate with those, I think is really useful. But yeah, we are going to talk about some practical stuff. So we're going to start taking some questions from the YouTube chat. The one I want to start with, I'm going to select the question so everyone in chat can see it. What are some great techniques in practicing coordinating both hands? I know this is always a struggle when we're kind of starting to put the hands together. So maybe, yeah, Christy-Lyn, why don't we start with you with this one?
Coordinating the two hands together when you're practicing. Well, I like to do that quite early on in the practicing. I think one thing that I would say is don't wait until you've got the entire melody sorted out with the right hand and you've got it perfected. I think sometimes people struggle with the left hand or adding the two hands together just because their right hand is already, they've spent way too much time on it. Well, at least in my opinion. Obviously, everyone has different ways of going about it. But I would put the hands together early on in my practice. So I would take a small chunk, try it with the right hand, try it with the left hand, then try putting it together, and even do it note by note, really, really slowly. So I think it doesn't work to just learn the entire thing left hand, entire thing right hand, and then expect them to go together. You're actually practicing it, like you need to be thinking about it as a whole that you're doing in little chunks, rather than two parts that somehow have to go together, because that's just not really how it works for most people.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Victoria, what do you think? What have you found helpful when you're trying to like coordinate your two hands?
Try to remove some element out of the equation. So one of the things I do is instead of putting two hands on the string at the same time, maybe I'll be playing right hand, we're on the string, but I'm just tapping out the left hand just to get a sense of what the hand coordination looks like in terms of the tempo and the rhythm. And then once I'm able to sort of get the sense of how the left hand should be acting, that's when I put it on the string. So I always think about how to reduce some extra factors that would complicate the equation. So that seems to work quite well, especially if it is like a right hand melody leading kind of tune. That tip tends to serve me quite well. So I'll try to separate the two hand, but like in terms of having one hand doing something slightly different, tapping on the soundboard, tapping on a chair, tapping the food, whatever that looks like, and then put the two together.
Yeah, really cool. I haven't tried that, but that's a really good tip. Thank you. Yeah, Tiffany, what do you think?
Yeah. And then, well, like I said, I do like to have people play melody in both hands. You can also flip that around and play the left hand in both hands. And I think it also depends on sort of what we're working with. If you're working on a pre-made arrangement that you're not going to change at all, I think for sure working with both hands as soon as you can is a good idea. Sometimes if we're maybe learning a melody and then are going to arrange it ourselves, maybe we'd want to especially make sure that we have the melody down. Like I said, maybe playing melody in both hands. It also will really help to just make sure that you have your fingering solid and your bracketing in there correctly for your right hand. Because if we're hopping around, and doing our fingering differently every time, we're really going to struggle with putting the left hand in there. So just making sure that you have consistent fingering, and I think playing melody in both hands can do that. Making sure you have a consistent fingering and a consistent bracketing that you're working with. So hopefully you don't have to actually look at your right hand that much. I'm actually curious what you all do. I tend to look at my left hand more than my right if I'm looking. If you're looking at your hands, I'm actually curious which one you do more. I know I always look at my left generally. But yeah, that's my tips.
I don't know which hand I look at more. I think it depends on the song. Like if it's a song where the left hand is jumping around a lot, definitely I'm gonna like try to be able to like mostly feel the right hand, and then the left hand you can kind of use your eyes a little bit more. But I feel like I try to kind of look at both or kind of just keep them in the peripheral. I'm not sure, but yeah. I really agree with everything you guys have said. Something that I like to do a lot, and I'm pretty sure Christy-Lyn likes to do this too, is like practice placing. So like, if I have I have a whole song to learn with both hands. Wow, that's a lot. So, first of all, like Christy-Lyn said, you can kind of go note by note. Like if you're really struggling with getting the hands together, you can kind of just like start with like the first beat, the first note where the two hands play together. You can do that. Like, okay, I can play one note in each hand. Got it. And then, okay, so do the next one. Okay, that's pretty easy. Okay, do the next one, right? We can kind of handle that. And then, when you get to a spot where your hand has to move, maybe it's a connecting fingering in one hand. So just like getting those fingers back open and placed. If it's, you have to jump somewhere, practicing just getting to the spot. One of my favorite things that I always say is like, the hardest part of playing the harp is getting to the strings. Once we're there, we can play most of the time. So I think just like taking that step of just placing and then resisting the urge to play, because I think as soon as we start playing, it takes the focus off of that movement of like landing on the string. So we really want to like land and then really check like, okay, did I land where I wanted to? And then you can kind of take that movement and kind of like see how fast you can land there. And then once you're feeling comfortable with the movement and the placement, then, you can kind of actually play and then continue on and kind of take the next note and just doing that in small chunks. I know we all love small chunks. So, yeah.
The
Awesome.
practice jumping is a really good way to do. I had
Yeah.
that in the piece I played in New Zealand, and that was exactly what Josh told me to do. And I literally just practiced jumping from one spot to another
Mhm.
without playing. It's just a jump, and that's a really good practice step.
Yeah, definitely.
Doing it with your eyes closed too.
I know.
So
That's what
you're
I've been
playing
doing
with your
this
eyes
week.
closed today. Yeah.
I think practicing with your eyes closed, I tell people to do that really often if they've got a piece where there's a lot of like kind of two note chords in the right hand. So whether that's a bunch of octaves in a row or a bunch of sixths in a row, because if you can feel what the octave feels like in your hand and you can feel how far apart the strings are, even if you're not playing it with 100% accuracy when your eyes are closed, that means that, like Tiffany was saying, then your eyes are free to look at your left hand. Because if your right hand's busy doing these octaves, but you can kind of feel where things are, then, it sort of just frees up that mental space. But yeah, practicing with the eyes closed. So it's pretty good sometimes. Okay, so the next question I want to take from chat, we have a question from Monique who says, do you think it's beneficial to curate a small skills-based routine similar to like a night or a morning routine, something you do each time before you begin your practice? If so, what's your recommendation to include? Maybe Victoria, why don't we start with you on this question?
So I personally am not a full-time musician. I have a full-time job, 2 young kids, and also a house to clean. So I try to look for efficiency in my practice. So instead of having a set routine that I follow, what I tend to do is I look for little chunks in the music that are challenging and make exercises out of those to be my startup routine. If there is a piece I'm playing that involves a lot of arpeggio, then perhaps playing some arpeggio slowly and gently is going to be my warm-up routine. So my answer to that question is that I don't have a set routine, but you can potentially look at the music that you're working in and build a routine that suits that particular season of your learning, if you will, and use that to kind of help you get a little bit more efficient at your time at the harp.
So then I would maybe even posit that you have a routine of before you begin playing, kind of taking a look at what you're working on right now and then kind of deciding what needs to be addressed today. How am I going to turn that into a little exercise? And I think taking that small moment of really kind of analyzing like what you want to accomplish, what your plan is, like I think that even that, like if that's the routine, I think that's fantastic because like I said, it's
Absolutely.
easy to just sit down and start playing. But yeah, taking that
That's
moment.
the plan part of the plan, do, check, act. So I'm a big proponent of having that time to get yourself set up for success.
Okay, so maybe it's the plan, do, check, act. That's the routine.
It is. That is
Yeah.
the routine. Yeah.
Fantastic. Cool. Tiffany, what do you think?
I think that's a great idea and one I've wanted to implement for a while that hasn't really happened yet. But yeah, like you were saying, also whatever you're working on, like if your piece has, say, a bunch of 1-5-8 chords in it, turning that into an exercise and playing and placing 1-5-8 chords up and down your harp and just kind of working with whatever piece you have at the moment. You can turn anything into an exercise, you know.
Yeah. Awesome. Christy-Lyn, what do you think?
Well, I think it's a very nice idea that works for a lot of people. So I've helped my students to make those kind of plans if that's really what they want to do. But I've never done something like that consistently myself because I've seen that I'm getting the results without that kind of structure. So I'm not very structured when it comes, like I do whatever is needed when I'm practicing for a result. So when I was practicing for my grade 8 top exam for Trinity Associated Board, then I had to do all these exercises and I had pieces that were very technically strenuous, and because I could see weakness in my hands, then I would spend time doing exercises. But that was a unique period where what I was performing was beyond what my fingers could currently do. Whereas generally as a performer, I'm not somebody who's constantly trying to do things that are technically very advanced for me. I kind of reached a level of technical advancement, and then for me it's more about creativity. Beyond that, I'm not trying to be the most technically technical harpist in the whole world. So for me, it wouldn't be a part of the way I practice now. But if I was trying to improve my skills, then it would be. So then I love using like an exercise book, like one that I usually talk about is Grossi method for the harp. And so I'd use something like that, or other exercises that my teacher had given me, and I would go through those with the intention of strengthening my fingers. And then often I would start by working on practice spots in my pieces where I know that that's a spot that I usually have a lot of, I usually end up pausing there, or it holds me back. I make mistakes every time. So I would spend time on those parts. And so for me, it's always been more based on what I'm trying to achieve. If I'm trying to memorize something for a performance that's coming up, then I'm just playing through a bunch of pieces and trying to memorize them. You know what I mean? So I don't have like a routine. I think I'm probably not a very routine person in general, but there are people, and I have had students who just thrive on that kind of routine and feel better about themselves when they feel like they're doing it properly. And so then I think it can be really wonderful to say, okay, every time I practice, I'm going to spend 5 minutes on exercises, or I'm going to start by stretching, then I'm going to spend 5 minutes on exercises, then I'm going to spend 5 minutes on a brand new piece and just the practice spots, and then I'll spend 10 minutes practicing more of that piece, or going through it or whatever, doing some chunks. And then at the end, I'll spend 5 minutes playing over old pieces that I want to make sure I don't forget. And I think that can really, really help some people, but it's not how I practice.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. It's like, it seems like even though it's not formalized, there's still kind of just like something you've learned to do is just still be kind of like assessing sort of like, what am I trying to accomplish here? And sort of like making choices in your practice that like reflect that, even though it's not like I do exactly the same thing every single time I sit down. Yeah, that's really cool.
And if the audience is looking for more of like a routine, this is something I have learned from Heather Downey. So like a warm-up routine. So instead of thinking precisely what exercise, think of the component. So she talked about spending a little time thinking about your mind and your body, and then doing something that she called close work, such as scales, and then do something that is called stretch work that involves something like an arpeggio. So you build a little routine with those components, but those components can switch up. And I find that to be a really good structure overall.
Awesome. Yeah, I find for me, I have some routines. Like I always do dynamic stretching before I practice. I struggle with chronic pain, so it's like really, really important for me to be very mindful about my body. So like dynamic stretching just means like movement. So like, arm circles, head circles, hip circles, like just kind of just getting things moving in like a very gentle way to get blood flowing so that like the fingers are prepped, they're ready to go. I'm less likely to damage them. And I think a lot of the time, like if anyone watching you're like, oh, I sit down and it's like the first few minutes I play, like I sound terrible. And then like 20 minutes later, I sound way better. I mean, first of all, that's normal. That's what warm-ups are for. But you might want to try just like kind of some movement stretches. It'll kind of like just sort of like wake things up in the body, get things feeling a little more flexible. So I always do that. I pretty much always start my practice with technique of some kind. Like I really like to just start with something very slow, where I can really just kind of like pay attention to what's going on in my body. I can really pay attention to like, how am I sitting with the harp? How does that feel? Am I holding tension anywhere? And just like very gently waking up the fingers. And then, I don't know, I like to kind of try to keep up my chops. I don't always do the same technique every single time I practice, but I just try to like do something to be working on my overall technique, and then, kind of do the same as everybody else, where we're kind of just going, okay, like what am I kind of working towards right now? What do I need to kind of like address in the things that I'm playing? But yeah, I like what Christy-Lyn said too about, if you thrive on routine, you can kind of like make your routine as, segmented and kind of like formalized as you want. Or if you kind of like to go with the flow, like you can do something that's like more in the moment. And I think that's fine too. So there's not necessarily a right answer there. It's more about kind of what works for an individual. Okay, really good discussion. I think for the next question, so we have a really interesting question from Andrew, who asks, is there a way to deliberately practice or hone the skill of recovering after making a mistake during performance? I think that's a really interesting question. Christy-Lyn, why don't we start with you on this one?
Yeah, I don't know whether I have a way of specifically practicing that particular moment of like, okay, this is how when I make a mistake, I keep going. But I think there are many different ways that I would practice that when I'm preparing for a performance, by recording myself, by saying, or even if you're not recording yourself, by saying, okay, this time I'm playing the whole thing through, and if I make a mistake, I'm not stopping. Or calling a family member in and saying, I'm going to play through the whole song from beginning to end, and however good it is, that's however good it's going to be this time. So I do definitely try and practice performing without stopping, because that is an important thing to be able to do. We don't want to only be working on the parts that we're struggling with or trying to get it perfect from beginning to end. We want to actually practice just going through the whole thing and not stopping. So I think that just finding ways to hold yourself to that, even if that means you have to have another person in the room to make sure that you don't stop.
Yeah, fantastic. Tiffany, what do you think?
Now, someone gave me the advice once to, if you have a performance coming up, practice in front of as many different people as you can. So I've even just done a Zoom before and said, can you, whoever's free, just come listen to me play this, please. Because I need y'all to stare at me. As many different environments as you can, play in different rooms in your house. I mean, if it's nice out, take your harp outside, because just singing something different through those harp strings is enough to throw you off sometimes. So just being able to practice in different environments, like we said, practice for as many people as you possibly can, you know, grab your spouse, grab your brother, your mother, whatever, your dog, you know, you probably find that you might mess up in different spots each time. And I just think the more you do it, it's like anything, the more you do it, you will eventually start to learn how to recover from a mistake. And making sure, I think, that you are, as much as you can, being in the moment as you're playing. It's really hard when you struggle with nervousness, but as much as you can, being present in the moment, to know, you know, this part is what comes next. If I mess up here, I'm just going to skip it and keep going. I think it's also helpful to know the pros make mistakes as well. The difference is they keep going, right? So it's always encouraging for me to see a pro make a mistake, but because that, you know, it happens to everyone. But yeah, it's all about just recovering from it.
Yeah, it's so true. Everyone makes mistakes. Victoria, what do you think?
So I like to make notes of places that I tend to screw up. So know where you tend to screw up, and another way that I can discover that is play to an audience. So in our practice session, once in a while, at the end of it, I'll open the floor and let people play so they have an opportunity to practice the performance. And once you kind of identify where your failure points are, then I like to start brainstorming, how do you re-enter? Because if you don't have a plan, then you're going to frazzle even more. So I like to plan for failures, if you will. So it gives me an extra layer of comfort. So even though I know I might not be perfect, at least I know how I can get back to it. So how can you re-enter? If you screw up in here, does that mean you go back another bar? Can you just pick it up from there? Have a little bit of a plan, because I think even having the comfort of knowing this is how I'm going to deal with it is going to help you so much when you're actually making a mistake during a performance.
Yeah, I actually do have some specific ways of practicing this. One of them is it's kind of like what Victoria was saying, and my teacher taught me this. It's like, if you're practicing and you mess up somewhere, try to get through it, and then afterwards sort of see if you can like re-simulate that situation. It's like, okay, this is what happened. I played this wrong note and then I froze. So see if you can get into that, play the wrong note on purpose, and then make a plan for like how you would get out of that. And kind of like Victoria was saying, I think that gives you an option of something to do. I think it also helps you learn that spot better so that you actually may not make that mistake later because you've like gone to the trouble of making that plan. And so to that point, something that I think is kind of effective is like, people get so mad when I say this, but like practicing wrong on purpose. Be like, okay, I'm going to play this with a wrong fingering, or I'm going to leave out this note or that note on purpose, and then see what happens. Because I think like when we're practicing and we're really focused on like making sure that our fingerings and our bracketing is really consistent every time and that we hit every single note, it tends to inadvertently create a certain amount of rigidity that once it breaks, we're like, you know, it's like a chain of things. And if one link breaks, we can't get to the other side. So sort of practicing bridging that gap, even when things went a little off the rails, is really useful. I think another thing that's really helpful is like learning to improvise a little bit. And it doesn't have to be improvising in the context of the song. Just like, even if you start learning to like kind of like just take arpeggios and kind of play around with those and kind of do different things, and kind of learning to improvise like little short melodies, like even if it's like little 2-note melodies, very simple chord structure or whatever, it sort of gives you that experience of like being in that moment of playing and not really being sure what comes next, but like kind of finding the next path forward. And so I've found that students that have spent a fair bit of time improvising tend to feel a little bit more comfortable in those moments of uncertainty and like finding the next way through. So I just thought that was a really interesting question. Okay, I think we've probably got time for about one more.
Can I add something in?
Yeah, please.
Can I add something into this? It's not exactly about practicing for, I guess it is kind of linked to practicing for mistakes. But when talking about performance anxiety, I realized along the way that I was doing this thing when practicing for a performance. I know people often talk about visualizing your performance and thinking about what it's going to feel like when you're on that stage, and it's best if you know the venue, and they do all that kind of thing. And I do that stuff naturally. But I realized that what I was doing when I was imagining my performance is that I would imagine myself messing up and carrying on and everything's fine and it didn't matter. So I didn't imagine myself performing perfectly because I'm way too realistic for that. I couldn't really, I didn't want to I don't know, make my idea of a good performance be so linked to perfection that I just couldn't match up to that. And so I actually imagined myself messing up, carrying on, and everything's fine. So that if that happens, it's not a big deal. It's not like the perfectionist part of me is suddenly freaking out because I'm like, oh, well, that's normal. I mean, and I don't think about it in a negative way. So it's not like I'm dooming myself to making mistakes. It's more like I'm just realizing that mistakes are not the enemy and it's okay. Actually, it would just be wonderful to have give people a positive experience of music, and they're not here for my perfection. That really helps me to actually make fewer mistakes if I realize that it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I really agree with that. Something I tell myself before every performance is I can make mistakes and give a good performance. Like those two things are not mutually exclusive. So yeah, definitely really agree with that. Okay, I think we'll have time for one more question and then we'll wrap up, even though I feel like we could talk about practice all day long. Okay, so for our last topic, I think we're going to take this question from Jeremy, who asks, as harpists, staying appropriately relaxed while playing anything, whether it's fast or slow, easy or difficult, it's really important. Do we have any tips or experiences to share on this general front? Maybe Tiffany, do you want to start us off with this one?
On relaxing on playing? I remember, make sure I heard that right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. That is really important. Why don't you start with somebody else?
Okay, well, we'll do that.
Let me think about that.
I don't know. What do you think? Victoria, do you have anything to say on this? Do you have any experiences or?
I think paying attention to our postures are very important in staying relaxed. So to your point of being mindful of how we play, are we noticing any tension? So even just practicing understanding when our body is tensing up, I think it's a really good awareness to have. The other thing to do is also have, I think, techniques that help you relax in general. So one of the tips I picked up from, I think it's a TEDx talk that I have to attend, is breathing using a pinwheel. And I use this with the kids a lot because if you just tell them to breathe, they don't. But if you give them a pinwheel and you say, bro to it and watch it turn, it gives you a moment to relax. And I actually get to the point where I buy everyone in the office a pinwheel when I need everyone to relax. So that little pinwheel actually serves as almost like a reminder. So I like to have little physical reminders to remind myself of things. So to remind myself to relax, pinwheel is my symbol of relaxation. And I also, this might be controversial, but I think different harp techniques could lend to different ways of using the body. I personally choose to study with a teacher who focus on playing naturally and relax the body as the main focus, kind of minimize injury. So that's another way for me to kind of make sure that I'm paying a lot of attention to that, because that is one of the topics that come up in our lessons a lot. When he's noticing that I'm tensing up, we'll talk about how to correct the posture. So we make that a part of our discussion regularly as well. So again, making that topic very visible and being mindful of it tends to be very helpful.
Yeah, lovely.
I think we can bring that into when we're away from the harp as well, right? I know when you're at the computer and just every once in a while, if you can remind yourself, okay, am I hunching my shoulders? Am I staring at my screen too long? Am I clenching my jaw? Just all kinds of things like that, even when you're away from the harp, just to kind of train ourselves to be more mindful of what our body is doing, I think can be helpful.
Yeah, Christy-Lyn, what do you think?
What I would do is, as I'm practicing, I think it often happens when you're practicing something really challenging and you're focusing really hard, that you find yourself tensing. And when I agree exactly with what Victoria was saying about noticing when your body is getting tense. And then I would have some things that I would do if I'm noticing that. So like shake out your arms or have some stretches. You can learn like a variety of stretches that work for you. If it tends to be your shoulders, then have a way of like giving yourself a bit of a shoulder massage or rolling your shoulders and just stopping for a moment to do those things. Or even you might even need to get up and go for a walk. But I think noticing those things and then having a way to actually get the muscles out of that tense, like, yeah, just clenching, you want to be able to like physically stop that. For me, shaking my arms really helps a lot and kind of like wiggling my shoulders around. And so I would stop and do those kind of things. And then I think the other thing that I really am so thankful for my first harp teacher. There were a lot of things about technique that I had to change later that she hadn't helped me with, but one thing that she really did help me with was making sure that whenever I'm playing, like floating off the strings. And I think that's one that a lot of people, especially people who are teaching themselves, maybe don't realize that there are gestures that you would do during harp playing that are specifically meant to release tension and making sure that you're not just staying stiffly at the harp and plucking the strings, and then you will build up tension like that. So I think if you are finding that you're building up tension often, I would have a once-off lesson with a teacher. There are also other resources you can look into. Like I know a lot of people have really found great success with Alexander technique. There's also musicoeconomists who can help. So I would say that if it's an ongoing problem for you, it really can take you towards injury. And so I would deal with it when it's just in the stage of tension and not injury yet, and get help with that, because it's something that I really would take seriously.
Yeah, so you mentioned Alexander technique. I've taken some Alexander technique lessons and I found that they really, really helped me change my technique so that I could play with less tension. For anyone who hasn't heard about Alexander technique, it's hard to describe, but a lot of it kind of has to do with mind-body connection and like kind of training your body awareness so that you can be more kind of in tune with kind of finding those places where tension are, finding places where there's like ease in your body, and kind of like learning how to kind of talk to your body so that you can release some of that holding that sometimes goes on. So yeah, also super agree with what Victoria and Christy-Lyn were saying about, the technique itself can sometimes carry a lot of tension in it. So that's maybe something that we don't have time to get into too much detail about. As far as like a quick tip for like things to maybe help with some of that tension, I always find if you can sort of release a large muscle sort of in your trunk of your body, if your hand is tense, that's hard to let go of. If your elbow's tense, that one's really hard to let go of. If you're tense at your shoulders, that one's a little easier to let go of. Another spot is like people will clench their butt and you like sit higher. So if you can let go of that one, that's also right next to your diaphragm. That's going to help you breathe easier. That's going to let go of all kinds of things in your body. The last thing I'll say is if you have something that's challenging and that's fast, I love to practice that at a slow, comfortable speed, specifically so that it feels comfortable and feels easy. And then that piece starts to feel more like an old friend than an enemy. And then when you do practice it more quickly, you can kind of, your body will remember that attitude that you have towards it, and it will help. Wow. Okay.
I don't remember where I don't remember where I heard this quote, but someone said, "Play at the speed of correct. Whatever correct,
good.
Play at that speed, even if it's slow as a snail. It's fine."
Yeah, practicing slow is really good. Okay, unfortunately, we've got to wrap up, but this has been such a fantastic discussion. Thank you, everyone, so much for being with us today and sharing your expertise and your experiences. So before we go, I'd love for everyone just to let us know where we can find more of your work. Maybe Christy-Lyn, can we start with you?
You can find my YouTube channel at Learning the Harp is the name of the YouTube channel. I saw someone said in the comments, Samantha, that there was a problem with the link, so maybe you can check that that link is correct. I think all of our links to our YouTube channels are there. And then I also have my website, learningtheharp.com, and a Facebook group called Learning the Harp Together. So those are the best places to find me.
Okay, fantastic. I'll take a look at that link once we're off air. Tiffany, where can we find you?
I do monthly Zoom workshops and recordings up over at patreon.com/Tiffany Harp and Song, and is spelled out A-N-D. And then I also have a free Facebook group called Mastering Celtic Music, and that's where we have our practice sessions on Tuesday.
Awesome. And Victoria, where can we find you?
All my main contents are on the YouTube channel Talking Harps, but I personally geek out with a lot of other adult harpists in the How to Harp community. So howtoharp.com is usually where I geek out with other adult learners about learning and practicing.
Awesome. All right. Thank you all so much one last time for being here. I feel like I've really learned a lot, and I hope everyone watching has as well. So we are going to take a quick break, everyone watching, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes for Emily Hopkins' performance. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, wow. Wow. Let's take a look at those donations. We are sitting at $1,191. That is all because of you guys. So thank you so much. I just want to highlight a couple of donations here. Alexander has donated $100. God bless. Thanks for being amazing and beautiful people. Thank you so much for your donation. We had $50 from Narioral, who said, let's smash it then. I'm assuming that's maybe the one that took us over $1,000. Thank you so much. We had Gian with 20. Thanks for this event. Elizabeth Dexter with 20 as well. Erica Lieberman with 20 said, thank you for organizing HarpCon and for the opportunity to support a great cause. We also had $15 from Jeremy, who said, be kind to yourselves. Oh, so true. Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, fantastic. So in just a couple of minutes, we're going to have Emily Hopkins' performance. So yeah, just give me a couple of minutes and then we'll go live with that. All right. Okay. I have fixed the link to the Learning the Harp YouTube channel in the video description, or the live stream description. You may have to refresh just to see that change, but they are at youtube.com /@learningtheharp. So we, I think, are just about ready now for Emily Hopkins. So let me introduce Emily. So Emily Hopkins is a classically trained professional harpist who discovered the world of effects pedals and created a YouTube channel with her partner Russ as a resource for all musicians interested in discovering new sounds. With over 22 years playing experience, Emily regularly performs improvisations of original music on harp, and she incorporates pedal effects into her music to open new possibilities for the instrument. So without further ado, here's Emily. All right, welcome back, everybody. I am joined by Emily and Russ from their studio. So we're very fortunate to be doing a Q&A with them today. So if you have questions, we want to hear them. So please put your questions in the chat and we will be taking those. So I think the first question we wanted to kind of address is like, so obviously in the video we just saw, we had Emily playing the harp and then Russ adjusting settings on the pedals. And we have a question from the harp librarian who is asking, if you're playing by yourself, how might you make some of those adjustments?
It's a great question, honestly. I'll probably let Russ take it because he is in charge of the pedal effects while I play.
So a big reason of why the knob twisting was happening while we were playing was really, a lot of the times it's really just to kind of give viewers an idea of what some of the knobs do and their function. So it's not necessarily something that needs to happen, but there are ways that you can do it as a solo performer that are built into a lot of them. The first being, like, this pedal's a good example because it has presets, so you can kind of just save different spots and just kind of press one button and it'll take you to a completely different setting. So before you perform, you would kind of get those in line, and then while you're performing, if you need to switch presets, you can do that. There are some pedals that will like rely on an external preset switcher, so like you would get your pedal and then there's like a separate jack for either a MIDI or a preset switch, and you would just kind of plug it in, and then while you're performing, each of these switches would be a different sound in this pedal without having to turn the knob. So you'd save them, and then when you're playing, you can just kind of hit those and go to different.
And I will say I've done that. Like, that's on my giant pedal board. When I do perform solo, I've used that before, and it's very easy to switch to my like preferred settings. You can't do like the small tweaks that Russ was doing during this performance, but if you find good settings, you could just set them ahead of time.
And then the last thing that you can do as a solo performer is what's called expression jack. So some pedals, like this pedal, has an input and an output on top, and on the side it has an expression jack. So you would plug the cable into it, and then you would plug it into an external expression device. So then you can and then you would use your foot on this, and it would essentially be the equivalent of turning a knob, but just using your foot. So there's ways to do it, and it's not always necessary. Sometimes you just find one setting and you're good. Again, it's just a lot of the times that we turn the knobs, it's really just to be like, hey, this is what this does, as a resource.
Okay, really cool. We have a question from Talking Harps who asked, what is your favorite effects pedal on the harp?
Oh, that's such a good question. And I think that's probably one of the more difficult questions that I get because I have so many different favorites. I will say I think I would definitely pick a reverb for harp because that's one of the first effects I ever used on the harp. And as soon as I heard it, I just like fell in love with the harp through reverb. And it's you can get pretty simple reverbs. I think if I have to pick one, I'll go with the GFI Skylar. Because again, that was one of the first reverbs I tried, and there's this one with the spatium setting on it. It was the first chef's kiss. It's so good.
It was the first setting in the performance. It was like the first sound.
Yeah, the first sound that you hear during the performance, because it's still like a go-to favorite of mine. But it depends. I think it's easier to pick what my favorite pedals are in each type of category. Like, what's your favorite reverb pedal? What's your favorite delay pedal? It's a bit easier, but then you get things like microcosm, and I don't know where that really fits, which is one of my favorite pedals. We do have a page on our website for my favorite effects pedals. And at the end of every year, I do have this like celebration called the Emmas, where we showcase and highlight our favorite effects pedals for harp. So that's coming in December of this year, and we have last year's already up if anyone wants to get a good idea of like what my preferred pedals are. But yeah, it's kind of a difficult question with a lot of different,
like picking a favorite
parts.
child.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do it.
Okay. We have a question from Marie who asks, if you want to play an acoustic piece, does a classical harp sound better than an electroacoustic one, or do they sound about the same, just that they have the plug-in?
That's a really good question too. So I can play my Kamek Big Blue acoustically, no problem. Like it still gets a great sound. I've done gigs before with it. I use it in orchestral settings. I use it at wedding gigs, and like church settings. So you can play it acoustically, and I don't find it to be like a diminished sound. Like I don't find it to be any less than a regular acoustic harp, because I used to play on a Salvi Daphne for a while with the extended soundboard. It got a really big sound, and I will say the Big Blue does get a bit of a smaller sound, not as like robust, but I've never felt it lesser than when I play it acoustically. The same thing with the Dusty Strings Serrana 34 lever harp. It gets such a beautiful sound when I play it acoustically, even more so than my Big Blue, I would say. It gets a big, nice sound. And the only difference I think with those is they just have pickups installed. So the Dusty Strings has 1 piezo pickup and my Big Blue has 4. So I can split the signals and kind of experiment more with pedal effects, but I haven't found it to be any less than when playing acoustically.
And the pickup system isn't really as invasive as you would think it is, because like, for example, with the Serrana, it's just a piezo pickup that just exists in the soundboard, and there's no real difference.
It does. My harps don't feel electric, if that makes sense, because I've played harps that are just purely electric, and for me, I feel like they need to be amplified in order to get that big sound. But for these specific models, which is partly why I love them so much, they can be played acoustically with no problem.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think what you said about sometimes the sound being a little bit smaller. I was at the World Harp Congress in Cardiff last summer, and so I was like, okay, I got to try all the harps, and I kind of found that like I was really interested in like the Salvi electroacoustic, and I sort of noticed that as well. It's like it sounded great. Like I watched someone do a performance on one of them, like. They did like the Four Seasons arrangement for harp on a Salvi electroacoustic, and it sounded great. But I just found that like trying a regular acoustic harp right one after the other with the electro, it was like, it still sounded good. It was just a little bit smaller. So, and I wonder if that's almost on purpose so that you can get a cleaner signal with the pickups. But.
Yeah, and in those settings too, like I have no shame about this. If like in an orchestral setting, I do have my speaker with me just in case they need a little bit of a boost, and it's not a problem to just like kind of like just subtly quickly plug in your amp on the side and just get a little bit of a nice volume boost. And then you can also do, it kind of works out because you can do EQ, you can like clean up the low end, which gets a little bit muddy at times, so like it's kind of just a plus for me to amplify it, but again, I don't necessarily have to.
Awesome. So we have a question from Jen who asks, is an amp with effects just as good as using pedals when playing harp?
I will let Russ take this because I saw your face. Okay, let him take this.
It really depends.
We have strong feelings about this.
So usually the effects that are built into an amp are a little bit more watered down and generic, and like for things like some reverbs, are totally fine. But usually when it's included in an amp, it's usually not as specialized or specific as something like an effect where you have like, 50 different reverbs you can choose from, and each one has kind of its own kind of quirks or just like little things that each person would, prefer, so, and then, you
it's
have
kind of
like
the same thing with multi-effects. Like multi-effects, they can be a good option for beginners, but for me, I found firstly, I was overwhelmed by the options. A lot of them are like menu divey and don't have just like simple clear-cut settings. And then 2, the settings that they do offer you are, again, not as specialized as getting an effect. But like, I don't really know what a good comparison would be. It'd be like going to a buffet where everything's like subpar, but then like, like you can order something like a
it's
main
like all
dish.
you can eat.
Yeah, it's like all you can
subpar.
eat, and everything's kind of left out too long, and it's like not really hot anymore. But then like as opposed to like ordering like a fresh dish from a menu where it comes out and it's like hot and perfect.
And
you know what I mean?
That's
it's like
that's the one thing you're getting.
Yeah, and that's the one thing you're getting, and you're happy with it. Or you can like try a bunch of different stuff, and who knows, you may love something there too. I don't write them off, but I will say in my experience that I didn't have much luck with the effects built in, to a multi-effects or a speaker.
Yeah. And also, like it's good to try stuff like that. Like if those are the only resources you have, it's really good to understand, to get an idea about what you like and what you don't like.
I never want to be like multi-effects are the word. Like it's fine if you like them. I haven't had much luck with them.
But if like you have like a chorus or like a plate reverb built into an amp, and you go, wow, I really like
Yeah.
that sound. I want to expand upon it. Then you
It's a
know,
good starting place. Yeah.
hey, maybe I should look into a chorus pedal, or I should look into a reverb pedal that has a little bit more tweakability and options and stuff like that.
Awesome. Fantastic answer. We have a question from Ectobast who asks, have you ever made or tried making your own pedal?
Ooh, I love that question. Okay,
We can't.
we
speak
can. Okay,
to that
right now we can't say too much about it.
Okay.
Because of things we have signed. But yeah, like I have definitely. I learned
We've
to
thought about
solder.
it.
Yeah, we've thought about it and we've had discussions. I personally, I do like DIY kits to put pedals together, but those already have like schematics like available. Like I haven't sat down and been like, what would I do if I had to make a pedal? So
I think it would be something we would partner with an existing effects company.
yeah, just because I don't have like a electrical engineering degree. I wish I did, but like I can only follow directions and solder so much and put, the circuit board together. But I would love to make like a harp only pedal, because I've gotten a lot of questions from guitarists and other people who use effects pedals, and they've asked like, how can I get the tone that you get using your harp? And right now I don't think there's a possible way.
There ever will
There's
be.
because the harp is so unique, and and the tone that
it's a completely different
creates
source
yeah.
instrument. So I don't. But there's
it
a lot
would be
of
fun though to create a harp pedal.
Yeah.
that makes whatever instrument you play sound like a harp, but I don't think it's possible. There's too
Well, I
many.
guess we'll have to
anything.
keep an eye out for future projects,
yeah. Stay tuned. I
I'm
guess
sure
is the
whatever
answer.
it would be a long time away.
Yeah.
But we can't say a whole lot.
Awesome. We have a question from Connie who asks about do you know the Harp E harp?
Yes.
What do you think about that?
So I've never been able to try it. I'm not sure about it because I don't know how I would feel playing it without the soundboard. You know, it doesn't have like as like wide of a soundboard, and both my harps have that, that nice wide soundboard. To me, I'm not sure how I feel. Like, what are your thoughts on it? Because I haven't been able to try it, so I can't speak on it. Personally, I don't think it would be right for me, but again, I haven't tried it, so I can't really, I don't want to like say yes or no.
And you play on like electroacoustics harp, and the Harp E is, I'm pretty sure, like fully electric, so it would be a different sound.
Yeah.
For sure.
System.
I personally, I will say this, personally, I'm not a huge fan of the purely electrical harps, just because again, it's like a feel thing for me. I was classically trained. I've always played on an acoustic harp before these two models, and these two still feel like I'm playing, like I hate to, like a regular harp. You know what I mean? It feels like I'm like playing an acoustic, but also just with pickups installed. So you have the option of, changing the sound and developing it in certain ways. But I feel like the electric has a different string feel, if that makes sense. It feels like, I don't know, not like synthetic, but a little bit more, I don't know, very different.
Just feels different to play.
Yeah, it just feels different. Yeah. And I'm a very much, when I pick the harp model, I never thought these models would be what I ended up with. They were very much, I went to the, harp showroom and I tried them out and I fell in love. Like, it's like, it's like the harp picks you, you have to like try to feel it out. Like, and so the Harp E might be a perfect fit for a lot of people, but I haven't tried it.
When I look at it and when I hear it in like videos and publications, when I look at something, just for comparison's sake, like when you look at something like the Little Big Blue and then you look at the Harp E, it's almost like a guitar to ukulele comparison, where it's like there's frets and there's strings and you kind of like do that finger thing, but it almost feels like almost an entirely different thing.
Okay, but I will say Amy Turk shredded on it.
Yeah.
The way Amy Turk uses it is amazing.
I love it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think too, one of the goals, I don't know how much it costs, but I think one of the goals with it was for it to be more affordable than other like types of harps or other like types of electric harps, so that you could kind of use it in school programs. And I saw like Remy Van Kisteren talking about it, because he was like wanted to promote it, because Remy Van Kisteren is like really into like electroacoustic stuff, and like, oh god, I got to see him play and it was just like amazing. But yeah, so he's really been promoting it, and I think he called it like the IKEA harp, so that like you can, it's like easier to ship and it's easier to buy, and it's like, so I think that, I don't know, like if I was going to try to get into something electric or electroacoustic, like I would probably be interested in trying it as sort of a lower investment
That's
yeah.
so true. I
instrument.
think accessibility is really important, especially these days too. So it's definitely some value.
Yeah, and again, like I've tried the same thing with the harpsicle. I feel like it's on par with that. Like they're more affordable. The Dusty Strings models, they're still, I mean, for what they are, I feel like they're more affordable. But just because of like what great quality they are, I had a Crescendo 34 before the Serana, and I loved it as well. But like this one, I think is like 35 or like 4 with the pickup built in, 4,000
Not
US
bad, though.
dollars, which is again like
Like it's a
not,
lot,
I
but
mean,
it's also
yes,
in the grand
it's a
scheme of
lot.
harps, there's much more that you could.
Yeah, and for how amazing they are, and they come with the built-in pickup, which is so high quality. Like if and I think the Harpy is like 2,000 around, right? Like
depends on
it
the model,
depends
I
on the
think.
model. It
I think
depends
there's
on what you're getting. But I always recommend Dusty Strings, and if there's a way that you can test them out in person, go for it, because they really do feel like so good on your under your hands. And again, I do want to try the Harpy though, so I will have an informed opinion about it, because I've seen the cool things that people do with it, and it's very cool.
Okay, well maybe we'll have an Emily Hopkins video about the Harpy
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the future. We'll look forward to that. I wanted to ask you, so you're obviously very well known for like improvising in your videos. And so I wanted to ask, like, when you kind of sit down to improvise something, sort of like what's your kind of general approach if you have one?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have to say that when I started my YouTube channel in 2019, Russ can attest to this, I was terrible at improvising. I could not play anything. Like I had to when I sat down at the harp, I was panicking because we wanted to show what mood this pedal mood did on the harp, and I could not think of a single. I was just playing like G major chords. Like I couldn't think of anything to play. And I don't know, I think it was just like, I hate this answer, but I really do think it was just time and like just trying over and over again to get more comfortable with improv. And because there's no like book, there's no like quick answer to be like, how can I learn to improvise? There's no like, there are resources that you can use, but I really do think that you have to be okay with not being good at it for a while, if that makes sense. Like you have to allow yourself to not be good at improv before you can get good at improv. Like because we still publish. I mean, if you go to my early channel demos, you can see me being bad at improv. Like I'm not that, what I'm playing is not very like interesting. It's not very like, it's okay, but it's not, it's not what I
Just you're definitely more comfortable now.
exactly. I'm not I wasn't comfortable in the beginning, and now I think I just also allowed myself to play things that are more simple, because for pedal demos, I don't like to do key changes, or I don't like to do pedal changes when I'm showcasing what a pedal setting does, just because the pedal slides can get in the way, or people can get confused, like, oh, what's happening? So I stay in one key usually, just to not intimidate anybody listening to the pedal, and I like to keep my improv simple. So I don't do anything too crazy unless the pedal allows for it. But I think also just giving myself permission to play things that are not too technically complex also really helped me grow as an improv performer as well, because I don't have to, like, I don't sit down and think like, what can impress people? Like, what can I play that will sound impressive? Because also I love doing that, but as I'm classically trained, I feel like all the pieces that I've learned throughout college and throughout music school have been these complex, like classical pieces, like that are very showy and very fun. But now I think like my tastes as a musician and a performer are changing quite a bit. So I'm trying to keep things more simple. And when I sit down, honestly, when I sit down at the pedal harp in particular, I look at my pedals and I go, okay. And I just push, and I just like release the pedals. I don't even know what key I'm in. I definitely have harpist disease, where I'm not good at music theory, and I'm not good at like when someone says like, what key are you in? It takes me a minute to figure out what key I'm in. So I kind of just go by like feel and by sound. And I don't know, like I think it's just something I developed over time. And I don't think about like, oh, is this a diminished chord? Am I playing this chord? I think I have my go-to like toolbox of things I know that sound good in any key I play. And again, you can hear them, like you can hear like the phrases that I reuse sometimes depending on the key. I just have my toolbox of go-to little I don't know what the flourishes, or like what would you call them, like little bits. Yeah, little bits. I have like a toolbox of like little bits that I know will sound okay in whatever key I play.
And watching, I've been present the whole time since we started, watching him become more comfortable with improv in it, and just watching it, it feels like it's like a muscle, that she's been working on, and it's not just like, oh, she read something on how to do it and she did it. It's just like she's just doing it more and more and getting stronger at it. And it's really.
And I think it's also important to be okay knowing that if you make a mistake, like it's okay. It's not like the end of the world. And that was something I really struggled with for a long time, is like, I have to play everything perfectly and my improv has to be perfect. Like, I just try to have fun with my improvs now and keep them simple and just, maybe like keep it to like 2 or 3 chord changes in the bass and then just kind of go with the melody. Like, I think just giving yourself permission to keep it simple is a big step.
Awesome. I just am curious. So like, if someone was trying to work that improv muscle, but they're at the stage where they're like stuck playing G major chords over and over again, like, is there any sort of like small practical thing they could try changing about those G major chords to like get something different going on?
Well, what I would do is actually, I would probably just like in the bass keep that. I usually use like octaves and fifths as a bass like foundation. So I would play like an octave and a fifth and just kind of just stay there, just like start at the root and then go to the 5 and then go back to the root and start at the 5 in the bass. And then at the top, if you're in G major and you're set to it, you can really kind of just doodle around as you want and have fun. But I would definitely say, like, if you're going to try to improv and you're in G major, stay on the G. You could play like even just a simple G note, let's just keep it there in the 4th finger. And then I would go to like maybe like the D and then the G again and just alternate like G, D, G, D, G as like a foundation. And then I would just give yourself freedom to play anything at the top. And you can go like, it could be as simple or as complex as you want. You can add the chords there. But in the left hand, I would say it's important just to keep that very simple so that you don't get overwhelmed. So keep it very simple in the bass and let your right hand do the filling in and the flourishes and everything else.
Cool. Awesome advice. Okay, I think we've got time for one more question. So from the harp librarian, again, we have a question. What kind of not built-in pickup for a traditional acoustic harp do you recommend for people who are just getting into effects pedals?
Oh, so I have both my harps came with like factory installed pickups. So I've never installed them myself, but I know that the Serrano 34 has the Dusty Strings pickup in it. And I've heard such amazing things about that pickup, and I know harpists who have been brave enough to install them themselves into their harp models. And I would recommend that one, the Dusty Strings pickup, just because I have experience with it. It is so good. It is so high quality, and it's, I think, 300. It's not too bad. It's not anything like astronomical. It's like a decent price, and for what you're getting, again, the quality is very high. So.
Yeah. With that kind of pickup system, there typically is a lot more low-end resonance just because of the length of the strings and the harp in general. So like when you do have something like that, usually it's good to supplement it with like an EQ or something of the sort where you can kind of take the low frequencies and bring them down a bit.
I will say when I had sorry, I cut you off.
No, just before it hits any other pedal.
I had my Salvi Daphne acoustic harp and I wanted a solution how to amplify it. And I believe I used like a Fishman pickup and I kind of just like stuck it inside the set because I was like, I'm not drilling anything in my harp. I'm too afraid. I can't do it. I think I stuck it inside the soundboard. It was like a contact one and it sounded like, it's very embarrassing. Like when I watch my old performances, like it doesn't sound good, especially when people are like recording it like in person. It sounds like really bad, and there's like, but it's a learning process, so I can't ever feel bad about that. One time, I actually, with my small lever harp, I just stuck a mic, like an actual microphone, in the soundboard. So it's definitely a learning process, and so don't feel bad if you're having trouble like finding amplification solutions. But I would say I do recommend the Dusty Strings pickup.
Awesome. Okay. So. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. It's been really great talking to you guys, though, and thank you so much for being here and joining us. Do you guys have any like upcoming projects that we should be keeping an eye out for?
Oh, that's a good question. Everything
is under NDA.
Everything's under NDA right now. We do have some cool projects in the works, but we can't say anything about it. But any updates that we have on really cool performances or projects will be on our YouTube channel. I think that's probably the best way to follow along with what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think we'll be the only in-person event that we're doing for the rest of this year will be in Oklahoma City.
Oh yeah.
In late November, early December, we'll be posting about that. And then we just have like our end of the year award ceremony for pedals that we're working on. So,
but cool stuff is in the works. So whenever I can announce it, I definitely will. So
Okay.
thanks so much for making this happen, and thanks for having us.
Yeah, well, thanks again for being here. So everybody in the chat, if you want to find Emily and Russ, their links are in the description of the live stream. So we are just going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with some more HarpCon. We'll see you in a bit. Hey, just want to say thank you to all of you for, first of all your fantastic questions and all of your fantastic donations. We are, if you're just tuning in, we're raising money today for a charity called Partners in Health, which really strives to strengthen healthcare systems in communities that really need it the most all over the world. And we have so far raised $1,191, which, I mean, we're like halfway done and we've already blown past our donation goals. So because of that, at the end of Windyharper's set later, I'm going to be doing a set myself. And for part of that set, I'm going to be playing Blindfolded because that was our $1,000 donation goal. So I'm going to be trying to think of some more donation goal ideas to see if we can push this as far as we can today, because I think this is just incredible, the amount of money that y'all have been donating. So thank you very, very much for all of your donations so far. So what's going to happen in just a couple of minutes is we're going to be playing some trivia. So I've put together a trivia game where you can test your harp knowledge. Questions ranging from fairly easy to pretty obscure. We'll be playing together here in YouTube chat, and we're just going to take a couple of minutes to get that all set up, and we'll be back then. See you soon. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time for harp trivia. Let's go. Okay, so we are going to play harp trivia together in the chat. So what is going to happen is I'm going to ask you a trivia question. There's going to be a couple of multiple choice answer, and we are going to have a poll in the chat where you can choose the answer that you think is correct, and you can see what everybody else thinks too. So I am going to be kind of copy and pasting stuff. So hopefully you can be a little patient with me as I do that, because there's going to be a little bit of copy and pasting for each question. But, you know, we'll get through it together. All right. Okay. I'm gonna get in trouble if some of my answers are too long. All right, we're gonna start. First question. Why are some of the harp strings red? If you've ever looked at a harp, you've probably noticed not all the strings are the same color. Some of them are white, some of them are red, some of them are black or blue, depending on the harp. So why are some of those harp strings red? Is the answer A, all the red strings are A? B, all the red strings are C? C, all the red strings are F? Or D, all the red strings are louder than the other strings? That makes sense, right? If they're louder, you gotta like put a red warning sign on them. You know what I'm saying? So far, chat is leaning pretty strongly towards answer B, which is all the red strings are C. As I'm saying this out loud, I'm realizing there's a lot of letters in this multiple choice, but I think we're gonna be okay. We'll get through it. Also, my cat Bilbo has just finished his lunch, so if you hear him, he just also really likes trivia. So, you know. All right. So currently we've got 92%, 91%. Oh, it's going back and forth. We've got some differing answers. Mostly in favor of all the red strings are C. We've got a few who think that maybe the red strings are A. Maybe a couple who thinks the red strings are louder. No one thinks it's F, so we're all in agreement that it's not F. Okay, Kristan is telling us that Paraguayan harps might have the colors reversed. Okay, interesting. So maybe there are some harps in which this doesn't apply. So I guess we'll take this as like a classical pedal harp / Celtic harp, red strings on the harp. So the answer, as chat has kind of guessed, is that all the red strings are C. Well done. Okay, now I've got to get the next question ready to go before I switch slides. So I'll do that real quick. Okay, next question. How many strings does a full-size concert grand harp typically have? So this would be your harp that you would see at the orchestra, generally speaking. You know, you can have like Celtic harps that come in a very wide a range of sizes. Even pedal harps, you can get sort of student models that may have fewer, or I've even seen harps that maybe have 1 or 2 extra strings. But what is that standard size for the concert grand harp? Is it A, 36 strings, B, 40 strings, C, 47 strings, or is it D, 68 strings? Currently, chat is leaning heavily towards answer C, which is 47. Alrighty. Looks like we've got most of our votes in here. So the answer is C, 47. That is correct. Well done, chat. Okay. I will prepare the next question. Okay, our next question. The harp is the national symbol of which country? Is it A, Scotland, B, Ireland, C, France, or D, Greece? Now, I think this morning we had someone who was tuned in from Ireland, so they should know whether or not the harp is their national symbol. Whether it is or not, I won't give away just yet. Okay, chat is leaning pretty heavily towards Ireland so far. A couple of votes for Scotland and Greece. We have anyone who drinks Guinness should know this, is what Roth had to say about that. All right. We will reveal the answer, which is Ireland. Yes, the harp is the national symbol national symbol of Ireland. So if you voted for Ireland, you are correct. All right, just getting our next question prepped here. It would be great if I could just copy and paste the whole paragraph and then it would separate the answers for me, but that's not what we have for our setup today. So, next question. We've got a picture of a harp on the screen with a big red arrow pointing to kind of the right sort of corner. What is that part of the harp called? Is it called A, the gooseneck, B, the knee block, C, the head, or D, the top block? So this one is maybe a little bit harder than the previous questions. Got some votes in. We've got quite a few people guessing the gooseneck as their answer. A few answers for the knee block, and a couple for the head and the top block. It's always funny, you know, I think all instruments have some obscure parts of them that no one knows the name of, and then you learn them and you're like, wait, why is it called that? Okay, chat's a little undecided on this one, but gooseneck is still in the lead. I put the answer in the question. Oh my god, you're right, I did. That's hilarious because most people didn't notice it. Okay, we're gonna reveal the answer. Oh god. Not looking at what I'm copying and pasting here. So the answer is a knee block. Rolf has pointed out that in the poll question it says show a picture of harp, point to knee block. That was an instruction for myself when I was making the trivia. And I didn't read it. So kudos to everyone who used their context clues on this one. You know what? If that's the extent of my tech issues today, I'm a happy girl, honestly. That's so funny. Anyways, yeah, so this one is called the knee block. It can also be called the shoulder as well. When I was doing my research, I found that sometimes it was called one or the other. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, good work, everyone. Oh, yes, of course. I was intentionally testing you to see if you were reading. No, I definitely wasn't. Yeah, I don't know why it's called the knee block. That's a mystery. But that is what it's called. My question is too long. Okay, that's okay. Let's just shorten it for the poll. This next question that I'm getting ready, I did not know the answer to, and I had to look it up, so. This one is a little bit more on the obscure end of harp trivia. So, Lyon and Healy is one of the most well-known harp manufacturers in the world, named after the founders of the company. What were the first names of Lyon and Healy? Mr. Lyon and Mr. Healy. They were people. What were their first names? Is it A, John and Peter, B, William and Sean, C, Michael and James, or D, George and Patrick? This one, yeah, I did not know. I had to look up. So far, the favorite of the chat in the poll is George and Patrick. Second place is currently William and Sean. John and Peter in third place, and we're not feeling Michael and James so much in the chat. Fireball Ferret says Cowardly and Jeff. I don't think that's... I'm not sure that that's the correct answer. Roth Music says maybe L&H owners should know. Well, I own a Lyon and Healy harp, and I didn't know this until I looked it up, so... Mikey and Jimmy Harps. Maybe one iteration. Cowardly Lion, indeed. Okay, all right. We've got our votes in. Currently, 11% are voting for John and Peter, 31% William and Sean, 6% say Michael and James, 53% say George and Patrick, so that's currently in the lead. The answer is George and Patrick. So if you guessed George and Patrick, you are correct. Yeah, I did not know that. I knew that it was named after people, but I didn't know it was named. I didn't know those were their names. Okay, I clicked this one slightly early, so give me 1 second to get the poll up. Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry. Don't look. Don't look. I'll give you a second. You know, sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes it'd be like that. I think I have to reset this somehow. Refresh. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I hope you didn't see the answer. Don't rewind. Wait a minute. Don't rewind to get the answer if you didn't see it. That ruins the fun. Okay. Interact. You want to go. Here we go. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm back. Woo! Okay. So, assuming you didn't see my little mess up there. Sebastian Erard was the inventor of the double action pedal harp, which is the type of harp modern pedal harpists play today. Obviously, it's not exactly the same iteration of what Sebastian Erard invented when he did. There have been improvements made by various people, but what year did Sebastian Erard patent the double action pedal harp? Was it A, 1775, B, 1801, C, 1810, or D, 1823? Interesting. Matt says, I could not find this patent when I searched for it in online databases. Yeah, I guess not all of them would go back that far. All right, well, this has been up for a couple of minutes now while I had my little tech kerfuffle. So we'll just move on. But we do have a pretty even split of guesses, but answer C, 1810, is correct. When I was doing my research, I found the year 1810, but yeah, it's possible. It's possible it could have been a year around that, but that's what I found in my research. Okay. I'm not gonna mess up the next poll, I promise. I promise. All right. What are the small covers for the string holes called? So we can kind of see the picture here. At the bottom of the string where it enters the soundboard, there's a little hole drilled for it, and there's usually a little piece of metal or plastic that kind of goes around the outside of the hole, which, you know, I kind of assume is to like protect the wood and, you know, make sure that the sound of the string is going to be consistent across the strings. I'm not a harp maker, so there's probably lots of reasons why they're there. Yeah, so what are these called? Are they A, eyelets, B, string hole covers? Very practical answer, straight to the point. Are they string nuts? Or are they grommets? They help protect the soundboard? Yeah, for sure. That string tension means strings can really dig into the wood real hard. Makes sense. Brandroid says he went with option B because it sounds funny. I mean, fair enough. Jeremy says, I saw some of these cracked on some old line and Heelys. Yeah, they can break, it's true. Okay, Matt says, also helps soften the boundary between string and soundboard by introducing a controlled curve, which reduces the probability of the string breaking at that joint. Oh my gosh, we're learning so much. Cool, all right, so chat currently is feeling that eyelets is the answer in 68% of the votes. Grommets is in second place, and then string hole covers in third. Gooseneck holes. They're not on the gooseneck, though. Actually, does harp have a gooseneck? I know it has a neck. I just don't know if it's a gooseneck. Yeah, so these are called eyelets. Yeah, Connie, maybe in some places people might call them different things or whatever. Because they kind of... A grommet, generally speaking, I think is like a metal ring that something else goes through. So it kind of makes sense that someone might call that on a website, but I think generally among harpists and harp makers, eyelets is usually usually what they're called. All right, let me prep the next question. Oh, I have to end this poll first. There we go. All right. One of the oldest surviving Celtic harps is the quote-unquote Brian Boru harp, which was once claimed to have been owned by Brian Boru, who was the High King of Ireland around, 1000 CE. So the person who essentially like donated this harp said, "Oh yeah, this belonged to Brian Boru." And then historians later were like, "I don't think so, buddy. This was not constructed until the 14th or 15th centuries." Despite this, the name Brian Boru harp tends to stick. That's sort of what people know it as. That aside, where is the Brian Boru harp currently kept and displayed? Is it A, the British Museum, B, the Natural History Museum, C, Trinity College Dublin, or D, the National Museum of Ireland? Matt says, "I love this harp and also the Queen Mary harp." Yeah, the Queen Mary harp is another really cool one. Ectobas says, "Is this the one that I saw in person?" Yes, I actually did have the chance to see this in person last summer. I mentioned earlier that I went to the Harp Congress in Wales, and on the way in, the way out, I spent a few days in a place where I was able to see this. I'm not going to give it away yet. Kristan saw it in person back in 1987. How cool. So currently in the lead is Trinity College Dublin. Second place in the poll right now is the National Museum of Ireland. And in third place, the British Museum. Kristan, you saw it on your birthday. How cool. If it belonged to a High King, I hope it's in Ireland somewhere. One would hope, certainly. All right, the answer is C, Trinity College Dublin. So yes, it is in Ireland, in Dublin, and Matt, that's correct. It's in the same museum kind of area as the Book of Kells. So basically, really, it's advertised as like a Book of Kells exhibit, and then you get to go upstairs into the long room, this lovely old library, and then this is one of the artifacts on display. So I really went to the museum to see the harp, and I was like, I guess I'll look at the Book of Kells while I'm there. Actually, it was great because I went first thing in the morning. I was like, got there really early, first person in line, and when I went to look at the book, I was the only person in the room, which I know is not often the case, so felt pretty privileged there. But yeah, I think it's really cool to see this harp because it's pretty different from most of the construction of harps that we have today. All right, okay, we're gonna end this poll, and then I will furiously copy and paste the next question. Alrighty. Which of the following royalty were known to have played the harp? Now I did try to Google to make sure I didn't make any errors. If I did, I apologize, but is it A, Marie Antoinette of France, B, Queen Anne of Great Britain, C, Maria Theresa of Austria, or D, Catherine the Great of Russia? So I believe all of these royalty lived in not necessarily the exact same time period, but kind of similar time periods. And, you know, the harp kind of during these time periods was tended to be quite a fashionable instrument for young ladies of means to play. You know, most of the virtuoso of the time were men, and they would go around and teach lessons to these young women from well-to-do families. But certainly, if the royalty is playing the harp, well, then it's going to be even more fashionable. So we're generally in the chat right now. Marie Antoinette is definitely in the lead, but the other three answers were pretty split. It's about 16% for answers B, C, and D. All right. I'm going to give this one another minute, but we have a few comments in the chat. Matt says she was instrumental in the standardization and popularization of the pedal harp. Pun intended. Yes, so as chat has mostly correctly guessed, the answer is Marie Antoinette of France. And yes, she very much popularized playing of the pedal harp by women, and especially, I think, well, you'd have to ask a historian probably more than me, but I imagine that maybe this is one reason why the harp has such a rich history in France. All right. Good work, everyone. This time, I am not going to accidentally paste the answer into the question. Fool me once, shame on me? No, shame on you. Something like that. Alrighty. What is the name of this West African harp? It's kind of like a harp slash lyre type instrument, but does involve plucking of the strings, so it's definitely like in the harp family. It's pretty cool. I got to see it played live actually. It has sort of like the front of the image here that we see that would like face the player, and so the sort of neck, it's not a fretboard, but where your tuning pegs are, that would kind of like point away from the performer. What makes this more of a harp than a guitar? I think it's because you don't have like a fretboard that you're pressing down on. So I think if you wanted to, again, I'm not an expert, so if I'm incorrect, I do apologize. But I believe that, you know, if you would want to change the pitch of the strings, then you would need to like touch the string itself, which would be more of a lyre style way of making the sound. So yeah, I think like I'm not necessarily, well, I'm definitely not qualified to speak on it more than that. So, but yeah. Viola Buddy says, this one is featured in the Civ 6 soundtrack for Molly. That's cool. All right. Let's find out. What is the answer? What is this harp type instrument called? It's the kora. So well done to the 59% of votes that guessed the kora. Love the Katrin Finch and Seko Keita duo with this instrument. Yeah, very cool. Okay, Matt is educating us on like what makes, you know, something like a harp different from a guitar. Very cool. Love that. Gotta make sure my answers are not too long, which some of them are, so. Alrighty, this is still too long. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Next question. What is an Aeolian harp? Is it A, a harmonica, B, a harp tuned to the Aeolian mode, which is also called natural minor? Is it a percussion instrument, which is played with mallets or sticks? Is it a string instrument that produces sound when the wind blows across it? Yeah, what is this? It's something like maybe a term you've heard before, maybe you haven't. It is a thing. It is a real thing. So far, chat is leaning towards answer D, which is the string instrument that makes sound when the wind blows through it. Second most popular answer is the harp tuned to the Aeolian mode. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, right? Oh, okay, there's an Aeolian harp etude by Chopin. Ragnar says, isn't this the Pokemon region? Who knows? Who knows? Well, some people seem to. Shall we find out the answer? The answer is D, a string instrument that produces sound when the wind blows across it. Well done. Yes, we seem to have quite a few harp trivia aficionados with us today. Okay, we have one more question. One more question to do. Okay, this one's too long. Make it shorter. Okay, so for this last question, those of you who don't know me, I love playing video game music on harp. We have at least a couple of other people who are our guests today who like video game music on harp, so I thought it would be good to include one question about video games, because there are actually a surprising number of video games that include either a harp or a lyre as part of the game, part of the story. There's like a character that plays the harp. So of the 4 games listed here, 3 of them do have a harp or a lyre in the game. 1 of them does not. So you need to pick which one does not have a harp in it or a lyre. The options are A, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, B, Dragon Quest XI, C, Final Fantasy VIII, or D, Final Fantasy IX? This is a good question if you want to practice reading Roman numerals. This one I had to consult Harps Aboard, who's another harpist YouTuber who mostly does Final Fantasy covers, and I thought if anyone knows the answer definitively, because it's sort of like, how do you research what doesn't exist in a game, you know what I mean? So I thought if anyone would know if these games do or don't have a harp, it would be her. So I did get some assistance with this one. All right, currently the answers are a bit more split on this question. We have 44% of chatters think that the answer is Final Fantasy VIII. 30% think it's Dragon Quest XI. 15% think it's The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, and 9% think it's Final Fantasy IX. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting how often the harp actually makes an appearance. It's kind of cool. All right. Okay, let's reveal the answer. The answer is Final Fantasy VIII. I have this on the good word of Harps Board. So Dragon Quest XI actually has, like, I think there's a character named Serena, and there's a whole piece in the soundtrack called Serena's Harp. So that one I knew for sure. I believe there's a side quest that involves it. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, the character Sheik, after the time skip, has a lyre that she plays together with Link, who plays his ocarina. And Final Fantasy IX, I haven't played myself, but I understand that there's a couple of story moments that quite prominently feature a harp. Yeah. Okay, so that's trivia. Thank you so much for playing with me. This was a lot of fun. I think I even learned some stuff from our harp trivia experts in the chat. So thanks for coming to trivia. So, we've got a little bit of time before our arranging panel starts. So just to kind of remind everybody, what's coming up on the schedule. Maybe I'll just switch to the schedule screen so we can, nope, that's me. Schedule. You didn't see that because I'm in studio mode. I'm starting to lose my grip on some of these broadcasting threads, but you know what? We're still here. Everything's fine. Okay, schedule. So in a little over 20 minutes, we're gonna have an arranging panel, all about arranging music for harp. And that's gonna be with Kristan Toczko, Amy Turk, and Caitlin Ayala. I'm really excited about it. Gonna have some really good conversation. After that, Amy Turk is gonna be giving us a live performance, which I am super excited for. After that, Jennifer Ruggieri, aka Windyharper, is gonna be showing us all about how harps work. She's gonna be taking questions as well. Initially, we were gonna have her do a live performance as well, but unfortunately she injured one of her fingers. So we're just pivoting, no big deal. And then after that, I'm gonna be doing a set because we very quickly hit our $500 donation goal. So if you are just tuning in, again, we are raising money today for a charity called Partners in Health. They really focus on working locally with governments, with communities, really listening to what people in those communities need, and connecting them with the resources and supplies and infrastructure that they need to strengthen local health systems in some of the world's poorest places. So that's what we're raising money for today. And we have really incredibly already raised $1,286 for this cause, which I mean, clearly I was not ambitious enough with my fundraising goals because we've already blown past two. So that initial $500 goal was to unlock that extra performance at the end of the day. We did that almost immediately. And then at the 1,000 point unlocked during my set, I'm going to play part of it blindfolded. So I'm looking forward to that. Have we decided on what the 2,000 goal is? No, I am not sure what to make for the $2,000 goal. So if you guys have ideas of things you might like to see, I'd be happy to hear your suggestions. Rolf has a suggestion at $1,500 I have to play Final Fantasy IX. Not that I'd be opposed to playing Final Fantasy IX, but just maybe not on today's live stream. I do want to thank some of the donations that have been coming in. We had a couple anonymous donations. Thank you very much. From Kay, we had $20. Thank you for a great program and good luck with the fundraising. Thank you so much. From Lauren Scott, we had $20. Thank you very much as well. So yeah, we are sitting at $1,286. So I think it would be cool to see if we can get to 2,000. I think that would be pretty incredible, honestly. Like I didn't know what to expect, but you guys like blew me away, honestly. Play the harp upside down. I'm trying to think logistically how that would go. Like, I don't think the harp can go upside down. So then do I have to be upside down and play? I could lie on the floor on my back and then also the harp be lying down. I'm not I think that just would feel like playing the harp normally, though. Bilbo and Nora singing concert. For the record, Bilbo and Nora are the names of my cats. How can we donate? Great question, Beverly. Thank you so much for asking. If you would like to donate, there's a link in the description box of the live stream. So just below where you're seeing the live stream, donations are going through Tiltify today. So that is a charitable donation payment processor. Wow, my speaking skills are really drying up here. But it's a payment processor. It sends the donations directly to the charity that's been chosen. So that money is never in my hands at all. It goes directly to them. The other thing you can do if you want to donate, you can type !donate in the chat, as Neri has done for us, and that will bring up the donation link as well. Marie said, if I wanted to play the harp upside down, I could sit on the other side at the column. I suppose I could. It'd be weird, but probably doable. Not sure if it would be good, but... Oh, we had a $10 donation come in from Joanna. Thank you very much. Okay, so... yeah, I'm gonna keep brainstorming some more ideas. Do I have any other instruments that I could play? Play a different type of harp? That's a good question. So I have some Celtic harps. We could do like a harp tour. Can pull out... How many harps do I have now? I have 2 pedal harps, I have 2 sort of like Celtic harps, and I have a harpsichord. So we could do a little harp tour, potentially. I can show you all the harps I have and kind of what they all sound like. So if that might be interesting. Harp tour we like? Okay, let me add that. That's something that I can do. Okay. So at 2,000, we'll do a harp tour. I think maybe we'll do the harp tour sort of, assuming we get to 2,000. Assuming we get there, which I think we can. Oh, we're at 1,376. We've had some more donations come in. We've had a couple of anonymous donations, a $20 and a $50 anonymous donation, so thank you very much for those, as well as a $10 donation from Kristan. Thank you very much. So yeah, I think what we'll do if we hit that goal is after Windyharper's done, we'll do the harp tour. I can like answer questions about the harps that I have. Will they all be in tune? That's I can't promise anything, but yeah, and then I think once that's done, then I'll do my set. That sounds good. Sounds great. Neri said, I think you said you bought your 7th and then sold one. Yes, well, how many? God, I can't keep track of them. I did sell a harpsichord earlier this year. I had 2, because I used to rent them to students more often, and then I kind of haven't been recently, so I sold one of them. And then I had a Dusty Strings Ravenna, which I gave to my mom earlier, and I've been teaching her how to play harp, so that's been quite fun. Joanna says, even as a non-harpist, this has been very interesting so far. Well, I'm really glad. That's kind of been my intention with it, so I'm really, really glad to hear that. All right. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break here. So I'm going to get ready for the arranging for harp panels. That's coming up really soon. We've got Kristan Toczko, Amy Turk, and Caitlin Ayala joining me for that. So if you have questions, get them ready because we want to answer your questions. But yeah, we're just going to take a couple of minutes. It'll be about 15 minutes before that starts. So if you need a little bio break, now's a great time for it. You can go to the bathroom, grab a snack, get some water. We love to hydrate on this channel. If you need a little stretch break, now's a great time for it. And then I'll see you soon. So for now, I'm just going to leave you with some harp music by some other fabulous content creators. And yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on arranging for harp. Thank you very much to all of our panelists, our guests who are going to be chatting today. So first I want to just introduce everyone. We'll start with Amy. Amy Turk is a multi-genre harpist, arranger, composer, and session artist from the UK. She's become one of the most watched solo harpists on YouTube, attracting millions of views to her ever-increasing list of video uploads with special interests in percussion, video game music, film music, and popular music of all styles. Amy has created a unique career path through her presence online, pioneering arrangements and compositions for solo harp and ensembles. Amy's work goes out first to her generous supporters on Patreon before making its way to Spotify, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. We also have with us today Kristan Toczko, one of Canada's premier harpists. Kristan is recognized for her radiant tone and expressive music making. She's won numerous international competitions and has performed in acclaimed venues including Carnegie Hall. Kristan has been part of multiple music festivals and has worked with world-renowned orchestras. She has built a busy career internationally, working with famed artists, but in 2020 she became an online sensation, taking social media by storm, sharing her song covers, creating arrangements, and showcasing everything the harp can do. In addition to her thriving performance career, Kristan is also a passionate and dedicated teacher, maintaining a full roster of students online from around the world. We also have with us today Kristy-Lyn Ayala. Kristy-Lyn is a professional harpist based in San Antonio, Texas. As a full-time harp instructor, she's passionate about creating fun arrangements of her students' favorite songs to further inspire their love of playing the harp. She enjoys the sense of community that comes with sharing recordings and arrangements of music online and frequently collaborates with other musicians virtually. So again, welcome everyone. It's so great to have you all together. And for everyone in the chat, I am going to start another Q&A. And we will start with a couple of questions that we've gotten ready. But if you've got a question that you want to ask us, please, you can just ask it in the chat and we'll get to those in a couple of minutes. So to start off with, I just kind of wanted to ask everybody, you know, when you sit down to start a new arrangement, and you know, you're kind of a blank slate, kind of what's your general approach to making that arrangement? Maybe Kristan, can we start with you on this one?
Sure. So my general approach I like to take is, first off, get familiar with the piece. Sometimes it's a piece that I've never listened to before, and yeah, YouTube is really helpful, finding the original song. Also really helpful is listening to other covers, not necessarily a harpist, could be other instrumentalists, just to see like what they've done with the piece and what could possibly be done. And then from there, I go to Google to find sheet music, not to take other people's arrangements, to find the notes, because the notes and the harmonies are going to be the same thing across all pieces. They're going to be the same, the melody and the harmony. From there, that's when things can get interesting and you can start shaping it into something of your own. Personally, I like to keep my cover arrangements more in the realm of transcriptions, so they're more original, kept to the original piece. So yeah, I start with that. I put just like the bare bones basics of the skeleton of the piece into Sibelius. I use Sibelius to input, and I put the melody, and generally I like to put not just the harmony, or I don't really write for harp right away. I like to throw everything on to make sure I have all the different layers covered. And then from there, I like to approach and like start taking stuff away to make it playable on the harp, start altering things and making it different, and like the first verse versus second verse or whatnot, if it's a song. But yeah, that's kind of like my general like start to writing.
Awesome. Very cool. Kristy-Lyn, can we hear from you next?
Sure. Yeah, so sort of similar to that. If I don't know the song very well, I start by kind of sitting down at the harp with YouTube or Spotify open and just back and forth, pick out the melody, find out what the harmonies are. And I feel like figuring out the harmonies is usually the more difficult and interesting part. But I think that's really important because what I like to do early on is just really take stock of either if it's a lever harp arrangement, how many lever changes do I need? If it's a pedal harp change, how many pedals are going to be needed to change throughout the piece? Because that's going to give me some guidance on, is this an arrangement that's geared toward beginner-friendly piece, or is this something that I'm assuming anyone who's playing a bunch of lever changes or a bunch of pedal changes is going to be more intermediate, advanced, or professional level? So I try to figure out like, who is this arrangement going to be for? And sometimes I like to do like multiple levels of arrangements. But yeah, so that's kind of where I start, is kind of figure out, okay, what difficulty level am I going to aim for? And then from that point on, I start to think about what my accompaniment patterns are going to be. So, you know, most songs, sections are going to repeat. The melody is going to be pretty similar. We can add some variety, you know, maybe adding more chords in the right hand or not. But I feel like the left hand accompaniment patterns are where we can really create a lot of variety and interest. And depending on how dense or sparsely we're voicing things in the left hand, we can create, you know, contrast between sections, or kind of build to a high point and then come back down. So I try to figure out all of the possible left hand accompaniment patterns. So if this is something that's geared towards a beginner, I'm going to try to think about like, what skills do they probably already have? So I want things to pretty much fit in one hand comfortably. So, you know, maybe the bass line can move slowly in whole notes in a scale. Or if it's something that's leaping, I want it to leap in a really predictable fashion. So that's kind of where I'm going to go. If it's for a beginner, just make sure it's really predictable and hopefully fits nicely in the hands. If it's something that's more geared toward professional, I feel like I just experiment a lot more, and I feel more free to do more things like pedal slides or, add more special effects, things like that. But once I kind of like brainstorm all of the possibilities, I kind of go into like a revision phase, which takes a long time, which I think is good. But I try to really envision like, what is it going to be like for someone else to play this? Because ultimately my goal is that whatever end product I have is really enjoyable for the person who's playing it, who's not me. So even if I am arranging something that's meant to be played by a professional, I think, okay, so some professional was asked to play this song they've never heard of for like a wedding gig or something. They don't care about it. They just want to learn it in like maybe 2 casual practice sessions. So for instance, I might be doing like a advanced arrangement of something for pedal harp, but say I really like something with a lot of cross unders, but I'm like, this might be like slightly annoying if you're not that invested in practicing it and learning it quickly. So I will sometimes just like start paring things down if it just feels like it's just awkward enough that it might take away some of the ease. But like I said, I try to imagine like different people who might be playing it for different reasons. Like hopefully most of the people who are playing it are like into the music and it's like a fun, inspiring thing for them. And then in terms of imagining a beginner playing, I feel like that can be more difficult sometimes just because it's interesting to see like different people struggle with different things early on. So I try to keep in mind like a variety of things that might be more difficult than I think. But I do think sometimes with beginners, it's like, okay, should I change this thing because it might make it easier? Or do I think it would be valuable for them to kind of work through this and that would help them like learn some sort of skill? Like maybe there's some cross unders that would be good to practice, but not too hard. Anyway, so that's sort of my process. I try to think a lot about like, what's the experience of playing it going to be, and then use that to help me revise and hopefully come up with a product that's really approachable for whoever, at whatever level the arrangement is meant to be.
Yeah, cool. So I think I'm hearing like really kind of considering like what's the purpose of this arrangement, or like who's going to be playing it, kind of considering like what is this arrangement for? Yeah, I feel like that's so true. If you're going to be arranging for a student or arranging for just yourself, just trying to get like whatever sound you want, you're going to arrange really differently. Yeah. If you're arranging something to play at a wedding, you might arrange it differently compared to if you want to like record it on an album or play it in a concert. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, really interesting. Awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks, sure. Caitlin. Amy, what's your approach?
So the central kind of theme for me with arranging always starts with authenticity, and that kind of goes both ways. So you've got how do I arrange this so that it is authentic when I put it against the original? What aspects can I bring into this harp version that are going to capture the spirit of the original song in whatever form that's in, whatever instruments or whatever kind of style that was in? How do I make that sound authentic in that way on the harp? But then, of course, you have to go to the other end of that as well and say, how do I make this authentic for the harp at the same time? And it's trying to meet in the middle of those two things. That's kind of always the starting point for me when I listen to a song. So lots of stuff that's already been covered both by Kristan and Caitlin about the approach, which is quite similar for me. But I suppose the main difference that I can think of so far is that actually, even if I can find the sheet music, most of the time I do transcription. I put the notes into Sibelius and I do it by ear, so that I have to listen to the song a whole bunch to really get inside what's happening in every part and just really listen into all the different parts to understand what the details are, what kind of little extra kind of flourishes I might be able to add in once you've got those bare bones of your bass line and your melody and your chords in the middle. And so I try to be quite methodical about it nowadays. Otherwise, it's easy to get into the weeds and it take forever to put an arrangement together. So I'll either start at the top with the melody line or at the bottom with the bass line, just try and go through and really understand what's going on in each one of those parts, and then add the chords in the middle. And then it's taking it to the harp, and it's very much that same process of refining it, sitting down and going, is this actually playable? Have I put in too many details? And what can I take out to make this more enjoyable to play? So that's really the approach that I try to take with everything. And it's just kind of it's a different kind of a thing every time. And sometimes I guess the thing that you have to do is kind of go, when do I decide that this isn't working? If you're trying to go for that very authentic approach and it's too much, that does sometimes happen. So the other kind of strategy that I think is quite nice to employ is to lean more into what is the harp great at? You know, how can I reimagine this melody, this chord progression or whatever, in a way which is more authentic for the harp, and lean more into it that way. So sometimes, especially trying to fit beats into pop arrangements, I've come across this loads of times where, you know, you really think it's going to work and then you start arranging it and it really doesn't. There's too many parts, you know, and it's like, I can't bring the same energy to this that the original does, but, you know, trying to add percussion, trying to add, you know, have all the things that are important. And so actually then a lot of the time I tend to lean more into resonance, into having like longer held chords and maintaining like the same tempo, maintaining the same energy, but just kind of paring back how many parts there are. So it's more showcasing that top line and what's really wonderful about the chord progression, say, for example.
Nice. Awesome. That's so cool. That's like we all kind of have similar parts to our approach and differences as well. I find for myself, I tend to do like Kristan said, like just listen to the song over and over and over again. And what I love to do is like take a notebook or like a notes file and kind of like think about the song structure. So a lot of the time, like I know a number of us like to arrange video game music. A lot of the time there's like an A section and a B section. So it's like, okay, how many times do I want to loop it? Do I want to go like A, B, an intro and an outro? And then I'll try to like, while listening, kind of think like, okay, yeah, like what does the harp do well that I could kind of like imagine, like almost hearing in my mind, like that the harp could do well in this section. And I'll usually like, before I kind of sit down to really try to make the arrangement is like, sort of give almost like each bit of the structure, like kind of a theme. It's like, okay, first time I'm going to go like this range and like simple in the left hand. And then the next time I'm going to take it up and move more into like 16th note stuff. And I'm going to throw some arpeggios here. This part would sound really good as a chorale and like do all these chords and like just kind of like brainstorming, like, you know, things will change as you kind of go through it. And then, yeah, I think refining at the harp is a really important step of the arranging process. I think sometimes, you know, when I work with people who are just kind of getting into it, there's a lot of fear, like it's too scary to like put something down on the page, like that's got to be the arrangement, but it's like that's really got to be the first draft. And God knows I have so much stuff on my iPad that's just like the first draft that I just scribbled on and then never cleaned up, and then I'll go back and be like, what was this supposed to be? I don't know. Gosh. All right. Okay, great to hear everyone's answers. So my next question is maybe just a quick one. If you have like a favorite kind of tip for arranging or a favorite trick, something that you just love kind of like throwing in as like one of your favorite fallback kind of techniques or something like that. Maybe Caitlin, can we start with you on this one?
Sure. And the funny thing is I actually kind of heard this in one of the songs that was playing just before this session. I think it was maybe Tifa's theme. So I was like, oh, this is perfect because this is what I was going to say. So I think one really easy way to add a little bit of just like depth and interest to your arpeggios is to experiment with adding some passing tones. And one really easy way to do this that always sounds good is if you're just playing an arpeggio, just add the passing tone between the bottom two. So here's just a quick demo. So if you're ending a piece with an arpeggio, this sounds nice. Like, yeah, that's good. But if you go, it just like adds that little extra like, ooh.
Oh, true.
Yeah, and it's something I think maybe everyone does it like intuitively. And when I was trying to think of like, what's a just easy thing anyone could apply, I was like, that's it. That's the thing. It always sounds good on the harp. So that would be my quick little trick is just experiment with adding some passing tones to spice up your arpeggios. So that's my quick tip.
Awesome. Thanks. Amy, what do you got for us?
So when I'm trying to kind of add extra detail like that to an arrangement, I tend to lean more on tone. So if you're trying to replicate something, say, for example, and there are different instruments and you want to give some separation between one instrument and another, I like to try and play around with where I am on the strings. So, have sections that are in PDLT, maybe just in one hand, for example, or I love to play with harmonics. So if you've got a melody and you really want it to stand out, or you have a moment in a song that just needs to sound a bit different, to be able to just kind of find different ways to bring different colors out of the strings, that tends to be something I go for a lot.
Awesome. Yeah. Kristan, what do you like to do?
Yeah, I want to add on to what Caitlin was talking about with experimenting. So I was thinking mainly about accompaniments, because usually the melody line is going to speak for itself. It's usually going to be that, and we can add maybe a few things here and there, but the accompaniment is kind of where we can be a little bit more adventurous on the harp. So one thing that really helped me figure out like different variations of what I could do with the left hand is actually just like improvising a little bit. Just take a chord progression, any chord progression, and then see what you can do with it. Okay, what can you do? Solid chords. Okay, easy. Sometimes I do stuff out on the piano too, because it's like easier sometimes. Not always on the harp, but usually on harp. That's why I'm doing piano gesture. So just start simple and then start adding to it. Expanding on the notes that are within that chord. You can do just like simple quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or you can then go into eighth notes and then do different versions of that, going like up and then back down, up and down. Or anyways, I'm just saying experiment by improvising first, and then that's kind of like how I decide like what type of left-hand accompaniment that I would throw in. Anyways, little tip.
Yeah, fantastic. It's kind of like I think for that reason, like learning to play off of lead sheets can be really informative if you're like kind of getting into arranging, because it's like a different way of kind of imagining a piece of music. Because I think a lot of the time, like especially for folks who've mostly just learned off of sheet music, there's sort of this idea that like every single note on the page is sacred, when really that's not actually what makes a song a song. So yeah, I definitely agree with that, Kristan. Yeah, for me, I find the thing that I'm always like throwing into arrangement is like ascending arpeggios in the left hand, just like a single hand like cross under there. I'm like, I'm gonna be playing later, so for anyone, if you watch me playing, you're gonna see me do that all the time. I just feel like it fills it in really nice. My hand knows the shape really well, so it's like, I think if you're kind of a more beginning harpist, it's not the easiest pattern to play, but like once you get it, it's like you just throw it in. I love that. Okay, awesome. So, got a couple more questions we're going to ask before we get to questions from chat. But if you do have questions in the chat, definitely be sure to ask them. I'm keeping track of them as we go through. So I wanted to ask Amy next, because obviously you're very well known for your work with percussion on the harp. So can you maybe tell us a little bit about like, how do you decide, if an arrangement's going to have percussion, like how much, what parts of the harp you're going to hit and that sort of thing?
Well, so I have kind of primary points that I use. The basic elements of it. You always have your snare drums and your bass drums. Anything that kind of and anything in addition to that is kind of only if it's like a special feature, or if you can fit it in a way that's really meaningful. Because obviously, if you have more than just snares and bass drums, and you're asking somebody to play pitched stuff as well, it's a lot to coordinate. So it has to be something where there's going to be enough of a balance. So this tends to work really well with pop songs, because you have that slow harmonic pace of change, and then you've just got to think about whether you have chords that are more important than your percussion, and so how you fit your significant changes, particularly in the bass line, around fitting a beat in. But yeah, I tend to just work primarily in the first instance with snare drums and bass drums, and so I have particular points on the harp. I usually try to start with like the left hand playing the bass drum, because it's just easy to reach over to get, because I use this part of the heel of my palm to just kind of like push into the soundboard to get that bass drum sound. But then you can do a lot with, because the snare drum technique that I use is just like slapping the soundboard with like a flat horizontal hand. So that can be quite easy to fit in with either hand, actually. So you have a bit more kind of scope to play around with where you fit those into an arrangement. But yeah, a lot of the time, it's kind of the simplest kind of way to fit that in, if you're thinking about a slow pace of chords, is to think about having, say, for example, you have a chord progression where you've got one chord per 2 bars and you have like an 8-bar loop. You're going to be thinking about using the left hand to make sure you have all of your bass notes pinned down. And then in your gaps, you can use your left hand. Say, for example, if it's just really simple, like snare, bass drum, snare, bass drum. So you're thinking about bass drums being on beat 1, snares being on beat 2, and then bass drum 3, snare 4. If you leave out beat 1, so you have your bass chord, bass note, and your chord over it in the left hand, then you still get that outline of a beat, and you're still in the bass kind of register anyway on the strings, so you don't miss that first bass drum. But then you have the rest of the bar or the next 2 bars, say for example, to fit whatever beat you're doing around that. So, but it does very much depend on the song whether there is really space to fit it in or not, and what's going on with the melody and the chords. Sometimes it's possible to fit all the chord stuff in with the right hand and have that melody kind of going over the top, using that old trick, where your thumb's playing a lot of the melody. But sometimes it's very hard to tell whether that's going to all work out until you're right into the arranging process.
Yeah. Wow. So that's great. That's really cool to hear. Awesome. Thank you very much. Now we also wanted to talk a little bit about like sort of notation. I'm also going to tie this into, there's a question from chat. So first of all, like what notation software that everyone uses? I know Amy and Kristan mentioned they use Sibelius. And then, do you find that there's any kind of like limitations with the program that you use for like harp notation? How much do you like to include in terms of things like pedal or lever markings, fingerings, brackets, like all that kind of specific like harp notation stuff? Maybe Caitlin, why don't we start with you on this one?
Sure. Yeah, and this is something that I had brought up to Samantha because I'm just really curious to know what other people do, because I feel like I'm always wondering like, oh, should I include fingering? Should I include this? Is this too much? Not enough? So I'm mostly interested to hear what other people have to say. But in terms of what I use for notation, I use Finale, and I don't recommend it to anyone. I'm not going to get a sponsorship from Finale. I don't even know how much they're really still doing. I basically do that because I studied composition in college, and that's what I learned how to use. So that's what I have. Sometimes it's really glitchy. I feel like there's kind of a steep learning curve. So that's what I use, but I don't suggest it. I feel like I know a lot of people have good experience using like MuseScore and other things, but I'm just stuck with Finale because that's what I know. So I wouldn't recommend it. But anyway, in terms of what I include in my notation, so again, I feel like this is kind of just my composition background. So I always make sure I include at the top like some sort of expressive word like flowing, brisk, quickly, like whatever expressive term at the top, and then some sort of tempo marking or tempo range. Again, just habit from composition. And then I include all of the lever markings and all of the pedal markings. Sometimes I wonder, because I know a lot of harpists prefer to come up with their own pedals especially. So sometimes I question like, do other harpists always include their pedals? Or I'm interested to hear other perspectives on that. In terms of levers, I always mark them in because I feel like for a lot of my arrangements, it's like very awkward and precise. So I feel like it's critical information that I tell you, like, this is exactly where you move it. And I show that using like diamond note heads. But again, I'm still kind of questioning, like, is there a more clear way to notate that? Like maybe a diamond note head so they can see the exact rhythm value of when they have to change it, but maybe also including like the letter of the letter and the accidental, just so it jumps off the page more. Because honestly, I feel like when I work on my arrangements with my students, it's like they can see the diamond note head, but I always end up like highlighting them. So again, I'm curious to know like other people's ways of marking lever changes and pedal changes. But yeah, I don't currently include any fingerings in my pieces because I feel like so many people have different fingerings that they prefer. But again, I'm kind of wondering like, okay, especially for beginners, I wonder if it's better for them to at least have something and they can change it if they want. But currently I don't put in any fingerings. So it's just as much musical details as I can put on the page, but no fingerings. So that's kind of what I do. So very interested to hear what others do.
Yeah. Yeah. Kate,
I would
Kristan.
love, I would
Yeah,
love,
go ahead.
I would love to answer some of this. I'm also curious to hear what everyone else does. I'll start with certain notation like fingerings and brackets. Like I think you were mentioning earlier, it depends on like who you're doing this arrangement for. So first off, any arrangement that I do publish, it's not for me, it's for other people, right? It could be a professional harpist, it could be a beginner harpist. So I do like to think about all of that stuff. Like, okay, well, if it's for someone else, I think they'd appreciate at least bare minimum this. I published back when John Williams allowed his arrangements to be out. I had a version of Harry Potter out, and there was a really difficult section that was very equivalent to like the excerpt in Ravel's Zagon. And it's like very difficult. I was like, I figured this fingering out. I'm just going to put it here. I feel like whoever gets this arrangement next will appreciate that. And I think it is appreciated. I have some quite advanced arrangements. You know, usually the professionals, they can figure out their own fingerings. They can figure out their own pedal markings. But I have had people say that like they appreciate it having my pedal markings in. It just made it easier, especially for like gigs, like weddings. They could just pick it up and they don't have to work very hard to figure out all the pedal markings. Lever markings, definitely input the lever markings for sure. I think you mentioned that little diamond notes of like where on the staff that lever. Yeah, that's what I do. I used to do a very bad method. Now I'm so glad I switched, where I put like change the third G octave. It was very specific. I'm like, this is not working. I need to get an exact specific spot. Brackets on Sibelius, I haven't found a really good tool that allows for brackets that can be so tightly placed together. It seems like maybe it's like a locked or / unlocked layout thing. Sibelius is such a huge program. I'm still learning how it all works. But I just find they're kind of bulky looking. So I do input them sometimes, but not all the time, not extensively. But yeah, all my pedal markings are marked in. I think I just covered everything that you were. Is there anything I missed?
No, I think that's great. Awesome. Thanks, Kristan. Yeah,
Yeah.
Amy, what do you think?
Yeah. Oh well. So yeah, the same sentiment really when it comes to pedals and lever markings. I always put in pedal markings where I think they should go. But of course, I mean, I was going to say actually, one thing that is amazing about the fact that especially like all the pros that I know are switching or have already switched to iPad, you know, and if you're buying somebody else's sheet music and you don't like the markings for some reason, it's easier than ever just to wipe them out and then put your own in. So from that point of view, I do definitely see a benefit in, you know, seeing the arranger's opinion on what fingerings are going to be appropriate for, you know, for this arrangement. Even if you disagree, you know, it's a starting point to have that there. And actually, when I first started publishing arrangements, I remember that I got some feedback from people saying there aren't enough markings on this. You know, we need more information to understand what the music is asking us to do. And I kind of felt to begin with like, oh, I don't want to put too much on music. I don't want it to be too busy. I don't want it to be me telling people what I think they should do when, you know, everyone's going to figure it out slightly differently for themselves. But actually, it seems as though, as Caitlin was saying, you know, that there's an appreciation for at least having that starting point, even if it's something that you then alter so that it really works for you. And then I was going to say as well about the lever markings, the diamond head note thing is so fantastic. And I feel like if that isn't kind of officially standardized, then it should be. But one other thing that's really good about having the diamond heads for lever changes is that you can show where rhythmically you want people to do them or where you advise people to do them. And that's something that it's a little bit more clear cut, although obviously that might make the score a little bit busier in places, because then there's that kind of definitive, this is where you have space to do this, you know, and it's going to be this note, it's going to be here, and there's time for your hand to go up to the lever and come back down again and that sort of thing. One other thing, actually, I'm quite interested if anyone has opinions about this in the chat about whether you do your pedals left over right or right over left. Because when I was first publishing stuff, I just thought, well, I've got to decide. And I talked to my teacher about it at the time because she was proofreading something I was doing. And she said, well, I do left over right. So, you know, give that a try. And so I did. And now I'm just stuck. I'm stuck with that. And if I'm reading somebody else's score and it has the pedals right over left, I can't read it. I have this kind of moment of panic sometimes where I'm like, hang on a minute. What do these pedals say? Because it's so deeply ingrained. But so that's what I do in all of my published scores. It's always left over right for the pedals.
I do the same. I'm left over right.
Oh, that's so
And
funny. I'm the
thought
opposite. Yeah.
I thought I was the weirdo because apparently I believe it's standard to have right over left.
I think it
Is
is.
it?
I believe
That's what
yeah.
my teacher taught me anyway, so that's how I've
My-
always done them.
And I started learning left over right, and then my teacher, when I went to university, said she did it the opposite. But then she said you can pick either or, but you got to pick one. So I stuck with mine, and my teacher said like I can read them either or, like left or right over left. But I keep mine consistent, even if it's not the standard. I keep it consistent, and like you're saying, like people could change them if they want. They're probably going to change them anyways. Like personally speaking, I like seeing a handwritten pedal marking in my score rather than a printed one. For some reason, my eye just like ignores printed ones, so I need like the hand pencil marking there. But yeah, I still include my pedal markings, just so it's for the convenience of anyone reading it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with kind of the sentiment of like including lever and pedal markings. Lever markings for sure, because I think lever arrangements, when you have to change them, they're harder to kind of do on the fly. Pedals, I think it's like, we've been saying like if you have a gig, it's like, if I could just have something that already exists and like I don't have to do that work, that's really nice. Yeah, I think I also agree with sort of the idea of like sometimes including fingerings, sometimes not including fingerings. Like I'll again kind of like consider who the arrangement is for. So yeah, if I'm making something that's like very intentionally for like an early harpist, then I will put in all the fingerings. I'll put in as many brackets as I can. But then for things that are more advanced, I usually don't include any fingerings unless, if I was learning it, kind of like Kristan was saying, it's like if I was learning it and I needed to write in a fingering for myself, then usually I'll include that one because it's like, this was one I needed a reminder for. So like maybe it'll be helpful for someone else. But yeah, I think for some of those more advanced arrangements, it's also kind of like, well, if you're playing this, you probably have some amount of skill in like determining fingerings for yourself. As far as software goes, I use MuseScore, which is a free open software or open source software. Currently, I'm using MuseScore version 3 because I tried version 4, which came out recently, but their brackets, you can't move them diagonally. So not great for putting those in. So I haven't looked into it in a while, but I'm kind of waiting on some changes there before I switch to MuseScore 4. But other than that, I think MuseScore 3 is pretty decent for harp notation. I find it very easy and intuitive to use. Like I tried Sibelius once, and after 20 minutes, I couldn't figure out how to put a dynamic marking on the score, and I went, I think this isn't the one for me. So,
which version of Sibelius did you try, Samantha?
Oh, that would have been like 5 years ago. I'm not sure what version it was, but
because this is something I actually forgot to mention because we were talking about notation software just a moment ago. I use an archaic version of Sibelius. So I started using Sibelius, I forget which version it was, but I think I got up to Sibelius 6 before Avid bought them. And the later versions of Sibelius are so different. There's actually some really fascinating videos about the changes in the UI that they made. But I got warned by a friend who had updated not to update, and so I never did. So I've got this older version of Sibelius where it's much simpler for me anyway to navigate and find things like your dynamics, and so I have a setup that works, and I'm not sure whether I'm ever going to change. And if I do, it might not be to another version of Sibelius, because if I did, it would be, by the sounds of it, well, from what I know, just as challenging as switching to an entirely new kind of software. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that's kind of another factor for me.
Mm-hmm. I have heard many colleagues complain that the customer support from Avid is less than desirable. So I think Dorico is like it's very similar notation software to Sibelius. So, if anyone watching is just like researching options, that's maybe one to like look into. I haven't used it myself. There's a question in chat I just wanted to address. Someone was asking, if you've got a pedal harp score, you can include a pedal chart at the beginning to kind of show the initial setup of the pedals. And they were just asking about how to kind of notate the initial setting of levers if it's different from the key signature. So I don't know about you guys, but what I usually try to do is kind of insert like a dummy measure and just like have the notes kind of stacked up in a line with like the sharps or naturals or flats or whatever. And I'll include text that says set levers as well, and then like a little double bar, and then kind of start with the regular notation.
The same.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to take some more questions from chat. Actually, before we go too far in, I think there's a little bit of confusion earlier about what is a passing tone. So maybe I think Caitlin was the one who kind of brought that up. So maybe can you tell us a little bit more about what a passing tone is?
Sure. So if we have an arpeggio, so the notes are going to be separate. So we're skipping from note to note. So if we think about moving stepwise, that's what you can think of as the passing tone, is we're stepping in between. So we're passing from this to this. So yeah, sorry if I didn't explain that well enough. So basically a different way you could think of it as incorporating steps in between your arpeggios. So we're skipping, but then sometimes we step. So it just adds a little bit of interest.
Yeah, kind of like filling in
arpeggios.
that space between the strings.
Right.
Yeah, awesome. I have a question here from Scott, who wants to know, are there any particular keys that are problematic for a harpist that an arranger should avoid? My answer is just a lot of sharps, but what do you guys think? Maybe Kristan.
Sure. Any key is possible for a harpist to play, period. That's you can just set your settings or set your pedals and you're good to go. But there's two reasons why you want to avoid sharps if you can. Again, if the original piece is in a key that's in sharp, I do go for that just because I stay as close to the original as possible. I know some harpists would transpose it to a flat key. But there's two reasons why you want to avoid sharps. So first off, when everything is engaged, the strings, how the mechanisms work is when you go from flat to natural to sharp, the discs are tightening the string, and the more you tighten it, just the tighter all the strings are going to sound on the harp. So actually the harp's just going to ring a little bit less. It's still going to ring. It's not going to be hugely noticeable, but it's just not as like ringing as if, say, it was in a flat key. The other issue is if your harp happens to be not regulated recently, that means once everything is in sharp land, it's just going to be out of tune. So what a regulation means, when we tune our instruments and everything is in flat position, which means nothing is engaged, that's how we tune our harps. We tune our harps when everything's disengaged, and then everything's perfectly in tune. And then when we tighten that knob and then we tighten it again, the natural to the sharp, sometimes those discs get slightly out, and then that note becomes out of tune when it's in sharp position, even though it was perfectly in tune and flat. So depending on that as well, it could be problematic depending on your instrument.
And by the way, if anyone wants to know more about regulation, we're going to have Windyharper here in a couple of hours who will tell us all about it. So yeah, definitely agree. Does anyone else have any strong opinions about sharps and flats?
Well, I would just say, I think in terms of pedal harp, exactly what was just said, if you know that you're arranging for a lever harp, one thing to consider would be not everyone has their lever harps tuned the same way. Like I know some people have their lever harps tuned so that there are no sharps or flats, everything's tuned to natural. So it would be like a C major scale or an A minor scale. And some people tune, the way I usually do it is I have 3 flats tuned, so I can go up to like 3 flats in a key signature. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that if you're working with lever harps, some people might have to retune more or less flats, just depending on what key you're writing it in. So that's something to keep in mind. And I do sometimes in like arrangements, sometimes I will move it out of the original key for lever harp specifically, because I think, well, someone whose harp is tuned in C major, this would make it easier for them. There wouldn't be as many to change. So for lever harp, just like think about it a little bit, but pedal harp, can do anything really.
I wanted to add to, if you're writing for lever harp, for those composers and arrangers out there, generally, and maybe you guys can pitch into this, but generally, lever harps are tuned to exactly what you were mentioning it to. So the maximum amount of flats available are 3 in a key signature, and max amount of sharps are 4. That's generally what harps are tuned to. But it's easy enough to like retune the harp if you need, say, like 4 flats for a piece. But generally, harps live in this tuning, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think it's always kind of an interesting kind of toss up of like, okay, I want to write this lever harp arrangement. You know, but it's like, do I want to limit myself to only ever writing in C major or like what keys with 1 or 2 sharps because more people might have harps that fits on, or do I want to kind of like explore a different key, and maybe that also kind of opens doors for, you know, students who do have the capability to play that on their instruments to experience like playing a different key, learning about what a flat is, learning about different key signatures, that kind of thing. So yeah, I feel like that's always kind of an interesting kind of thing to consider when writing a lever harp arrangement. But yeah, if there's anyone watching who's like, oh, I want to write something for lever harp, that's kind of the standard. Yeah, it's like 3 flats, 4 sharps. Yeah, Kristan.
I thought of one more thing very quickly, because I've run into this problem on my electric lever harp. So generally, lever harps also have a much shorter range than the pedal harps do. And sometimes, not very often, but sometimes when you're working on arranging a piece, you run out of strings. You might need that extra, like that last note that you don't have. So sometimes transposing it up by 1 key actually is helpful for like getting that last important note in.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Actually, we have a related question in chat. Basically, you know, if you're working with a larger harp and then you maybe want to make a version of that arrangement for a smaller harp, how would you kind of approach that? Yeah, this question was actually directed at Amy because I know you have your Harp E harp with the 26 strings. So like, how do you kind of approach something like that?
Well, I mean, I like to use the full range of the pedal harp. So it's really, you know, it's very much thinking in a different mindset. You know, when you're arranging something for the lever harp, obviously you want to have the melody all kind of covered, and you want it to be backed up enough. But say, for example, one of the first things that I would probably think about doing is, you know, do I have any really low octaves that I could adjust, you know, or those kinds of things where if I was making an arrangement for pedal harp, I'd be thinking, you know, about depth and about creating something that used the full range of the original source material. And it's usually possible to kind of pare that down onto a smaller harp. But that's one of the first things that tends to come up. It's like you don't have that same kind of range in the bass to play with. So, you know, maybe just some chords need to come up where in the previous version they were all descending, or that kind of thing, and then just tweaking that so that it's still giving you that same kind of feel and same kind of sound that you had before.
Yeah, good answer. Anyone else have any feelings on this topic? Not so much. Or Caitlin, I imagine probably a lot of your students probably have smaller harps. Like, how do you usually approach that with them?
Yeah, I think I'll just kind of know going into it. None of my students right now have like anything less than like 34 strings. So I guess usually if I'm writing something that's for a beginner, and sometimes I do have like something I learned on pedal harp and then I'm changing it to lever harp. But it's like I kind of already have in mind like that range. So yeah, I think I just kind of know what range I'm working with. But yeah, there's not too much I change other than kind of reducing things down. And if there is something that was originally lower, just kind of reducing how far away it goes and just adapt it to a different octave.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like usually when I'm arranging, if I'm arranging something that's like intended for a beginner, I'll try to actually like do the arranging or the improvising or whatever like with one of my smaller harps so that it's like what feels kind of natural to play on this instrument. I find a lot of the time if I'm arranging something and it's for lever harp, usually I'll arrange it on one of my like on my 36 string just because it's like I want to be able to play that. But I think it's like a pretty common experience that like if you do have a smaller harp, like learning how to adapt arrangements that you may find to your smaller harp. So generally my approach is like you've got kind of a few options. If you have something that's too low for your harp or too high, you can sort of like take just the one note that's too low. You can like move that one up an octave. You can leave it out. You could like change the key, as Kristan said, if that's going to help. Or you can take sort of the whole bass line and move that whole phrase up an octave. You can take both hands and move them both up an octave. So yeah, it's like generally there's not really like that many options. You can kind of try, each of those options. Like, what happens if I leave it out? What if I do just the note and change its octave? What if I change the whole accompaniment? What if I change both hands? And then it kind of becomes just a thing of like trying them out and seeing which one you think sounds better. And often, times when I do this with a student, like I'll demonstrate it with them or get them to play it each way and say, what do you think? What do you like? Because I think ultimately that's kind of the point. It's like, what do you think sounds good, right? It's not about what's right or wrong. But yeah. Okay, so for the next question, I feel like we probably all have some opinions on this. What's a common mistake or annoyance that you often find in arrangements made by non-harpists? I guess this could apply for compositions as well. Kristan, do you have any opinions on this one?
Well, they're generally not arrangements, because most of the time they're harpists making arrangements most of the time, right? So it's usually compositions.
Yeah, so compositions, let's go with that.
Okay, let me pull up the list. Unawareness of pedal changes is the first thing comes to mind. Unawareness of in general of like how our fingers move, and like we do not use our pinkies, as we harpists know, but the audience does not know. We do not use our pinkies, so 4-note chords is kind of our max. If we want a 5th note in there, we have to like have a hand jump or do something else creative, or we end up just cutting the note out completely. Yeah, and then just like certain aspects of fingering that might be like written too tight, too close together, that would be like Buzz City, or it'd just be really hard to like re-articulate and it sound great. Just like dense writing in general. I just came from talking with a bunch of composition students the other day, so this is all fresh on my mind right now. Generally, I always tell composers, if you're going to write for the harp, write like the piano, but make it easier. That's like, yes, because you just don't want like the music to be too dense, because of the nature of the harp, it just rings. The instrument rings. Unlike the piano, where you can lift your hands and be done with it, or any other instruments, when you finish that one note, it's done and there's no more sound happening. But in the harp, you have the opposite problem. Everything rings. So if you write too dense, it just becomes muddy. And then we have to also think about like how we're going to be muffling these strings as we're going. So there's just a lot of things to dissect there. Anyways, I'll leave it for someone else to take off from there.
I definitely agree. I think less is more. Like, I think just a few notes. Like, I think if someone's writing at a piano, it may sound really, really sparse on a piano, but on a harp, it can sound really, really beautiful. Something that's like quite simple. I mean, you can just like go back and listen to Emily's performance earlier, like really nice ambient, beautiful stuff. So, Amy, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, thinking about accompaniment, say, for example, you're not very experienced at arranging for harp, and you do arrange or compose something that's much more piano-like, because that's what you're familiar with. The problem that you come up against is like an excess of repeated notes, right? Because, in a piano, particularly thinking about the times when I've tried to adapt like pop songs that have been arranged for piano, you get the piano sheet music and the left hand is just so dense, and say you've got fifths and they're going da, 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 like this for ages, or that there's a particular rhythm that's being kind of presented in that way. Like that works great for the piano, but it's just the worst for the harp, because you don't get the best out of that chord presenting it in that way on the harp. It's much more about leaning into the resonance that the harp can provide, and finding other ways to show that rhythm if that's important to the song. But the other thing that I was thinking earlier, we were talking about sharps and flats, actually, is minors. If you're thinking about minor keys in loads of flats or loads of sharps, and say you're composing something and it's in quite a, sort of a key with a lot of one or the other, please don't write double sharps or double flats for harpists, because nobody wants to read that.
I agree.
Because all you're doing then, if you do that for a harpist, is you're asking them to respell it. And by respelling, I mean, we take that because obviously it serves a function in terms of theory, having a double sharp or a double flat. But what that means to us is something completely different because we're having to select a string and a pedal and alter it so that it makes sense in that practical way. And I think I speak for everyone when I say any pedal harpist is going to want it to just be written like that, even if it doesn't make sense in terms of the music theory, just so that it's clear and easy to understand on the page.
Yeah, I think visually we have like quite a strong connection of like you see a note and it means this string, but a double sharp or a double flat cannot be played on that string. So visually what you're seeing doesn't line up with sort of like the shape of your hand and like which string you're going to be playing on. So yeah, typically we don't like them. Yeah, Caitlin, I don't think you've had a chance to answer this one yet. Any complaints you want to air?
Well, everything that's been said so far is like, yes, absolutely. The first thing I thought of was, chords being like too densely packed, like thinking of it like, oh, on a piano, I need all of these notes to be voiced in this chord for it to fill up space. So that's already been kind of addressed in detail. So one thing that I would say is sometimes I find that the lower registers of the harp are sometimes underutilized by composers. And I feel like that can help solve the problem of what people want when they add like a bunch of notes in a chord. Instead, you could kind of use the lower ranges of the harp because it just rings for so long. So I think when you want that, like the depth and the fullness that you would get from having like a large chord on the piano, you can just do like a low octave on the harp and it's just going to give you a nice, full, warm sound to work with. So that's what I would say is make sure that you know how low the harp goes and just understanding like, at some point we have different types of strings on the harp. So the different registers have kind of a different character to them. So once we get to those bass wire strings, like you're going to get a nice deep sound from that. So just make sure that you know how low the harp can play and use those notes if they're available to you. You don't have to use a lot of them, even just one, or like I say, just play an octave or a fifth, like that's going to ring really nicely. So
yeah. And then like you said, it just will continue to be there over time. So then you can write less densely, but you still have all this sound that you're working with. I have to say that one of my complaints is like when there's just an unending string of like seemingly random like 16th notes, just like rapid fire. They're like go, 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 go. And I'm like, you couldn't have just given me an ostinato? Like I can do that. Like I feel like so often, and when I was in college, I'd get stuff from student composers who were my colleagues, and there's just this need to kind of constantly fill every moment of every bar. And there's just like, I don't know if other instruments feel the same way, but I just sort of feel like a quarter note rest can do wonders for like my mental capacity.
Yep.
So yeah, I think you don't need to be afraid of having a little bit of empty space. Like it's not even going to be empty because the harp is still going to be ringing. But yeah. Okay, awesome. We unfortunately have to wrap up, even though I'm sure we could talk about arranging all day. But thank you all so much for being here. This has been really such a lovely conversation. So before we go, can I just get everyone to tell us where we can find more of you? Amy, you're going to be back in a minute, but can you just kind of tell everyone where they can find you online?
Sure. So I have a Patreon that you mentioned at the beginning, where I post kind of previews. They're the first to hear about everything that I'm doing. But then I have a YouTube channel. I'm on Instagram and TikTok, and you can also listen to all of my stuff on Spotify.
Awesome. Thank you. And Caitlin, where can we find more of your work?
Yeah, I'm mainly on YouTube, but I also am working on getting more things onto Spotify. So you can find me on YouTube and Spotify. It's just my name, Caitlin Ayala. I'm also on Instagram at caitlinayala.music, and I'm trying to be better about giving more updates on like what I'm working on there. So yeah, those are the best places to find me online.
Great, thanks. And Kristan, where can we find more of your work?
Yeah, so I'm on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Same handle, harpist KT. It's my initials. You won't forget. Yeah, you can find me there, and I have some stuff on Spotify too.
Okay. Fantastic. And for everyone else, I think we've got some of these links in the chat here, as well as you can find them in the description of the live stream later when you want to check them out. But thanks one last time, everyone, for this awesome discussion. So we're just going to take a quick break for Amy to get set up for her set, which is coming up next. So we will be right back, and we'll see you in a couple minutes. Wow, what a great discussion. Wasn't that incredible? It's so great to like have so many arranging harpists kind of in the same metaphorical room and chatting about our process. Thanks for all your great questions. So what we are kind of just doing now is Amy is going to be giving us a performance in, well, however long it takes her to get ready. We went over time just by a little bit, so we might be a few minutes after 2 o'clock when that starts. But I got to hear her sound check a couple of days ago, and it sounds awesome. So yeah, definitely look forward to that. In the meantime, just want to say thank you for all of your donations so far. We are currently sitting at $1,432. We had a donation from Maria of $20. Thank you very much. From Bev, we had a donation of $36. Thank you very much. She says, wonderful event, wonderful cause. Thank you so much. We are still trying to see if we can hit one more donation goal today. We've already raised an incredible amount of money and blown through 2 donation goals. So at the end of the day today, I'm going to be playing a set, and part of it's going to be blindfolded thanks to your donations. So if you want to see me give a tour of all the harps that I own, we can do that if we hit $2,000 in donations. So that's up to you guys. But thanks, seriously, thank you so much for everything that's been raised so far. It's really incredible. Do I have any other reminders for you? Oh yeah, if you want to donate, if you would like to donate, you can find a link to our Tiltify page in the description of this live stream, as well as you can type !donate in the chat, and that will bring up the link where you can donate. So thank you very much, and I'm just gonna go get all the performance stuff set up, so I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. All right, everyone. We are just about ready for Amy Turk's performance. So if you missed her introduction earlier, Amy Turk is a multi-genre harpist, arranger, composer, and session artist from the UK. She's become one of the most watched solo harpists on YouTube, attracting millions of views to her ever-increasing list of video uploads. With special interests in percussion, video game music, film music, and popular music of all styles, Amy has created a unique career path through her presence online, pioneering arrangements and compositions for solo harp and ensembles. So without any further ado, here's Amy.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for this very special set at Harp Con Online. So I'm going to start my set with an old favourite, which in its original form features a harp part, which was one of the first harp parts I think I ever can remember hearing. And it's a piece of music that really quite instinctively drew me towards wanting to play the harp for myself when I first started long ago. Okay, so of course that was Beauty and the Beast by Alan Menken, who is one of my biggest childhood heroes. Alan Menken wrote pretty much all of the scores, most of the scores for my favourite Disney films, which I watched a lot of growing up. It was a huge part of my my musical upbringing. I was listening to those soundtracks, so he has a very special place in my heart. He writes the most amazing harmonies. So, coming up next, I have another musical hero that I want to celebrate with you. So when I was first composing and arranging as a teenager, I discovered the world of percussive acoustic guitar. And so there is a whole wonderful scene of acoustic guitarists who, in addition to playing wonderful things on the strings, they use the body of the guitar to create percussive sounds, which they incorporate into their arrangements and originals. And so this next song that I'm going to play is an early attempt by me to adopt that style for the harp. So this song, it's one of my favourite songs by one of my favourite artists. This is Into the Ocean by Andy McKee. Okay, so I felt that it wouldn't be right to put a set together like this without having a nod to the Legend of Zelda series, seeing as it's become such a huge important part of my musical life, and I'm just a big fan of games and their music. So this is a medley of tunes from a variety of my favourite games in the series. But if you know me and you know my work, then of course there is an emphasis on music from Ocarina of Time. And I'm going to start this arrangement off with a version of the title theme for solo harp, which I've created especially for this set. So here we go. All right. So now we've had a little wander through some music from the Zelda series. By the way, in case you weren't sure about any of those, that was the Ocarina of Time title theme. That was Fairy Fountain following that at Ocarina of Time speed. Sheik's theme, and then the Sacred Grove version of the Lost Woods theme from Twilight Princess, Korok Forest from Breath of the Wild, and finally finishing with Zelda's theme with my favourite version of the ending of Zelda's theme, which is the end credits of Ocarina of Time. It has that wonderful little that little chromaticism at the end there, which I just think is really sweet and nostalgic. All right, so I have a couple more tunes for you to round off this set. I'm going to venture back into my fascination with percussion now, which we've touched on already a little bit in Andy McKee and in the panel. And I'm going to play a pop song which I find really, really fun to play. It's just a really fun arrangement because it's got a beat almost the entire way through, and it's just a lot of fun to play. So this song is called Paradise, and it's by Coldplay. Okay, one last tune for you for this set for Harp Con Online. I can just get the music up on my iPad. So, my last song I'm going to play for you today is a brand new cover. It's a brand new arrangement that I've just created of What Was I Made For by Billie Eilish, who is one of my favourite artists of the moment. I absolutely love what she does. And I'm releasing a music video for this song on my YouTube channel. It's coming out tomorrow, so if you like this version of it, then please give it some love over there when it comes out. There's also a preview on my Patreon of this. If you want to see the video early, it'll be over there for paid members, so check that out if you really like it. So here it is. So that's the end of my set. Thank you very much if you're watching, I really hope you've enjoyed Harp Con Online so far today. Please do stick around until the end. There's a little bit more to come, including Samantha's bonus performance. Yeah, thank you very much to Samantha, by the way, for organising and hosting this fantastic event. I hope we can do it again. And if you can, and if you haven't already, please do donate to Partners in Health. There's a link in the description if you want to donate. Finally, if you like what you just heard, you can support me by subscribing to my YouTube channel. You can listen to my stuff on Spotify. I've got a whole album of Zelda music on Spotify, if that's your kind of thing. I made an Ocarina of Time album, which is for harp and ocarina and a few other instruments. It's all live instruments. It's a bit of a love letter to the soundtrack of that game. And all my other stuff that's on YouTube is on Spotify as well. And if you want to play any of the arrangements that you've heard me playing today, they're all on musicnotes.com. You can head over there and search for my name, Amy Turk, and you'll be able to find all my arrangements if you want to play any of the things that you heard in this set today. So thanks so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Wow. I feel like I'm saying that a lot today, but it's for good reason. I mean, what a beautiful set. Huge thank you to Amy for spending time with us today and sharing her talents with us. Really, really appreciate it. So yeah, I also thank you everyone that's been donating. We are raising money today for Partners in Health, which is a charity that really focuses on strengthening health systems in some of the world's poorest communities. They really are, you know, helping people in a way that actually serves them the best and helping people on the day-to-day with just sort of everyday health concerns that we often take for granted. So thank you to everyone that's donated so far. We're currently at a total of $1,567, which is truly incredible. You guys have totally blown me away today with your generosity. Want to say thank you to some people who've been donating. We had from Katie, $25. Thank you for HarpCon. I hope you'll save it so we can view later, as I can't attend the whole thing. Yes, it will be available to view later. Right now, my plan is just to leave the live stream full replay up. Potentially, I might break things up into separate videos, but one way or the other, you will be able to watch this back later. Or if you missed anything from earlier in the day, you can go back and watch that after the fact for sure. We had $20 from Miles. Love the performances. Thank you for the lovely music. Thank you so much. From Scott Linux, we had $20. Thank you for helping a great cause. We had an anonymous donation of $50 that said, "What an amazing day. Thank you so much for organizing." And from Alexander, we had $20 who said, "Thanks again, Amy, for connecting this for me, a gathering of angels sharing wonderful worlds of sound." So thank you so much for those donations. So we have already accomplished 2 of our donation goals today. So we've unlocked an extra performance by me in just over about an hour. And second donation goal, we crushed that one too. So I'm going to be playing part of my set Blindfolded, so you can look forward to that. We do have 1 donation goal left. This one's a little more ambitious because clearly I underestimated you guys. So if we can hit $2,000, I will also give you a tour of all the different harps that I own, tell you lots about them. I can answer any questions you have about them as well. So if you want to see that, you know, can donate. If you want to donate, there's a link in the description box of the live stream, and you can also type !donate, and the chat bot will bring up a link to that as well. So we are just shy of 3 o'clock Central, which is when Jennifer Ruggieri, aka Windyharper, who's in chat with us right now. Hello, hello. She's going to tell us all about how harps work, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to learn. My mind is open and ready for all of the harp facts. So yeah, it's been an incredible day so far. It's been really just so cool to have so many harpists together, talking, making music, and yeah, I'm just really grateful for everyone who's watching, everyone who's donated, everyone who's, you know, contributed with the performance or discussion. So yeah, we're just gonna take a couple of minutes here to regroup and get ready for the next act with Jennifer, and yeah, we'll be back shortly. See you soon. Okay, everyone, we are going to get started with Windyharper just a little bit early, just because we're all ready to go. So to introduce our next guest, next up is Jennifer Ruggieri, aka Windyharper. Jennifer is a professional harpist serving the Chicago area and Midwestern United States, currently serving as the principal harpist of La Crosse Symphony Orchestra in Wisconsin. She is in high demand as an orchestral player, chamber musician, and soloist. Her teachers include Kathleen Bride and Sarah Bullen, and she's earned her Bachelor of Music at Eastman School of Music and Masters of Music from Chicago College of the Performing Arts, both in harp performance. She's also a certified harp technician and member of the Lyon and Healy/Salvi Technicians Guild. You can find her performing live on Twitch, as well as her recorded videos on YouTube, and her username is Windy_Harper. So our original plan for today was to have Jen do like a mix of performance as well as a presentation on like harp regulation and how harps work. But unfortunately, she's injured one of her fingers, so we want to protect her valuable fingers. And so instead, what we're going to do is show a couple of her videos so you can still hear her playing, and then we'll move straight into the presentation on how harps work. So just before we do that, though, I do want to thank a couple more donations that have come in. So we had a $13 donation from Nary Oral with a message fixing some rounding errors, so for a more round number for the donation total. From Anonymous, we had a $20 donation, said wonderful work. Carol Kappas has donated $25. Thank you very much, as well as another anonymous donation of $20. So that puts our total now at $1,645. So thank you all so much for your generous support of Partners in Health. I can't express properly how grateful I am. So thank you very much. If you do want to see a harp tour later, I'm going to be kind of showing all my harps that I own and telling you a little bit about them, answering questions about them, but only if we hit that donation goal of $2,000. Now, this one is a little bit more ambitious, but I do think we can get there if we work together. The power of friendship. But seriously, if you would like to donate, the description box has a link for that, as well as you can type !donate in the chat, and the chat bot will get the link for you. But with all that said, we are now going to hear from Jennifer in a recorded format, and then shortly after, we will be hearing her directly live. All right, here we go. By the way, I will also say the names of the pieces that she's playing before I forget. She is going to be playing for us Green Path from Hollow Knight and Hummingbird from Spiritfarer. So here we go.
Harp Con Online. How is everyone doing? I apologize. I cannot actually perform live for you today because I have crushed my fingertip in a door. If you learn nothing else from me today, it's watch your fingertips when you're closing doors. I hope you enjoyed my YouTube videos. There's so much more of that, where that came from. More Hollow Knight, more Spiritfarer. So feel free to go check those out if you have not already. And I want to take a moment to thank Samantha for putting all of this together, because it is a monumental effort, and it has apparently been going smoothly. Knock on wood. Let's keep that going. And you guys killed the donation goal, so you guys are awesome. So y'all want to talk about like harp stuff? Should we do that? So I am, you might have read in my bio, I am a harp technician. I'm a certified harp technician. I am a Lion and Healy Salvi Technicians Guild member. And I actually work for Lion and Healy as an independent contractor. I am their quality control. So all of the pedal harps and electric lever harps have to go through me before they either go to our showroom or get shipped to dealers or get shipped to the customer. So I play a lot of harps every week. But just a piece of business, just because, so I do work for them, but I just want to make it clear, I'm not sponsored. I don't receive sales commissions. So like, we'll talk about strings and stuff today, but I'm not here to promote or sell any particular products. I'm just here as a harpist and a harp technician to talk to you about harp stuff. So we are going to, if there's time, we'll have an open Q&A session at the end. So if you have a question that I have not answered by the end of all of my talking, please hang on to it and ask it at the end. So there are two things that harpists have the most control over, and it's not the most exciting thing. It's tuning and strings. So we're going to talk about tuning. Why should you tune your harp? Well, harps that are in tune sound a lot better than the ones that are not. If you are constantly playing on a harp that's out of tune, it can also really be bad for your musical ear, your ability to tell when your harp is in tune or not. You just get like desensitized to it. Having consistent string tension on your soundboard is really good for your harp. Harps love stability and consistency. So that's why. So how often should you tune? Every time you play it. If that's not every day, that's okay. But you should tune it enough to keep the pitch stable. The thing about tuning is the more often you do it, the more stable your pitch will be. If you go weeks and weeks and weeks without touching your harp, without tuning it, it's going to be very out of tune, and tuning it once will not get the job done. You're going to have to tune it at least 3 times for it to stabilize. Again, if you want to be nice to your harp, tune it. How should you tune? I think most of you probably know all this stuff, but like, you would not believe the stuff I have seen on the road. So if you turn the tuning key clockwise to tighten the string / raise the pitch. I have seen it done the opposite. Do it clockwise. Tune open strings only. If you don't know what open strings means, it means if you're a pedal harpist, it means all your pedals are up in the flat position and nothing is touching the string. If you're a lever harpist, that means all your levers are down. Doesn't matter what key the harp is in at this point. Just, you want nothing touching the strings when you are tuning them. If you, for example, put up one of your levers and it is not in tune, but you want to make sure that pitch is in tune, check it. So put the lever up, check it with the tuner, but then put the lever down to change the tension on the string. You don't want to tune it with any discs or any levers engaged on it, because you're not going to get even tension. The tension on the string below that contact point where the lever or the disc is touching, and then the tension point above that are going to be different. So you can tune that to whatever pitch you want, but when you release that lever or pedal, that pitch is not going to be where you wanted it to be. So open strings only. tune all of the strings, not just the ones you use. Again, these are all things that I have seen. You want to tune all of the strings. Again, you want even tension on your soundboard. Don't neglect your bass wires. Even if you can't reach them, get a step stool, get a taller friend or a family member to tune them for you. It's also going to give you really weird overtones if it's not tuned all the way. It's going to sound weird. So tune all your strings. It's good for the strings, it's good for the harp, it's good for your ear, it's good for anyone who has to listen to you. When you are tuning, when you're tightening the string, you want to press inward slightly. Don't crank it in. Because of the way our tuning pins are designed, they are tapered. If you don't, they can eventually, over time, not be able to hold. They're going to unwind, and you're not going to be able to, your tuning pin is not going to hold the string stable. So just make sure that every time you tune, you're pushing in slightly towards the neck. Don't crank it. If it gets too hard, you're going to be very unhappy. Easy to tighten, much more difficult to loosen. Beyond that, beyond those things, it's up to you and your teacher's preference. So I tune, I go from middle C and I go down to the bottom strings. I go just downward. And then I come back to the D above middle C, and then I go to the top. You can do however you want. The only thing I do not recommend is starting at the very top and working your way down. The lower strings have a much greater effect on your soundboard stability. So if you are tuning your harp and you are starting with your very top string, by the time you get down to the bottom, that top string is not going to be where you left it. So you want to set kind of your lower strings, the pitch first, and then do the higher strings. I think, yeah, okay. I'm gonna show you a trick. Does anyone have any problems like with their tuning key falling off when they're tuning? I know maybe some students have this, and I learned this from someone else. I'll show it to you today. And I don't have what I really need. I need, they make like extra long rubber bands. That's what I really need. I don't have those. So I'm gonna use a lanyard words. And I'm gonna try and do this where you guys can see. So what you can do, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put the metal, kind of loop it over the tuning key, and then pull this through. So what you can do, it's just like a safety harness for your tuning key. So yeah, you can be tuning. Oh, it fell off. It did not ding my soundboard. I'll show you with rubber band too. It'll be easier to see because it's light colored. So yeah, do this like this. So you just put the rubber band. You'll want a bigger one. This one's real small. It's not going to really work. And then you're going to reach through the hole, grab this. And you've created, yeah, see, like this is too small. There you go. You created a little like safety harness for your tuning key. There you go. For free. You're welcome. All right. I think that's all about tuning. All right. Strings. What are they made of? We're going to divide them into two categories. We have natural gut strings. They are called gut because that's what they are made of. Formerly known as cat gut. They used to make them from cats. I'm so sorry, but hey, they don't do that anymore. They found out that cows have 7 stomachs, and so that's why we use cow gut. So made from cow intestine. You're welcome. I'm so sorry. And so that is your first type of string. Second one, man-made materials, where there's so many of them now. So we're just going to lump them all together. You got your nylon, you got your bio-nylon, carbon fiber, biocarbon. There's so many different kinds. So they, we're going to talk about some of them, but those are the two main categories. Or the two main materials. So type. So lever harps, pedal harps, they tend to use strings that are specifically designed to work for those instruments. Lever mostly uses light tension or lever tension strings, and pedal tension is used for pedal harps. They're designed to handle that extra tension, which is much, much higher than most lever harps. There are a few lever harps, specifically the Lion and Healy ones, the Ogden, Troubadour, Prelude. I don't think the Drake, though. Designed to work with pedal tension harps as kind of like a stepping stone if you plan to transition from lever harp to pedal harp. But if you do not have one of those harps, I generally recommend using whatever the manufacturer says, because they are specifically designed with that in mind. They are not necessarily interchangeable. Okay, brands. There's a lot. We're not gonna talk about brands too much. But again, when in doubt, use whatever your manufacturer recommends. Professionals tend to come up with their own things, and we will talk about that. And then we have the wire strings. Again, they come in two types, like lever wires. Actually, they're like two main types: lever wires and pedal wires. Do not use pedal tension wires on lever harps unless they're specifically designed for that. It will ruin your harp. They are not designed to handle that high tension. So pedal wires, two types. We have what comes with kind of, is a standard in current production. It's called tarnish resistant. Just means they have a tarnish resistant coating, keeps them from tarnishing and turning black. But we also do sell the silver plated wires, or non-tarnish resistant. They have a different sound. They're pretty nice. However, they tarnish and then they sound not so nice. Definitely not great in very humid climates. They're not going to last very long. All right, those are the strengths. Intermixing, here we go. So some harpists, typical harp stringing, at least for pedal harp, which is where we're going to focus most of our discussion today. Sorry, lever harpists. So typical stringing for a concert grand pedal harp, you got your wire strings, whichever one you use. Then the majority of the harp is strung in natural gut. And then the very top octave is strung in nylon. Why? Nylon has a pretty nice sound in the upper register, and that your upper two octaves are the ones that break the most strings. And so just for quality of life, having something that doesn't break all the time is preferable. So definitely nylon on the first octave. Some harpists have decided they want octave further down. It's totally fine. So some harpists decide they want nylon all the way down, which is fine. You're going to lose a lot of quality of tone below like the third octave, but there's nothing wrong with it or bad for the instrument. So if you are a professional harpist, you want more nylon strings, totally fine. I would recommend not intermixing strings within an octave. So you don't want like gut, nylon, gut, you don't want that. So like have a block of nylon that goes however far down you want it to go, and then have your gut strings. It's bad for quality of consistency of tone. The technique, it's like really weird because the nylon strings are much looser. So yeah, just decide how much of a block you want, but don't like intermix them. Mixing brands. Okay, so I do not have a complete like overview of all the different brands of strings and whether or not they're interchangeable. Like I know like our Bow brand and Vanderbilt are fairly like close, that if you wanted to switch from Bow brand to Vanderbilt, like you can do that. And it shouldn't really affect your regulation very much. Changing from gut to nylon or a different type of nylon. So nylon strings are a little bit thicker, which means they're going to regulate sharp. So if you have a gut string on your third octave E, whatever, and you change that to a gut string, it's going to be much more sharp in natural and sharp. So it will have to be re-regulated to compensate for that. Similarly, I've tried a few different types of nylon strings. Parastro has a really nice nylon string. They're a little bit thicker. And I was using those in my top octave for a while, but I have an older harp. And as harps age, they tend to go a little sharp. And so it just became harder to compensate for that in regulation. So I went back to my artist nylon strings. But yeah, you can experiment with other strings. However, it will affect your regulation. So try to time that around when a technician is going to be working on your harp anyway. You can be like, hey, I want to change these strings out. Thicker strings, regulate more sharp. And similarly, there's some harp strings that run a little bit thinner. I found the premier strings were a little bit thin. They sound okay, but I want a little bit more resistance just for me and what I require out of my harp. So yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about strings more in chat. String anchors. Okay. So not the entire, you don't need these for the entire range of the harp, just for generally third, second, and first octave strings require a string anchor because the string is not thick enough to form a knot. It'll get pulled up through the hole or it'll get stuck in the hole, which is not good. So what is a proper string anchor? And I had one. Where did it go? I had one to show you guys. It has wandered off. Okay. Well, what is an acceptable string anchor? For Latin Healy, we use our 5th octave A, B, and C strings. So when you pull an old one off of your harp, save it. And you cut them into like 1 inch or 2.5 centimeter little bits and save those. Stick them in a bag, stick them in your string bag, and you should never have to buy them. So some harps use like little dowels, little wooden dowels. That's fine too. The only thing is like you could lose them when a string breaks. If it like breaks on the road or something, like that dowel you might never see it again. So that's why I just like having the 5th octave ABC on hand, because you'll pretty much never run out of them. Do not use thinner strings. I've seen it done. They do not have the thickness to really hold your string to a consistent tension. They're going to bend. They're going to get pulled up into the hole, which is not good. I've seen people use cotton. Please don't, because the cotton just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and it gets pulled up into the hole. It is not going to hold your string. I've seen paper, and I'm like, in a pinch, like, I get it. I have seen people shred up concert programs to use as, and like roll them up and use them as string anchors. Like, emergency situation, I get it, but that's not good in the long run. All right, so when should you change a string? You could just change it whenever it breaks. I think that's living a little dangerously as a professional. I would like to be in control of when I have to put a new string on, but sometimes it can't be helped. So if you want to get ahead of it and be in control of when you change your string, look for fraying. Sometimes they fray in the middle. Notching, which is where they would come into contact with either the disc or your lever, if you're a lever harpist. And it's those things just pinching the string over and over and over. It just wears at least little like pits in the string. And a little bit harder to see thinning. If you run your fingers down the length of a string, you can actually feel them get thinner in the middle. And so those are just like kind of normal wear and tear, which can give you a good sense of like, this string might not have much more life left in it, and maybe I should think about changing it 2 weeks before my concert instead of 30 minutes before the concert. All right, so how do you change a string? I assume many of you already know how to do this. I'm not going to show you. There are so many resources on how to tie a string knot, how to string it, how to change wires. You can find that on YouTube. There are books that I will recommend at the end of it. We are not covering that today. Wires, generally, I just recommend having your technician do it. It's good, well, and we'll talk about this later too. It's good for harpists to know how it's done, but like it's very dangerous. I've scratched myself so many times dealing with wires. They can be a bit unruly, and they're just, as a short person, they're kind of a pain. So it's absolutely worth it to just have your technician do it whenever you get your harp regulated. All right, so strings are done. Felts. All right, so we're clearly out of lever harp territory at this point, but I think we will have more things for lever harpists later. But for now, we are in pedal harp territory. So there are three types of felts that you should be aware of that need to be changed during your regulation, but also it's a good thing for harpists to know how to do. So we get these red pedal felts. This is actually piano felt. It's very expensive. But can you make your own felts? No, you cannot. I'm so sorry. I know they're expensive. This is a very special type of felt that you cannot find at like your local craft store. You're not going to find it. It's very, very dense. We have not found a better alternative yet. And they must be changed with every regulation, even if you don't play your harp that often. Those felts will still wear down because your pedals, when they're in flat, they're constantly pushing up against the top of that bass, which will compress your red felts, but also your white slot felts, of which there are two kinds. And it's good to know which kind you have. So the thick or thin, those are your options. So these thick ones are about like 3/8 of an inch or about a centimeter. And they're generally only used on semi-grand harps. So if you have a semi-grand harp, you are probably going to have thick felts on your harp. All the rest will use thin felts. And so these are about just a 1/4 inch or slightly more than 1/2 centimeter. And even if they're like compressed and kind of worn and on your harp, you should be able to measure them to like kind of figure out which ones you have. If not, your manufacturer will be able to tell you which felts are recommended. There are cases as a technician where I might see a concert grand harp with thick felts, and there's generally a reason for that, and whatever's on there is what I replace it with. And so, on a hidden beneath your felts, for many harps, all lining Heelys, I believe Salvies are doing this too. You'll find they're little rubber, little rubber pedal cushions. They're nice and squishy, squish, 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 squish. The nice thing about these, they just help your felts. They're just noise reduction and shock absorbers. She got these metal pedal bars banging around these wooden slots. So you need felts, and these rubbers help too. Just kind of kill all that noise. The nice thing about those black felt cushions, they last for multiple regulations. I usually use them 2 to 3 times before replacing them. So I actually had to replace my felts. This was last year. And so I made a little video just for funsies. So if Sam could play that for you now. Okay. So step one of any regulation involves changing your felts. So we've done that in our hypothetical harp that we're regulating. So why do harps need to be regulated? Well, harps are under a lot of tension, which results in all these different directional shifts that can throw your harp out of alignment. For example, well, for all harps, this includes lever harps. So your strings are attached to one side of the neck, unless you have double strung, and that's a whole other thing. Strings, you're pulling down on one side, so they're kind of pulling that down, and they're kind of gonna twist your neck a little bit. This is all harps. But at the same time, the strings are pulling up on that soundboard, which is not a bad thing. That's how like your harps mature into this really nice warm sound. Like you want your soundboard to pull up a little bit. But those two things, they kind of change the angle of your strings because your soundboard is going to come up a little bit. So it's going to shift all of your strings back. This is eventually, this happens very, very slowly. And so for pedal harp specifically, these strings are pulling all this tension down. So your column is putting an immense amount of pressure on your pedal box, which is what the column sits on. And so that can cause eventual shifts in your baseboard. This is all like under the hood stuff. You'll never really notice. But they are things that have to be replaced, at some point for the harp to remain structurally stable. So pedal harps specifically are really, really complicated. They're basically a human-powered machine. They have hundreds of moving parts. They're under this immense amount of tension. So they require more frequent regulations than lever harps. There's just a lot more to do. So how often should you have your harp regulated? Lever harps, probably like 4 to 5 years, maybe more often if you play professionally. There's again, like they are under these directional shifts, but like they're much more slight. And there's just a lot less moving parts. For pedal harps, probably 1 to 2 years. Professionals typically do it every year. For students or people who play a lot less frequently, 2 to 3 years. But I would not really let it go past 3, because even when a harp is just sitting, like your felts are compressing, everything is just sitting, but it's still under tension. So they still do need to be regulated. Even if they're not used frequently, the felts are compressing. And I have in the course of changing felts on some harps that have not been regulated in 5 to 10 years, I have peeled off the crispiest masking tape I've ever seen in my life. Like things still go bad. Like they still need maintenance. So what is a regulation? It's just a periodic inspection and maintenance that keeps a harp in optimal playing condition, just like getting your car serviced. It's just a thing that has to happen. So what does your technician do? We go by technician or regulator, whatever. So aside from just checking for major and minor problems, changing strings if needed, ideally this is done at least a week or 2 before the appointment. We check that the feet are all tight. Because well, think about when you pull your harp back, pedal harpists, but even lever harpists too, if they have feet, those rear feet are the only thing touching the ground. So they do tend to loosen up when pedal harpists are moving our harps. What is touching the dolly? The rear feet. So the rear feet get a lot of kind of abuse. And so we'll make sure everything is nice and tight. Replace the pedal felts, which we've already seen. But while we're there, we're checking our pedal rod lengths. We're not going to go too in depth about the stuff that's like under the hood. But they're the rods that run up the column and control everything in your action. And we kind of just make sure all the moving parts are lubricated. That's all the under the hood stuff. So let me flip the harp over. We're checking your string centering. That's, where it is in relation to the two disc pins. We check the intonation in natural and sharp. We want that to be as close to perfect as possible. There's lots of built-in things that we can do to adjust for all these changes that are happening. We check for buzzes, snaps, noises. We might recheck the pedal rod length again, and that's it. That's pretty much a regulation. It takes 2 to 3 hours. And for lever harps, besides the inspection, go over your tuning pins, make sure they're tight, make sure all your lever screws are tight, check for buzzes, and then we adjust, the intonation, both with the open string and with the lever engaged, making sure that it's in tune in all the keys. All that being said, we would love for every harp to work absolutely perfectly. In this ideal world, every string would be perfectly centered and perfectly in tune and natural and sharp. They would never break, and harps would never go out of tune, and harps would grow on trees. But they do come with limitations, unfortunately. So there are lots of adjustments we can make that are built into the design. All these there's like metal hardware pieces that we have ways of either moving them left and right or up and down. So we have quite a few things we can do on the action. The big metal thing that has all the discs, that's called the action. But there are limits to what we can do. For example, lever harps, there's only so far you can move a lever up before it hits your, I cannot even think of the name, the string post. So there are like physical limits. On my own harp, our second octave F and G, this is like kind of like the low part of the curve of the neck. There's only so far you can move these string nuts down before they're hitting your disc. Like we hit physical limitations. So my harp's older. It was built in 1979. And my second octave F and G natural and sharp are just always going to be a little high. And that's just something I compensate for with tuning, or just, it is what it is. So, you have a buzz. What do you do? Well, after you stop crying and screaming and yelling, after that, the emotional part of it is over. Tune your string. Like, you would be surprised how many buzzes go away. Well, and not just the string, but tune your harp. And I promise there's a good chance it'll go away. If you are sure that is a specific string, replace that string. Again, many times that fixes the problem. So you can adjust your string anchor. So you can like reach into your harp. And I wish my string anchor had like not run away. I could show you. But sometimes the string anchor is like touching the string anchor of another string. And so you just want to make sure nothing is touching anything it shouldn't. If you have really big, elegant loops of strings inside your harp, cut them. I promise you those are causing buzzes too. What else? Take the harp into another room. Room buzzes can be extremely infuriating, and I have a room buzz at work, and it's incredibly annoying. And it's not every harp, and it's only certain strings, and it's just the whole room buzzes. It makes doing my job really hard. But I was regulating this harp in Indiana, and the harpist had this tea set. It was on like a metal cart in a corner. I had like some like ceramic teapots on it, and there was this buzz she couldn't figure out. And so I like went around the room. I was just like, I'm pretty sure it's a room buzz. I was trying to figure out what was doing it. I moved one of the teapots like an inch, and that buzz stopped. Beyond that, you are sure it's the harp. Check if you have a metal handle, which I cannot show you right now. On the back of your harp, if you have a metal handle, press against that, because sometimes that can cause a buzz, and either it just needs to be tightened, or you can put some like felt, some extra like felt between that and the harp. Pedal caps. I had a school harp that had a buzz, and they couldn't figure it out. It was one of the pedal caps was loose, so it was just buzzing against the metal part of the pedal. I tightened it, and then that was it. Charged them $1,000. Beyond that, that's when you contact a technician or your harp's manufacturer for further diagnosis / scheduling a technician visit. And if you are talking to a technician or your harp's manufacturer, be specific when describing the problem. Something is wrong with my E-pedal is a good start. We could do better. Or my harp has a buzz. What is the actual problem? My E-pedal makes a noise going from natural to sharp. Okay, we know what that is, but something is wrong with my E-pedal is not the most helpful. My 5G wire string buzzes and sharp. Cool. We have a pretty good idea of what's going on there. Just to help things go faster. Just be very, very specific when you have these problems. Make note, if you have a buzz, make note of what the pedal setting is, because it might only happen in that pedal setting. And all of that information helps us figure out the problem. So the last thing I have for you guys is called Stuff Happens. These are all things that have happened to me. and so I would recommend harpists, if not know how to fix them, know how to deal with them. For lever harpists, replace a broken lever. That has happened to me. The lever broke while I was regulating it. I forget what kind of levers they were. They're like these like old brass levers. They were just really brittle, and the lever part just like broke off. And luckily the harpist had some spares, but yeah. Be prepared to replace a broken lever at some point. Replacing a wire string. It's rare, but they can break. It's possible. So it's something, consider at least knowing how to do it properly and safely. Install a pedal spring. I had a gig, and I got to my gig, and one of my pedals didn't work. And so I flipped my harp over, and I put my harp cover down. I put the harp down, and one of my pedal springs had just like popped off. It was there. It was just dangling. I have no idea how it happened. So I put it back on. Never gave me a problem ever again. Harps are weird. Replacing felts is just a good thing to know if you're a professional and you're playing a lot, and you want to make the most out of your regulation. You can, like, some harpists will wear out their felts in 6 months. So it's not a terrible idea to know how to replace them. And I had a university audition, and I walked into one of the practice rooms, and one of the D pedal felt had just like completely unraveled. And while it was not my job to fix that, like, these are just literally things I've seen in my life. Broken pedal rod. I had to play a gig with a broken pedal rod. Wasn't my harp. This was a harp that's like kept at a hotel. And so this was like 5 minutes into my 2-hour set. So I pulled the harp out and put it on the ground to confirm that it was a broken pedal rod. And I just put it in, I pushed it all the way up so that it would be in flat. And then I just played things in flat that day. And I think it was an A. So I played everything I could that didn't need an A natural or an A sharp. And so if you have something in like the key of E major, you can also play that in the key of E flat major. So that's how I got through that gig. And a broken disc. I recently had to play the Debussy dances with a broken 5 C sharp disc. It was a Monday rehearsal, Wednesday concert, and we were in rehearsal, and I heard this little ping, and this little thing shot across the room, and it was one of the pins on my 5 C sharp disc. And so I made a call to try and like find a local harpist. I was out of state. This is Pennsylvania. And I didn't get an answer. So I ended up just looking at my music and surgically removing that note from the concert when I could, replacing it with a D flat substitute, or just doing what I could. So yeah, stuff happens. Be prepared to deal with it. And I actually made a little video of me replacing that disc too, if Samantha would like to play that now. So that is most of what I have to talk to you guys about today, which is about as much time as we have. I do have some resources. By no means a comprehensive list, but really good places to start. For all harpists, Jacqueline Polauf, P-O-L-L-A-U-F, has a YouTube channel. She's got some really nice YouTube tutorials for pedal and lever harpists, including videos on changing pedal felts and even pedal rods and replacing a disc, which you just saw. So I would recommend going there if you're having any harp maintenance issues. Steve Moss of Moss Harp Service, I think it's mossharpservice.com, has a wonderful video about harp care, everything you need to know about taking care of your harp. You can buy that from his website. It's available for digital download, and you can just rent it too. I think you can rent it for like less than $5 just to watch it. But incredibly comprehensive video about everything you need to know as a harpist. He also has a book for how to regulate my lever harp. I think I've got just an e version of it, but it's everything you need to know about specifically regulating Loveland levers, which quite a few harps use. It's a very good lever. Speaking of lever harps, David Kalachny has a wonderful book called Troubleshooting Your Lever Harp, and it covers a lot of different lever types: Robinson, Old Lion and Healy, Loveland, Salvi, Triplet, Truett, and Lion and Healy performance levers. So if you're a lever harpist, you really should have that book on hand. And then I actually have that. There you go. That's available on harp.com. I don't know if you can, but you can probably buy that off his website, David Kalachny. And then the classic, Carl Swanson, A Guide for Harpists. It's got like stains and stuff on it. Like it's I've gotten so much use out of that. But that covers pretty much anything you need to know about changing felts and changing a pedal rod, changing strings, anything. It's very old school, but all the information is still current. With that in mind, and that's also available at harp.com. We're done. So if anyone has any questions, we can take them.
Yeah, we are going to transition to a little bit of Q&A. So first question that I want to ask from chat. Connie asked, what's your opinion of those dusty strings, like string buttons that you can use as a string anchor? If you have an opinion.
I don't know that I do. It's just like a regular. I don't even have a lever harp. The buttons, I think I've seen them. I have no issues with them.
Yeah, I haven't used them myself either.
But just keep extras on hand if you lose them.
Yeah, I mean, it seems handy, you know, if you just are really scared of those string knots. Take some stress out of that.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for someone that has like a new pedal harp? So like anything to like expect or anything particular care for like a brand new harp?
For a brand new harp, I would get it regulated within like a year or two, because brand new harps are going to shift more than like older harps. It takes a while for things to settle. So you're going to find a lot of shifting. You'll get some buzzes. Your wire discs might buzz because you need the pedal rods adjusted. So I would schedule what used to be a warranty regulation. We don't do them anymore. But have that done within 2 years for sure. You're gonna need it.
And do you find that like on new harps, is it common for strings to break more often as the harp settles?
Yeah. And weather too. But yeah, everything's changing. Like harps hitting puberty. Just things are changing. Things go a little wonky, but eventually they'll settle in.
Yeah, awesome. The next question is, how did you like go about becoming a technician, or like, is there a particular path to becoming a technician?
There is a path. So I graduated with my bachelor's degree in music in a certain year. We don't need to talk about the years. And I looked at grad programs too. I took a couple auditions. I got into some programs, but I just didn't really get much scholarship at the time. And I had been looking at the Lyon and Healy apprenticeship program, which is a one-year program. You have to move here to Chicago and work for Lyon and Healy to do the apprenticeship. So definitely not everyone can do that. But just if you are serious about looking into it, you just go through their general email.
Awesome.
But yeah, I took a year off after undergrad. Moved here, did my 1-year apprenticeship, and then went back to grad school for Harp Performance.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Just checking for other questions what we have. So we'll do one more question, I think, and then we'll wrap up. So we have a question from the harp librarian who asks, my pedal harp has always had hairline cracks in the soundboard varnish. They've spread with age, but don't seem to have gone deeper than the varnish. Is there potential for this to ever be a problem?
No, it's just ugly. It's just the varnish cracking. If it is more than varnish, then it's just the veneer. So the soundboards are made of hardwood, and then they are covered with a much nicer looking veneer. So that veneer can develop little cracks in it, and it's not going to be a structural problem.
Awesome. Good to know. I'm sure that's a relief to hear.
Yeah, breathe easy. It's probably fine.
Okay, fantastic. Cool. All right. Well, we're going to wrap up here. Thank you, Jennifer, for your time today. I definitely learned a lot. I feel like everyone watching probably did as well. So yeah, it's been really great having you on. So for everyone watching, we do still have my set coming up. I'm going to talk to you in just a minute, but I'm just going to send Jennifer on her way. And then, yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, everyone. Here we are. Woo! This day is almost over. Can you believe that? It's been so great today. Just getting to hear so many harpists play, getting to hear from so many harpists, and just like talk about so many things that I feel like otherwise, a lot of us that play the harp, it can feel isolating sometimes because so frequently there's not that many people in our local communities that play. So it's really wonderful to connect online as we're doing today. So yeah, big thank you to Windyharper. I forgot to ask her to talk about where you can find her, but we've got her links in the chat as well as they're in the live stream description. So definitely check out her YouTube as well as her Twitch channel. She streams pretty often. So thanks again, Jennifer, for that fantastic presentation. Yeah, so let's talk about donations for a second here. I think there's a bunch of people I need to thank. So we have a couple of anonymous donations that have come in. So we had a pretty big one, $120 from an anonymous donor who says, "Go Harp Con." So thank you very much for that. And then another anonymous one up for $35. So honestly, you guys, we have raised an incredible amount of money today. I didn't know what to expect, and I'm so grateful. I'm really just I'm kind of speechless. Like I didn't really expect us to even get this far. But what happened this morning was we reached the first donation goal of $500 within, I think, 15 minutes, which is just wild. So that first donation goal was to unlock, and maybe why don't I just make my camera the scene while I'm talking to you guys instead of just making you look at the schedule. So yeah, first donation goal we unlocked was to unlock my set after Windy just finished, and then the second one was for me to do part of my set blindfolded. So I am going to do that, and that's going to be coming up next. But we do have one more donation goal. We're $200 away from $2,000, which is wild to even say. But if we hit that $2,000, I'll give you a harp tour. I'll show you all my harps. I'll let you hear them. I'll tell you about them. I'll answer questions about them. Yeah, if you want to see that, we're $200 away, so it's very within reach. So I think what I will probably do now is set up for my set. If we get that like $200 like right now, we'll do the harp tour first. If we get it during my set, I'll do it after. We're flexible. We're adaptable. We're harpists, sometimes a string breaks and you got to go with the flow, right? So yeah, I just thank you so much. Thank you so much just for everything today. It's been truly, truly incredible. And also before I forget, I do want to say thank you to the team of mods today. Brandroid and Caladris were here earlier. Mr. Ragnarman, aka Eric, who's my husband, is upstairs keeping an eye on chat and making sure everything's running smoothly. So big thank you for that as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go. I tuned my harp earlier. I'm gonna check that it's still in tune. Gonna change my setup because I need to kind of change some audio and video things. So I'm gonna get that set up. Shouldn't take me more than, I don't know, 10 minutes tops. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put some music on for y'all, and I will see you again shortly.
Dreaming of the stars on high, let's speak to me in secret sighs, drifting on a breeze. Only I can feel and hear. wake me up, just to leave me there, dreaming.
Okay, the mics are on. We're good. Okay, so welcome back. It's time for me to play now. Yeah, so we did obviously, of course, unlock the blindfolded harp playing, but if you'll allow it, I'm gonna just kind of warm up with a couple of tunes first, kind of get my fingers on the string, and then yeah, I've got 4 songs I'm gonna play for you blindfolded today. So if you would also like to see a tour of all the harps that I own, we're only $180 away from that donation goal, and all the money is going to Partners in Health, a really awesome charity. So, you know, I'm just saying, ! Donate if you would like to make that happen. So if you're not familiar with sort of my style, I really enjoy playing music, first of all, music from video games. But I really enjoy playing in a style that's like, just like really cozy and relaxing and just kind of like a nice warm hug of a song. So I'm going to start with a piece from Final Fantasy VI that I just think really kind of encapsulates that mood. It's called Kids Run Through the City Corner. So that one again is called Kids Run Through the City Corner. It's from Final Fantasy VI. All right, so next up, I wanted to represent Undertale, which is maybe one of the game soundtracks that I feel like has made the most waves recently. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing a cute little tune from Undertale called Snowed-In Town, which seems appropriate for me because there's actually snow on the ground now where I live in Winnipeg. this one. It's called Snowden Town, by the way. Welcome. We have some raiders of the Harp Con. Well, welcome. If we have new people joining us, this is Harp Con. Who's raiding us? Was this Emily's doing? Ah, Emily. Thank you. Well, so for everyone coming in, you're catching the tail end of Harp Con right now. We have been spending the whole day with like harp performances. Emily was on here earlier, which was fantastic. We've had like lots of discussions, and we've also been raising money for charity. The charity is Partners in Health, which is a really cool charity that is like helping to build health systems in communities in a lot of the world's poorest places. So, so far we've managed to raise $1,820, which is really just incredible. But welcome everyone that's here. So Amy's set is already over, as is Emily's. Kristan was here just for a discussion earlier. She's a busy lady, but it means a lot that you care enough to want to hear all these fantastic people perform. My name's Samantha. Obviously this is my YouTube channel. And I like to play video game music. I like to make arrangements that are just like cozy and relaxing and make you feel peaceful. So that's kind of my jam. So what we're going to do next is we, at $1,000, we had a donation goal of, if we hit $1,000, which we did very quickly, I would play some of my set blindfolded. So that's what we're going to be doing next. So I have my my fuzzy blindfold handy. Holy reverb, are you in a cathedral? No, I just have some effects on my mic, that's all. And I don't usually bother turning them off when I'm not playing. Okay, so it's blindfold time is what's happening. We've had a $20 donation from Ryosuke. Thank you very much. Getting us a little bit closer there. Okay, so I'm playing blindfolded. I have been practicing this, and I do also just want to say, any like blind harpists out there, I'm sure could do this in circles around me. That said, as a person who does rely pretty heavily on their sight, you know, I'm fairly confident, but you know, there's going to be a little bit of stopping and starting inevitably at some point. So anyway, so the first song I'm going to do for you guys is this is interesting because like I need to like get my hand on the spot first. I'll have to just test that I'm in the right place. So we're going to do no, that's wrong. Hang on. Place my I didn't really think this through, did I? Okay. Place my right hand. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do the roost from Animal Crossing. Okay. There we go. We're in position. Here we go. Just by feel. know, it's funny, like trying to practice without my eyes. I feel like my makeup's probably all over the place, but that's okay. We're all right with that. It's like really weird. You're like, it's like, do I just try to like guess how far it is? What I found to be what worked the best was just like imagining really hard, like either look like what the sheet music looks like or what the strings would look like, and just trusting my body. Usually I'm within like a string. But thank you, everyone. Yeah, I do feel like improvising with eyes closed would be pretty fun, because then, you know, it doesn't really matter which string you land on, you know? Okay, we're gonna do another one. So next one we're gonna do a Zelda tune, and fortunately it's a tune that Amy did not play during her set earlier, so we don't have any overlap there. We're gonna do Clock Town from Majora's Mask. Okay, I'm gonna have to find that spot with my left hand, but all right, here we go. Song number 2 with the blindfold on. We're just gonna walk down from D. Okay. Here I go. There we go. When you don't quite land the landing. Oh man. Thank you very much. Oh, we're at $1,875. 25 more dollars and we'll get a harp tour when the set is over. So that's pretty attainable. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I do still have I have one more blindfold one that I'm very, reasonably confident about. And just saw a comment, if she starts reading chat blindfolded, then you know I've got an earpiece, but no. So we're gonna do Lon Lon Ranch next, which is from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Those of you, I stream pretty much every Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time for about an hour. I take requests and stuff. And pretty much every time we end with Lon Lon Ranch. So we're not doing Lon Lon Ranch as an ending song, but I was like, I need a song that I can memorize pretty easily. And since I play this one so often, it seemed like a good choice. So we're gonna do Lon Lon Ranch next. It's really funny, I've got the blindfold on, but I'm closing my eyes anyway, because that's how I've been practicing it, with my eyes closed. I don't know how I would feel if I had my eyes open, so I'm not going to risk it. Okay, so we start. I'm like not quite blind without my glasses, but it's, wow, how did I just find that? That's incredible. All right. There we go. Walnut Ranch. That middle section with all the jumping in the left hand. Ooh, it's a doozy without looking. Oh man. Listen, about the @Samantha Ballard, I don't know why my YouTube channel, if you type youtube.com/@Samantha Ballard, it won't take you to my channel. I do not know why. I've put it on my to-do list. I need to email YouTube and be like, guys, can we please fix my URL? But if you go youtube.com/C/Samantha Ballard, you will find my page. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that, unfortunately. But okay. Oh, you know what? I just realized earlier when I said we were $25 away from our goal, I lied. It was $125. But we're at $1,945 in donations right now. So we only need 55 more for that last donation goal, which is pretty cool. Like, I've said this a bunch of times today, but I did not know what to expect, and raising $2,000 was not what I expected. And you guys have really just shown up in the best way possible. So thank you so much. It's really incredible. I have a comment from Ectobas that says, I remember when I started watching your live streams for the first time, one of the first things I asked was, can you play the harp without looking? And I answered no. Now look at you. Yeah. Now look at me. I did have to practice. Okay, so I have one more song I'm going to play for you with the blindfold. And I have to warn you, this is the weakest of the bunch. So when I started thinking about this as like a potential like donation goal, I was like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy Prelude. I know that song like the back of my hand. I can play it memorized really easy. But what I didn't really take into consideration is that arpeggios are probably the most difficult thing to do, or like any kind of really big jump. Like this distance is really hard to kind of gauge just in space. Like in the darkness, you're like, is anyone out there? I don't know where I am. So I can get through this piece. It's a little rougher than the other ones you just heard, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play it once for you with the blindfold. And then I'm going to play it once without the blindfold so we can still have some nice Final Fantasy music. Okay. Here we go, actually. Well, let me get myself sorted. So for this one, what I try to do is just like take a mental photograph with my mind of where all the C's are. And then just hope for the best. Okay, so here's C. There we go. Okay. Should be able to get right without looking. Wow. There we go. That was like better than I've played it all week, so there we go. Halfway through playing it without my glasses on, I realized, oh, I actually didn't spend any time memorizing the part with the chords. And I was like, I can't look at my iPad because my glasses aren't on. Oh, thank you so much. Also, I see, now that I have my glasses back on, that we've reached our donation goal. And we are sitting at $2,095. And thank you. Thank you so much. It's really incredible. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the people who've given in the last little while here. We had Ryosuke with the $20, Dana with $20, Viola Buddy with $15, Connie gave quite a few just now to get us over that line. So thanks so much, Connie. That's really, really generous of you. Neri with another $50. Owen with a $100 donation. Thank you so much. That's so generous. Kim P with $10. Thank you for everything. I learned a lot. Thank you so much for being here and for donating. And $20 from Karen as well. I'm kind of speechless. Like, this is beyond my expectations. So thank you so much for all of your donations today. Like, what a way to do the first ever Harp Con online. Seriously. So yes, because we've reached $2,000, once I'm done playing, I'm gonna show you all my harps and tell you all about them. You can ask questions, I'll answer them. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, so that's the conclusion of our blindfolded set today. Yeah, that opening of the prelude with those two opening couple of arpeggios, like, that's genuinely the best I've played it all week. So that one's tough with the blindfold on. So I guess we'll all be back next year. I feel like we should, right? I do know that if this is going to happen again, I need help because I did all of the organizing, planning, tech, promotion, all by myself, which I did it, but it was a lot. So yeah, you know, so my DMs are open basically for people who want to help. Yeah, I can't make any promises about another event. It seems likely, but if you do want to know about, you know, if there's going to be another event, I do have an email list set up, and there's a link for it right at the bottom of the description of the live stream, and you can sign up for emails there. I won't email you for that particular list unless there's something directly related to another HarpCon. So, yeah, it's what a day. What a cool thing, and y'all really made it special. So thank you for being here. But we're not quite done yet. We don't have to say goodbye yet. Let me take off my sweater because I'm nice and warm after playing a bit. So I have a couple of pieces I want to play that are from an album that I released in 2020, which is 3 years ago. It's like 3.5 years since I released this album. So the album that I made a couple of years ago, it's called Guiding Light. It's a music from Octopath Traveler that I arranged for Harp. So Octopath Traveler is this game that came out in 2018. It's like a turn-based, like HD 2D style game, if that means anything to you. And basically you follow these 8 travelers around the continent and like see their stories, and they all have kind of distinct personalities and kind of things that they go through. And the soundtrack is so beautiful. It's composed by Yasunori Nishiki, and if you've never heard the soundtrack, like, you should really check it out. It's really beautiful. And I played this game at a time when I was preparing for this classical music competition that I decided to do kind of just because. And I had a really hard time when I was doing that competition. Like, I was in a lot of pain, and I was really struggling with like kind of my self-confidence as a musician. I was really struggling with like imposter syndrome, and honestly, it was kind of that process that helped me realize that like my passion, while I have a lot of respect for classical music, and I like a lot of classical music, my passion and where I really thrive is when I'm making arrangements and doing video game music, because it just really excites me. And this whole time that I was doing all this competition stuff, I just was like, I want to play Octopath Traveler music. So the next year, as soon as I was like free from that obligation, I was like, let's go, and made an album. And this year, a sequel got released, and equally beautiful soundtrack. So my plan is for like kind of starting next month to start maybe making a second album of music from Octopath 2. But I'm going to play a couple of songs from that first album before my fingers cool off. So first one I'm going to play for you is Cyrus the Scholar. So Cyrus is this character. He's an academic. He teaches a princess at a royal academy, and he ends up getting fired because he was framed for doing something he didn't do. But he said, you know what, that's fine. I want to go search for this forbidden dark magic book that's missing. Like, what happened to it? And he goes on this journey and kind of discovers some rather sinister things afoot. And he's very blustery and really cannot read social cues at all. So he's quite funny, in my opinion. But he's got a good heart. So I feel like Yasunori Nishiki did a really good job with the composition of like kind of getting these characters across. So yeah, we're gonna do Cyrus. It's cold today, so keep my hands warm. There we go. right, that's Cyrus the Scholar. And for the last piece I'm going to play as part of my set before we get to the harp tour, I'm going to play kind of a fan favorite, which is Primrose the Dancer. So Primrose is a character whose story is full of betrayal and revenge. She's quite an interesting character. And then sort of at the end wondering, you know, once you get revenge, then what? So here we go. This is Primrose the Dancer. Ugh, love that one. That one's a rush. Oh, yeah, that's Primrose the Dancer. So those are both off of my album called Guiding Light. It's on Spotify and all that. I have a lot of songs on Spotify. If you like it, I also have like a CD of this as well as like a digital download where there's 2 extra songs. So, anyway though, that's not important. What's important is I want to say thank you for listening to my set. Thank you for donating so heckin' much today. $2,095. That's incredible. So yeah, what we're gonna do now is I am gonna just switch mics so you don't have to listen to me echo. I've been muted the whole time. Anyway, welcome to streaming. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm gonna take you on a little tour of all my harps. So the first one that I've been playing on is my Lion Healy Style 23. Um, this harp is, I'm pretty sure it was made in 1980, maybe 1982. I bought it used in 2016. Yeah. I really like it. It's a pedal harp, obviously. It has a really nice, warm tone. I love Lion Healy, and I love the Style 23 in particular. We had a Style 23 at the school that I studied at, and I was like, I know that one's good. So that's one of the reasons why I looked for this one. But yeah, harps be expensive, so I got it used. But yeah, I will maybe drag this one out so you can see it a little better, and then we'll bring over another harp. Okay, so I move my bench away and my iPad. Get that out of the way. Something like that. Okay. So we'll move this out so you can see it a little better. Here we go. And it's gonna fall over, so that's fun. It's okay, it's in a case. It's in a case for a reason. There we go. There we go. There's the Style 23. So next up, we're gonna do lever harps. All right, so this harp is a Heartland Harps Legend. It's a lever harp, as you can see, all the levers. All the levers at the top, and actually, why don't I put it in this E flat? This is made of carbon fiber, and this harp I also bought used. Most of my harps I've bought used. I bought this harp because there's a woman that I was giving lessons to at the time, and she ended up having some health problems that made it so she couldn't continue with lessons, which was really unfortunate. But she basically messaged me and said, if you want to buy this harp, I'd be really happy to sell it to you because I know it'll get played a lot. And so I actually got this for a crazy steal of like $1,500 Canadian, which a new one of these is like 7,500 US or something like that. So it is probably the best purchase I've ever made in my life. How would you say the sound of the carbon fiber compares to wood? I would say that, well, I'll play it for you in a second. I think it's, how would I describe it? It has like a little, it's kind of in between sort of a more mellow sound and like a very bright Celtic sound. It's like kind of in the middle of those two. So I don't know if that's the carbon fiber specifically or the strings or like something else, but the other thing that's kind of weird about this harp is that it tends to sound better when you're on the other side of it. So like if I was playing to a room, in the room, it actually sounds amazing. Like especially if you have a bit more of a reverberant space, it sounds really awesome. If you're just playing for yourself, the sound seated at the harp, it's not bad by any means, but I think it's not as good as when you're listening to it from the other side, which is kind of interesting. But what I love about this harp is how light it is and how easy it is to carry. Like I think it's like 10 pounds or something for this whole instrument. Like I've had smaller wooden harps that weighed more. And so I played a lot of weddings, as many harpists do. And I played at a fair amount of outdoor weddings in the summer. And I used to take one of my pedal harps, and that was just, there was this one summer where it was really, really windy. And I had to wheel across a huge field, and it was really hot and humid, and like the veneer, like the varnish on the veneer was like getting all sticky and nasty. And I was like, we can't keep doing this because it wasn't good for the wood. I was worried about the wind blowing it over. And people will just ask you to go to all kinds of crazy places with a harp outside that are like nowhere near somewhere you can go with your car. So this harp lets me just go wherever I want. If it's like a little bit of drizzle, not a big deal. If it's hot, that's fine. If it's windy, I can just put this on the ground if I need to step away. Like I love this harp a lot. Yeah, so I'm gonna play, this bench is really high for playing this harp, but whatever. I'm gonna play a little bit on it for you. We'll do a little bit of Eleanor Plunkett, I think, so you can kind of hear. Maybe I'll switch back to my other, yeah, we'll switch back to the other mics just for this. I haven't tuned this, by the way. That's my carbon fiber Heartland Harps Legends. Have I tried the Delta carbon? No. Although I'm happy to hear that the Delta has at least an option to be made out of carbon fiber. Just because, like, I see people play it, it's down here, and I'm like, that must be so heavy. I don't know if I would, I don't think I want a Delta harp. I kind of prefer acoustic. I'm like, I've put so much time and effort into learning how to record acoustic harps. And I like the sound of acoustic harps, so that's what I'm going to stick to. But the other thing is, like, when it hangs down, I'm like, my neck. I don't know how people play them without hurting themselves, to be honest. Mad respect for everyone who does, but I don't think I'm going to be buying a Delta myself. I see what you mean about the brighter Celtic-y sound. It's different, but still really pretty. Yeah, it's like not quite as bright as other Celtic harps, but it's like got some mellowness to it. It's kind of this like weird in-between sort of space, but it's quite pretty and I like it a lot. Sounds really nice with Celtic music, so I love this harp. I love this harp so much. Saying I should give the Delta a go. Well, if I lived anywhere near a Delta, I would, but I'm not going to spend several thousand just to give it a try. But if I have the opportunity, I'll give it a try. Just don't know when that opportunity will come along. Okay, so let me get another harp for you. Okay. So next, I have my Google Home is yelling at me. But we're gonna do a harpsichord. I am not sure the last time this has been played, let alone tuned. So we'll try not to hurt your ears too much, but yeah. This harp I bought because I wanted something portable and light, which, you know, I have one of those. Well, it's very big though still, right? My carbon fiber. So the harpsichord, I'm sure this is gonna sound awful. Tuning, it's not even gonna do anything right now because it's been untuned for so long, but wow, it's so flat. So I guess this is technically a full-sicle. So if you've never heard of a harpsichord before, it's a like brand of harp, model of harp made by Rees Harps, and they are made to be affordable. Wow, this soundboard has really pulled up now that I'm looking at it, but they're they have a much thinner soundboard. It's made of plywood, and they're designed to be portable and more affordable. I mean, they're still kind of expensive these days because everything's expensive, but it's a more affordable option. So if you're like starting out and you want something that's less of an investment, I think these are good to kind of try out. What I find is that with these harps, they're nice. They just have their limitations, so it just depends like kind of what you want your harp to be good at. If you want your harp to be portable, this is a great harp for that. If you want a big, lush sound, maybe not the harp for that. But it's really great for beginners to get started. There's a music store where I live, and I think should be like along the Quaid. If you live in Canada, they should rent you a harp. Even if they don't have one in store, they can bring one in and rent it to you for a pretty affordable price. And usually, most people rent a harpsicle from them. And it's great to start on. And then I find that, if you stick with the instrument for like a year or more, most of my students that start on a harpsicle after about a year and a half are like, I'm itching for more harp. Give me more harp. So yeah. But yeah, I bought this to be portable. When I was in university, in the summers, I liked to try and go busking. Winnipeg is not a great town for busking, so that idea kind of died pretty quickly, but I used it for that a little. But then I decided to join the school's laptop orchestra, which is like very experimental music, using like devices and like motion sensors to like create sounds. And they were going on a trip to Belgium, so I was like, I'll join so I can go to Belgium. So I was like, well, I have this small harp that can fit in an airplane carry-on. And then I actually did try to take it on airplane carry-on, and what I discovered, at least on Air Canada, was that it didn't fit in the overhead bin in economy. It did fit in first class, so I was really lucky that the flight wasn't full that day. I may have cried on an airplane, but yeah. I did use this a bunch in laptop orchestra. In the end, when we went to Belgium, we just rented a harp from someone in Brussels, which was like also a whole ordeal. But yeah, that's kind of the main reason I bought this harp. And then for a while I rented it to students, so it doesn't see that much action anymore because I don't teach in person anymore. But you can rent Dusty Strings from Long McQuaid as well. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think I may have had some students that did that as well. But yeah, so that's my harpsicle. Dusty Strings Allegro is super fun for beginners too. I think a lot of people start on the Dusty Strings Ravenna. It's a great harp. I did buy one of those too. That's the harp that I gave to my mom, so I don't have it here with me. But I recently bought another lever harp of a similar size, so I was like, do I really need both of these taking up space in my house? Probably not. But if I ever want it again for something like a specific project, I know I could be like, Mom, can I borrow this? Yeah, I find that like with a small harp, you sort of just have to learn how to adapt stuff for a smaller range. And again, if you can learn how to like play with lead sheets, you can sort of just like make anything feel a little bit more natural, I think. On the smaller harp, because you're not sort of trying to force a larger arrangement on the smaller harp. You're kind of like coming up with something that feels right. Hope the trip to Belgium was fun. It was fun. I ate so many pastries and chocolates, and that's where I first acquired the taste for beer as well. Prior to that, I was not into it, but But yeah, so that's this little harp. So I'll play a little song for you, very out of tune. My depth perception is all weird. That is one thing that I think is a little challenging about the harpsicle, is that because if you wear it like with a shoulder strap or like with the lap band that they sell with it, the strings are like straight out from you and it's hard to see them sometimes. But if you have it on a stand, that makes that a little bit better. But yeah. Okay, so that's the harpsicle, fullsicle. Okay, we'll rest this one down here. Okay, I'll just get this out of the way. So I'm going to show you another lever harp. Switch off of Reverb Town real quick here. Okay, so this harp, I just bought this year, and I made a whole video about it. So if you want to go like do a deep dive about this harp, you can, but I will tell you about it as well. So this is a harp made by Larry Fisher, who is a harp maker who specializes in Celtic harps, and he actually lives here in Winnipeg, which is where I live, and I'd met him a few times, and he makes really amazing Irish harps. And I had always kind of wanted one because I was like, it's kind of special that he lives here, and also they're beautiful. But he charges a lot for his harps because they're very, very well made and he uses really, really good materials. So I was like, okay, well, I don't need another lever harp right now, so I'm not going to buy one. And then someone I knew messaged me and was like, hey, do you know anyone who might want to buy my 29, I think it's 29 strings Fisher harp? And I was like, I do. It's me. So yeah, so this is quite an old Fisher harp. It's from 1997. His current line of Aaron harps, I think he said he developed in 2004, 2005. So it's a little bit earlier. So it doesn't have quite the same sound, but it's still really lovely. It's got this beautiful soundboard decoration that he did. But when I bought it, it had a partial set of really old Loveland levers. So he switched them out for Camac levers, and I got new strings put on. So yeah, I haven't played this in the last couple of weeks, so it's probably pretty flat as well. But yeah, I do really like this harp. It's really, really nice, especially for Celtic music, I think. But we'll play a little bit on here. Yeah, the design is really cool. I don't think he does designs anymore just because he tries to get them out quickly. The little legs, yeah. They're not the sturdiest legs, but you know, that's what we're working with. Wasn't Fisher in one of the trivia questions? He was not. You're imagining things. So this is a tune called Fanny Power. Oh no, sharps. Okay. Oh, I didn't switch back to my harp mics. Hold on. My brain is starting to get fried. Take 3. Third time's the charm. Some really cool, I think, color possibilities on here. So definitely have some plans for some arrangements to use this one in. But yeah, so this one's kind of special to me. But yeah, So that's that one. Now I do have one more harp that I can show you. I have saved the worst for last. I'm so sorry. But I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. We're gonna put the Fisher harp behind here so we can get the other one in here. Okay. So. Oops, is there? So, this harp is the first harp. Let me just maybe move the camera up here. Something like that. Okay. This harp, still have to squat, is the first harp that I had, that my parents bought for me. Why did I start on pedal harp and not lever harp? Well, because I, at the age of 14, was like, you know what I should do for my whole life? I should play the harp. And so I'd never touched one. I'd never played one. But my parents were like, seems legit, and bought me this harp used from someone in town. It was really lucky that they were selling it. It's not like, it feels like it was meant to be, like, because I took lessons for only about 3 years before I went to do a Bachelor of Music degree. And so basically it was like, if you want to do a Bachelor, you need to have a pedal harp. So that's what I did. And I was like, yeah, we're doing this. And I took to it pretty well. It took me about 2 years before I was even kind of halfway decent, despite having played piano for like 10 years. So, but once I did, it was kind of, the rest was history. But this is a Venus harp. Venus is a company that's no longer in business. But this is the harp that I started my YouTube channel on. I still do use this harp. I use it for gigs. This harp is not currently enjoying the best of its days, I'm sad to say. I can't get it regulated because the only regulator in Canada doesn't do Venus harps because she can't get parts for them. So she's left to enjoy her current lack of regulation. I've owned this harp since 2008 and has never once been regulated. So, you know, I'm sharing my deep, dark secrets here today. I see a question from Neri. Was there some specific cause for saying I want to play harp for the rest of my life as a 14-year-old? Basically, I was just like, I want to be a musician. Maybe I should just put my bench back out so I don't have to like lean over like an old crone. I wanted to go into music because I didn't know what else I liked, and I knew that I wanted to do music in some capacity. I didn't want to stop doing music. And my older sister had just gone to school for music as well to like do the band teaching thing. So I was like, okay, like this is a real, like I could do that. And, but I played piano. I was like, I don't play piano well enough to like be a performer. Also, there's like 5.5 million pianists to compete with. I didn't want to just teach lessons, and that was like my whole thing. I also played some like wind instruments, but I was like, I don't want to be a band teacher. That seems way too hard. And I don't want to be a jazz musician because I'm not about that life. No offense to jazz musicians. It's just a hard life, it seems like. So I was like, you know what? A harp would be a great career instrument. There's not very much competition. You can play lots of gigs without needing an ensemble, but you can also play with an ensemble if you want to. And it's pretty. I don't know. So it made me feel very special. I was like, I'm a special person because I play the harp. So, yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth of the matter. Yeah, and I really loved playing it. It was hard sometimes because it was like my teacher was like, okay, if you want to like do university on this, like you need to practice better than you're currently practicing. So that's really where I learned a lot of my practice skills. And then I continued to learn more when I was in university, but uh Connie, yes, you are special. Don't tell my ego that. She doesn't need to know. It'll get to her head. Yeah. But yeah, so this harp, I use it for gigs. So generally speaking, if I'm playing at a wedding or like at a restaurant, this is the harp I bring because, you know, the more you bring a harp out of the house, the more, you know, it's going to get banged up and things can happen to it. So I try to only bring the Lion Healy out of the house if it's like an ensemble, like a high profile ensemble kind of thing. But yeah, because this harp, that's the bass. So actually, like, if you go back and watch like a couple of my first YouTube videos from 10 years ago, 12, 11 years ago, wow. You can hear this sound. And at the time, it was funny because prior to that, I never noticed that sound. And then people started commenting, and I thought it was my bench, actually. My bench does squeak a little, but not nearly as much as the bass of this harp. And that was like one of the things when I moved home from university. I was like, I need a harp that does not make this sound. Oh my God. So I worked at a chocolate store for about 8 months to save up for my used Lion Healy. So I was like, I need a harp now, and I don't have money. Do I know when this harp was made? I want to say 1985. I'm not 100% sure about it, but sometime around there. I don't think it's as old as the Lion Healy, actually. I think it's a little bit younger, but it's seen some things. I had a pedal rod break on this harp once, shortly after I moved to this house, and I was like, oh God. So I think that was I'm saying like it must have been before I bought the carbon fiber harp, because, or maybe before I kind of got used to it, because I remember I took my Style 23 to a couple of outdoor weddings that summer because I couldn't play this. And so until like last year, it was really difficult for me to get anyone out to regulate my harps. And so I enlisted the help of my uncle, who's very handy, and he welded the pedal rod back together and then helped me put it back inside. So the D sharps are still a little funky sometimes, but I can play on it. And I think for most of these gigs, like, it's fine. It totally gets the job done. But yeah, I don't, I will own up to the fact that I don't maintain this harp as well as I should. You know, when you've got so many harps to maintain, it just kind of is that way sometimes. But yeah. So this is my Venus harp. Also not tuned. She tends to hold her tune pretty well, but like, listen to this. I change pedals and it's like, so it's most of the time it's fine, unless I'm playing in like a church with like incredible acoustics, then I'm like, oh God. But mostly it's fine. Mostly it's fine. It's a flat note. That must be a new string. Okay, we'll get the good mics. It doesn't sound bad though, generally speaking. Like, I think it has actually a very nice, I think it has a very nice high end, like very sparkly. That's one thing that I actually kind of missed about this harp when I started using my Lion Healy a bit more, but yeah, this harp also, I don't change the strings really unless they break on it, because strings are expensive. So yeah, I'm confessing to all of my harp sins today. If it was in tune, it'd sound better, obviously. But it's like, you know, I can play that at a wedding or in the background, and it gets the job done. I've never had a complaint about the harp from a client, so, you know. Yeah. I have a feeling that any harp you play will sound amazing. Well, thank you. That's very kind. That's very kind. It's just, She does sound good still. She's just, she's getting old. And it's hard to keep her in good shape now. So yeah. Yeah, but this was my first harp. That's what I learned on. So yeah, this is also the harp. I was telling Wendy off air earlier that I once tried to glue my own pedal felts, but I didn't use a hot glue. I don't know what glue I used, but it didn't stick and the felts started unraveling. And then because I'm extremely lazy, I didn't fix them for a really long time. So I just went around playing with felts that were messy and bunching up, and it was... Don't do what I did, basically. And then the next time I changed my felt on my Lion Healy, I was so worried about that happening again. Or I think I did it on this harp as well. I sewed my felts on. I don't think anyone does that anymore, but I sewed my felts on because I was like, this way they can't come undone. Ay. So, yeah. So yeah, that's all my harps. This is my harp tour. We're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 harps in here now. Down from 7. So one day I'd love to get a brand new Style 23. Just so, because this Style 23, it's doing pretty good. The pedals are a little loud. You may not notice them unless you're really listening for them, but they're starting to get loud. So I'm like, a new one would be nice. But yeah. Yeah, that's the tour. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to take some questions for a bit. But yeah, we can wrap up pretty soon. Ragnar asked, what are all your harps named? So I feel like I don't need to name my harps anymore, but to start with, I did name my harps. So this harp, hilariously, I named Daphne. I think I must have seen it somewhere in relation to a Salvi harp, but I was like, yeah, harp Daphne, yeah. So this is Daphne. My Style 23, I named Elizabeth after my harp teacher at university. I never told her that, but I did. The harpsichle, the full sickle, I named Charles. I have no explanation for that. The other two, I don't think I named them. Certainly the newest one, I don't think I named. I don't remember if I named the carbon fiber harp. I don't think I did, but I'll need a George. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna name my harps anymore. It just doesn't feel right. I think if it feels right, you name your harp, and if it doesn't feel right, then you don't, Yeah, all right. So it seems like it's kind of time to wrap up, but thanks for coming to my harp tour. Name the harp Harp. There you go. Perfect. So yeah, I think we'll wrap up. Nary with one more donation here at the end so that we can have a round number. Very nice. Yeah, so just genuinely, like from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here and like being excited about all of this and being such a lovely chat. Everyone's been really supportive and engaged and asking really awesome questions and thanks to all of our guests too. Really, it made it so special that we were all here together because we're all off in our own corners of the internet all the time. So it's really special, I think, what happened today. And huge kudos to you guys for raising evenly exactly $2,100. Thanks to Neri. Exactly $2,100. When I started out planning this, I was like, oh, I don't know, like, is 500 too much for a donation goal? I'm not sure. Well, okay, let's have a 500 and 1,000. That's probably good. But then we did double that. That's incredible. And yeah, thank you. Huge thank you. Also thank you to Ragnar and Caladrius and Brandroid for moderating today. Making sure that people's credits are in the chat and typing ! donate for everybody. Really appreciate that. Whew. Yeah. So if you want more of me, here's my YouTube channel. You're already here. Great job. I'm also on Spotify, you know, all that jazz. If you want to know if there's going to be another one next year, I can't make any promises yet. I don't know anything. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying maybe. So yeah, but if you want to make sure that you know about if this is happening again, I've got an email list sign up. It's right at the bottom of the description box under the live stream, right underneath all of our guests' links to their work. So make sure you check them out too, because they're all just incredible. So yeah, I think that's about it. Hopefully I'll see some of you at my Friday streams now and then. So, you know, I'm right here on this channel streaming at 11 a.m. Central Time. We have fun. We stay hydrated. We've had $20 donation just now from Linda. Thank you. It's no longer exactly $2,100, but you know what? It's for a good reason. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much it. Whew. I'm gonna go lie down for a minute, I think, after all that. And just process. So yeah, thank you one last time. Have a great weekend. If you celebrate Halloween, have a good one. And you know, hopefully I realized that I don't have a mic on the ending stream, so that's it for today. Bye everyone. See you around.